In year 32 of Konoha at the Ninja Academy, all the students were gathered on the training field. Today's practice topic is shuriken techniques. There are only 3 days left until the graduation exam. As he spoke, Hyūga Yuma frowned slightly. His eyes were clear and transparent as he glared at the figure lying on his side in the corner of the training ground and shouted angrily, "Hey! Chi-Yu! You bastard, why are you drinking at a time like this again?" "Drink, hee. Teacher, what?" Chi-Yu replied incoherently, punctuating his words with a drunken hiccup. Chi-Yu was holding a wine bottle in his hand, his blurred smiling eyes drifting lazily. His face was already flushed a deep crimson from the alcohol, the very picture of someone dead drunk yet carefree. "Chi-Yu, that guy, fine if he drinks normally, but he's even drinking during an exam. This is bad. Teacher Yuma is definitely going to get angry again." Yuma was hot-tempered by nature, yet at this moment he had no choice but to forcibly suppress his emotions. After all, the Hyūga clan held considerable prestige in the village, and from the day he became this class's homeroom teacher he had resolved to shoulder his responsibilities. At the same time, the kid who was drinking was also rather special. Rumor had it he was an orphan adopted during the war. He had entered the Ninja Academy at the age of 5 and was now 9 years old, already possessing the strength of a genin. Yet because of his fondness for drinking he had never managed to graduate from the academy. What was more, every time this guy drank, he would become overwhelmingly strong. According to the instructor from the Uchiha clan who taught illusion arts, once Chi-Yu started going on a drunken rampage, he fought as though he cared nothing for his own life. Because Hyūga Yuma was holding back his temper, he did not care whether this guy graduated or not, but he absolutely could not allow him to ruin his own image in front of the students. "Forget it. There's no way you could possibly graduate under my watch anyway. Everyone, we will now officially begin the graduation exam rehearsal. Today's test subject is shuriken techniques. Everyone, you can see the targets at the other side of the training field. The current distance is about 13 meters. From any point beyond 12 meters you will throw 5 shuriken. Your score will be calculated based on how many shuriken hit the target." Yuma solemnly announced the rules, from time to time casting a glance at Chi-Yu in the corner. He could only hope that this brat wouldn't cause trouble. Yet the more one fears something, the more likely it is to happen. The moment Chi-Yu heard that it was an exam rehearsal, it was as if he instantly sobered up from his drunken haze. "What was that? Sword. Sword." Chi-Yu hiccuped, finally dragging himself back to clarity. Yet the powerful alcohol still left his head spinning and buzzing. At that moment a system notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, drunkenness value 1 and now at 97. Reach 100 to receive a complete sword technique as a reward. Indeed, Chi-Yu was a transmigrator. He had crossed into this world at the age of 3, and after slyly making use of his previous life's intellect to secure a place to live in Konoha, he had decided to muddle along safely at the Ninja Academy for the time being. A few years ago Chi-Yu had finally awakened his golden finger, the Drunkenness System. The function of this system was that whenever Chi-Yu drank, especially once he became truly drunk, he would instantly enter a powerhouse state, his strength soaring as though he had opened all 8 inner gates. The infuriating part was that every time Chi-Yu finished a drunken rampage he would remember nothing afterwards, only the bewildered expressions on the faces of those around him. Because of this, Chi-Yu had no desire to graduate from the Ninja Academy too easily, otherwise if he had to get drunk before every fight it would be far too dangerous. Just now the word sword had snapped Chi-Yu to his senses. Only after gathering his thoughts did he realize it was about shuriken, not actual sword techniques. First the class representative, your turn Narashikaku. Alright. Swish 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 swish. Several evenly spaced sounds cut through the air as shuriken flew out at high speed. All on target. 5 points. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Hyūga Yuma's lips as he gave Narashikaku a look of approval. As expected of the class representative. Amazing. Huh. Finding it dull, Chi-Yu reached out and felt around until his hand found a nearby wine bottle. Still a bit left. He picked it up and drained the rest in one go. Before transmigrating he had already been a lover of alcohol. He simply had not expected to gain such a system, and besides, the liquor in this ninja world was truly delicious. However, it was also brutally strong. After just 2 swigs his head was already spinning. Next the vice representative, Yamanaka Haichi. Swish swish swish. 5 points. Haichi is incredible. There were only 3 distinct shuriken sounds and 2 of them were thrown almost simultaneously with the first ones. A round-faced student jumped out as he exclaimed, "It was Senju Ropeshu." The students in the class cast envious looks over. Already somewhat drunk Chiyu snorted softly and sneered, "What's so impressive about that? What's so impressive? Are you saying you can hit all of them too?" A mocking voice came from the side. Through his foggy vision Chiyu made out Senju Ropeshu's face. Ropeshu was straightforward by nature, and as the grandson of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama he naturally would not yield to anyone. So even someone like Chiyue wrapped in rumors and perpetual drunkenness was nothing in his eyes. "Chiyue, I think other than drinking you're good for nothing. Don't look down on the class representative and the others." Next. Ropeshu. Your turn. Alright. Ropeshu shot Chiyue a disdainful glance, then strode forward pulling shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. He took a deep breath, making all his preparations. Meanwhile Chiyue, tipsy and hazy, let his arm drop. The seemingly careless motion allowed his hand to slip into his own ninja tool pouch. Ropeshu said confidently, "Just watch, this time I'll definitely shock all of you. I've practiced for a long time." Swish 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 swish. All 5 shuriken flew out. Ropeshu bit his lip, staring at the target with anticipation. Just then the sound of blades tearing through the air rose by his ear. Another 5 shuriken shot forward at great speed. Their speed, visible even to the naked eye, surpassed that of ordinary shuriken racing after the first set. Ding 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 ding. 5 clear metallic rings sounded, followed by the steady thumps of hits on the target. The 5 shuriken thrown later had knocked down every one of Ropeshu's shuriken, and then all of them embedded themselves squarely in the exact center of the target. It was a flawless display of technique. Thighs. Even Hyūga Yuma was stunned. In order to accurately record his students' throwing postures and speed, he had already activated his Byakugan. Yet what he had just seen with his Byakugan was that the 5 shuriken thrown later seemed to have been guided by perfect calculations. Even the angle of each blade was exquisitely precise. "What are you doing, Chiyu?" Ropeshu turned back and roared. But after a brief silence the surroundings erupted into thunderous applause. Ropeshu froze. In the corner Chiyu was slowly standing up, a smirk tugging at his lips as he exhaled a long breath. "That's it. It wasn't that difficult." He stretched in a long lazy manner, looking as though he were about to leave. He paid no heed to how many girls in the class were secretly fantasizing about his handsome face, nor to how many fanboys were awestruck by his shuriken technique. He simply turned his back on them all. From a certain angle Chiyu truly looked like a carefree swordsman roaming the rivers and lakes. "Hey! You stop right there, Chiyu." Hyūga Yuma was already doing his utmost to restrain himself, but this time Chiyu had gone far too overboard. Not only had he interrupted another student's examination, he had even spouted outrageous words and then simply turned and left, not placing this teacher in his eyes at all. More importantly, the person he had offended was none other than the grandson of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Chiyu started and turned his head back. That indescribable drunken haze on his face made the entire class both envious and afraid, keeping their distance. The drifting aroma of liquor around him seemed like an overwhelming tyrannical aura, striking fear into all who sensed it. "Damn you, you bastard!" Nawaki clenched his fists, looking utterly displeased, and this in turn tugged at Hyūga Yuma's heart. He was enamored with that famed medical ninja spoken of in rumors, Senju Tsunade. Nawaki was Tsunade's younger brother, so on ordinary days Yuma fawned over him in every possible way. No matter whom this Sato Chiyu offended, he could turn a blind eye, but if Nawaki was provoked, that was absolutely unacceptable. Just now Nawaki was practicing shuriken techniques. The results of this practice will affect the outcome of the graduation exam in 3 days. So it's here. Yuma froze, thinking Chiyu was listening to him, but who would have thought that when Chiyu turned his head just now it was actually to look for his misplaced liquor bottle. Chiyu turned around grinning, walked back to where he had been standing, squatted down and picked up the bottle. In front of everyone he squinted one eye and half closed the other in a drunken daze, peering into the bottle. After staring for several seconds he suddenly let out a muffled chuckle. "Heh. There are still 2 mouthfuls left, how delightful." Gulp gulp, without a shred of hesitation he drank it down again. In total half a bottle of strong liquor had been emptied into his stomach in less than 5 minutes. No matter how much he could drink in his previous life, in this life his body was after all that of a 10-year-old child. Chiyu already felt his vision spinning, he could barely even walk straight. "You have gone far too far. A student like you. I can no longer endure this." Hyūga Yuma clenched his teeth, the veins around his Byakugan bulging suddenly. I'll tie you up right now and take you to see the third Hokage. Yuma bared his teeth as he strode forward while the whole class took a step back. A homeroom teacher losing his temper was never a good omen. Chiyue however narrowed his eyes, looking as though he held Yuma in utter contempt as the latter approached. What, you want to fight? Chiyue mumbled in a drunken haze. You. Yuma, who had originally only planned to give him a harsh lecture and reform him, was once again left utterly speechless. Chiyue, while speaking to him, did not even bother to open his eyes. His head swayed as if he were dozing on his feet. Kaiyu's consciousness is already gone. Yet he can still stand. Do you think the teacher will beat Chiyue up? The students began to speculate. In front of everyone and in front of Nawaki, since Hyūga Yuma had already taken this step, he clearly had no intention of backing down. Chiyue now. Come with me to see Lord Third Hokage. His fury surged. He refused to believe he could not discipline this brat. Yet just as he reached out his hand, there was a sharp smack. His hand was knocked away in an instant. The force and speed were both top tier. Even with his Byakugan activated, Yuma failed to react in time. He nearly fell from the blow to his arm. Only with difficulty did he steady himself. As he lifted his head, another punch came flying toward him. Thud. A fist slammed into Yuma's right eye, forcing him back several steps. Just like that, a panda eye was achieved. The students were all dumbfounded. They had thought this would be a teacher beating a student, yet it had turned into a student beating a teacher. Damn it. Don't block this lord's way. Chiyue complained drowsily with his eyes still closed. The students' murmurs swelled around them, and Nawaki behind him was utterly astonished. Adding his own disheveled state to the fact that the drunken offender before him had just hit him and now acted as if nothing had happened, all of this fueled Yuma's blazing rage. You bastard. This is intolerable. Yuma gritted his teeth as pent-up resentment finally erupted. His Byakugan flared and chakra condensed into his palm. Though merely a homeroom teacher at the Ninja Academy, Hyūga Yuma was a chunin who had already set foot on the battlefield, definitely not someone to be trifled with. Ha! Yuma shouted as he lunged forward. From within the crowd someone cried, danger. That's the Hyūga clan's gentle fist. Teacher Yuma is serious this time. Chiyue is done for now. If this continues, Chiyue might lose his life. Thud. A single palm strike landed and the echo reverberated. Yet to everyone's shock, when the dust dispersed, Yuma's gentle fist had actually been blocked by Kaiyu's outstretched palm. Kaiyu's movements were seamless. One hand was opened wide, firmly receiving the incoming gentle fist, and because his 10-year-old body was inherently weaker, his other hand braced the back of that palm, the two hands together completely blocking the strike. Yuma stared wide-eyed in disbelief and muttered, impossible. He blocked my gentle fist. He hastily used his Byakugan to observe Kaiyu's current condition. In his drunken state, Kaiyu's physical attributes had skyrocketed, and even his chakra extraction far exceeded his usual level by more than tenfold. I told you, don't stand in this lord's way. Thud. Chiyue mimicked Hyūga Yuma's technique from just moments ago and likewise thrust out a single palm. Gentle fist. How does Chiyue also know it? Thud. His palm struck Yuma squarely in the chest. The speed and force left Yuma no time to respond, driving him straight back several steps. He was briefly taken aback, thinking, this move he just learned on the spot, it isn't truly gentle fist. Yet as soon as he raised his head, he saw that Chiyue had already opened his eyes. In those eyes the anger and killing intent burning within were astonishingly pure. He looked nothing like a 10-year-old child, but rather like a seasoned razor-sharp man. Squelch squelch, all around countless roars echoed as if he had been dragged back into the nightmares of the battlefield of years past. Hyūga Yuma swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat sliding down. SSSSSS, Yuma's feet slid backward, carving a deep footprint into the soft soil of the practice field. When his consciousness finally returned, Chiyue before him still had his eyes closed. Just now he had actually been overwhelmed by Kaiyu's strength and drawn into an illusion, born from his own fear. Even he himself found it hard to accept, yet it seemed the rumors were true. In a drunken state, Kaiyu's power could indeed reach an unfathomable level. In this clash, without a doubt, he had been defeated by his own student. Yet to admit it outright would be far too humiliating. For the sake of preserving the Hyūga clan's dignity, Yuma deactivated his Byakugan and cleared his throat solemnly. Ahem, if this continues I might end up injuring him. Hurry and take Chiyue to sober him up. As he spoke up to this point, he suddenly paused, eyes widening. His entire body went limp as he collapsed to the ground. Ha! Yuma's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to his knees, clutching his abdomen tightly. Master! What's wrong with you? Yuma could no longer discern which student was speaking to him, his consciousness flickered blurred for several seconds. When his senses steadied he gritted his teeth and activated his Byakugan. Through the Byakugan he saw clearly his chakra had become severely disrupted. The resulting blockage of vital chakra points had inflicted grievous internal injury upon him. That fellow Hyūga, when intoxicated, not only did his abilities surge but his combat strikes targeted vital weak points with ruthless precision. And that attack Hyūga had just launched against him had left him gravely wounded without his even realizing it. With a dull thud Yuma crumpled to the ground and lost consciousness. As the entire class stood frozen in stunned disbelief, Hyūga merely shook his head. Yet the intoxication remained unshaken. He only laughed, ha. 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 How? How pathetically frail. Frowning drunkenly, Hyūga suddenly heard a system prompt echo within his mind. Ding. Congratulations host, you have defeated a Chunin rank opponent for the first time. Reward granted, drunkenness gauge 3-inch. Hyūga couldn't fathom why, though thoroughly inebriated, the system's notification appeared with crystalline clarity. Moreover, when interfacing with the system his mental state operated entirely independently from reality, as if he were drunk inside a video game while remaining perfectly sober in the physical world. Ding. Congratulations host, your drunkenness gauge has reached 100. Full swordsmanship proficiency unlocked. Hyūga gasped in astonishment, and then elation. He hadn't expected real combat to yield far more drunkenness gauge than routine training at the academy. For nearly a year he'd painstakingly accumulated only 97 through drinking alone. Yet a single battle had surged it by 3 instantly. Had he known this earlier he'd never have wasted time on tedious drills, he'd have sought out fights from day one. In that moment Hyūga resolved inwardly no more idling. He would graduate from the academy as soon as possible, and plunge straight into missions embracing true battlefield experience. Now in possession of complete swordsmanship mastery, Hyūga reached into his ninja tool pouch and withdrew a kunai. Sheesh. 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 He spun the kunai effortlessly in his palm, twirling it over a dozen times with flawless dexterity. Such finesse was utterly beyond the reach of his peers. Hyūga swelled with quiet pride. His path toward godhood had truly begun. Master, wake up. Hurry, get him to the hospital. Their several classmates frantically called for help, but most stood paralyzed awestruck by Hyūga's dazzling kunai manipulation. Hyūga paid them no mind. His enthusiasm had already waned, the master's swift collapse had spoiled the mood. With a swift kick he sent a discarded sake bottle arcing upward. It spun midair before landing perfectly in his waiting hand. He gave the bottle a lazy unsteady shake and muttered, "Ah. Is that all? Already finished? Hyūga, please don't drink any more. You'll truly lose yourself to intoxication." From behind came a gentle melodic whisper, "Kushina Uzumaki." Hyūga turned, and nearly collided with her chest. A soft warm fragrance mingled with the scent of sake filled his senses. Kushina instinctively stepped back, cheeks flushed, gazing at Hyūga with wide-eyed shyness, her lips parted slightly, words trembling on the verge of utterance. Ding. New quest unlocked. Quest objective: publicly flirt with Kushina Uzumaki, reward S-rank sword technique. Ho! Talk about perfect timing. Hyūga grinned, thoroughly pleased, especially since the task aligned precisely with his own inclinations. Though only 10, Kushina's figure had already begun to blossom, graceful, harmonious, exquisitely proportioned. Her face and form alike embodied a rare blend of youthful charm and subtle allure, an irresistible paragon of delicate beauty. In his past life such attraction might have raised eyebrows, but here at 10 years old it was natural, innocent and wholly fitting. He was a boy of equal age, brilliant, bold and utterly smitten. He'd long dreamed of winning her heart. Haha. You. Just as Hyūga opened his mouth a portly voice boomed from behind, "You wretch. It's all your fault. Now master's been rushed to the hospital, the exercise is cancelled. I trained all day yesterday and today's effort is utterly ruined." That's Aoming. Students hastily parted, clearing a path. Hyūga recognized him, a war orphan who'd risen to dominance among peers due to his imposing size. They'd maintained a careful neutral distance until now. What Hyūga didn't know was that Aoming harbored feelings for Kushina, and seeing her standing so intimately close to him ignited fierce resentment. You. Hyūga narrowed his eyes, his earlier amusement curdling into irritation. Don't ruin my fun, you oaf. He shot Aoming a piercing glare, then before the other could react launched himself forward in full view of the class, kunai slashing downward. Shurish. Shurish. Aoming's body seemed to tear apart midair, blood spraying wildly. The onlookers froze mouths agape in silent horror. Murder. Hyūga killed Aoming. Terror seized the classroom, students rooted to the spot breathless and trembling, until Hyūga's cheerful laughter cut through the silence. Cowards. Only then did they snap back to reality, to find Aoming kneeling on the floor trembling uncontrollably, his trousers soaked with urine. He had genuinely seen Hyūga rushing at him with kunai drawn, yet it had all been an illusion born of pure overwhelming fear. Enough, Hyūga, no more games. I'm taking you home. Kushina spoke with quiet sternness, seizing Hyūga's wrist to pull him away. But his intoxication had begun to ebb, and with a swift firm motion he tugged her back into his arms. Her body was supple, yielding, inviting an instinctive tender embrace. Holding her close, Hyūga tilted his brow mischievously and murmured, "Kiss me, and I'll go home with you." Deal. That single line ignited the room. Today Hyūga had assaulted a teacher, terrified his classmates, and now dared to flirt brazenly with Kushina Uzumaki. Yet she didn't scold him, only averted her gaze, cheeks burning crimson with shyness. What? Kushina actually isn't angry. Well. Fine. In matters like these the boy should take the lead after all. Before the stunned eyes of the entire class, Hyūga lowered his head, and sealed his lips firmly over Kushina's. She froze speechless, while he savored the kiss, lingering for a full blissful 15 seconds. When he finally drew back, a satisfied smile played across his lips. But if I'm the one initiating, it won't be just a chaste cheek kiss. Hyūga with a hint of drunkenness faced the entire class. After finishing this sentence with a bang, she fell backward and fell into a deep sleep. Only Joshinai cautiously remained at her spot, stepping forward to adjust Kaiyu's sprawled sleeping posture. Damn. This guy. It's simply intolerable. Nearby some people began to complain. Seriously. If the teacher is injured, the graduation exam will be postponed again. I promised my father I would become a genin in 3 days. Now it seems that plan is ruined. That guy Hyūga. As Hyūga fell into a deep sleep, everyone began to show their true colors. At least now they didn't have to worry about getting beaten up. However, others were quite surprised that the usually unapproachable and fiery Joshinai, known as the Blood Red Pepper, was acting so obediently in front of Hyūga. They couldn't believe that she had just been forcefully kissed by Hyūga. I won't let this guy continue to cause trouble. At that moment a handsome boy with yellow hair appeared, standing before Joshinai, glancing down at the sleeping Hyūga. Snore. Meanwhile Kaiyu's snoring filled the air, creating an awkward scene. Minato, why are you so slow today? You only show up after Hyūga is asleep. Seriously, always late. Minato, as the class heartthrob, had a decent popularity, but this time Hyūga stole the spotlight, causing the girls in the class to start losing interest in him, often sending complaints. But Minato stepped forward not for any other reason but because of Joshinai. He admired her greatly, and seeing her bullied approached her, saying, "Joshinai, are you okay? If you need it I can help you teach this guy a lesson." "I'm fine. Minato, please help me lift Hyūga." Minato thought he would appear as a hero in front of Joshinai, but unexpectedly Joshinai took the initiative to help the fallen Hyūga up. Then panting she said, "Honestly, Kaiyukin is heavier than when I carried him home last time. Don't boys pay attention to their weight? But there's nothing I can do." Jozinai's body brushed against Kaiyu's, making her cheeks flush. "What are you looking at, Minato? If you have time, come help me." Her unhesitating tone left Minato speechless. He could only respond dully, Okay. Then he followed Joshinai to help carry Hyūga to a corner of the training ground, laying him down beside the fence. Why? Joshinai. Why help someone like him? Minato, unable to understand, whispered. Joshinai pondered for a moment, blushing, and said, "All right, you don't understand. Minato, you don't understand Kaiyukin." In that moment Minato realized the distance between him and Joshinai was much greater than he thought. As an outsider, Joshinai usually kept all boys at bay, yet she showed such favoritism towards Hyūga. What was so good about him? Minato couldn't figure it out. Next, while we wait for class to end, feel free to practice shuriken techniques on the training ground. The vice class leader Yamashiro Kaito seemed to finish the handover and announced to everyone. Meanwhile Narashikaku from the class had already taken Akimichi Choza to carry Yuma to the Konoha hospital. Kaito. What about the graduation exam this time? The teacher said on the way to the hospital that the graduation exam will be postponed for 3 days. He said he just had an upset stomach. It wasn't because he was injured by Chiyu. Really? Is that true? In that case it clearly means. The students were all discussing, many having witnessed Yuma's shock at Kaiyu's strength. Who knew Yuma cared too much about his pride, willing to endure pain and forgive Chiyu for being so ruthless, absolutely refusing to admit that he was easily defeated by a student he didn't value. This was the face of the Hyūga clan. Hey! Jio Shinai was squatting beside Chiyu waiting for him to wake up when a cool girl approached. This girl had 2 red claw marks tattooed on her face, looking very wild. She was Inuzuka Tsum. Give him to me, I'll take him back to sober up. Tsum was ruthless and spoke little, her voice very feminine but with a domineering tone like a boy. Jio Shinai frowned slightly, hesitating, and said, no, Chiyu cannot go with you. Using a tone that was the softest while saying the harshest words. Do you like him? Jio Shinai suddenly blushed, having never encountered such a straightforward girl. Chiyu is a student of our class and we are all classmates, so don't think that just because you are a little closer to him you can claim him as yours. Tsum lowered her voice, reminding softly. In such matters she seemed to know that it was better to be discreet and not let others overhear. Jio Shinai then reached out and held Kaiyu's hand. She murmured, anyway, Chiyu is drunk now, you can't take him away. Though Jio Zinai's tone was gentle, it was very firm. Then she felt a slight movement in her hand. It was Kaiyu's hand moving slightly. After a rustling sound, Chiyu slowly sat up, extending his hand and groggily opening his eyes. Looking at the scene before him, he hardly remembered what he had done. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, publicly teasing Jio Shinai. Rewards: rank sword technique Iaido. Current level LV1. Can be upgraded through training and combat. Iaido. This is a valuable skill, the unique technique of the Iron Country's leader Mifune. Thanks to Iaido, Mifune as a samurai after decades of training was able to reach a level equivalent to that of a ninja leader. Moreover, this Iaido could be enhanced with chakra. For a ninja like Chiyu, learning this move was most fitting. Once all the information about Iaido entered Kaiyu's mind, he understood that while he had learned this sword technique he still needed to practice diligently. Because knowing a technique alone was not enough, he also needed practical experience with it. Otherwise using it would feel unfamiliar and its effectiveness would be minimal. Chiyu slowly stood up, feeling his ninja tool pouch, and found a few kunai left. Iaido. I should need a real samurai sword for that, right? He stroked his chin. While kunai can be played with using sword techniques, Iaido was a move that kunai simply couldn't execute. Still a bit dazed from the drink, Chiyu shouted loudly to all the students in the training ground, hey! Everyone! Do you know where I can get a sword? Oh! You know, like a cleaver. A samurai sword. The kind that can be used to cut people. Chop people. The entire class exchanged bewildered glances. Just moments ago he had attacked the teacher and used his murderous intent to show the entire class the scene of him slaughtering a classmate in a dreamlike illusion. Now he was loudly asking everyone where he could find a machete. What on earth does this guy want to do? The classmates cast him strange looks, not filled with disdain but with shock and fear. Chiyu scratched the back of his head and blinked as he asked, hey! What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Chiyu sighed in relief but suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable, then burped. A strong aroma of alcohol burst forth from his mouth and Chiyu instantly understood everything. It seems I did something terrible while drunk again. He scratched the back of his head and quickly bent over. Sorry. Everyone, I apologize for what just happened. He greeted everyone with a smile, showing no signs of pretense, clearly distressed over the trouble he had caused himself. The crowd was baffled and dared not approach to inquire. Everyone placed their hopes on Hachi, who was always the one to resolve issues in the class as the class leader, and besides Hachi was quite close with Chiyu. But now with the class leader Nararoku not present, it fell solely upon Hachi to take charge. Gathering his courage, Hachi stepped forward. Chiyu. No, Chiyu-kun, don't you remember what you did while drunk? Before Chiyu could respond, Inuzuka Pa shot Hachi a glare and said, of course he remembers. Were you trying to trick us just now? Didn't he already apologize? Inuzuka Pa's gaze was far from that of an ordinary girl, and Chiyu glanced over, estimating that she was yet another one of his female fans. Strangely, Inuzuka Pa's appearance didn't conform to the aesthetics of the ninja world, with a lot of exposed shoulders and midriffs, and her face was heavily made up, even exuding a hint of Western style. To a ninja this was just an outlier, but to Chiyu she was clearly a captivating little wildcat. Interesting. Chiyu walked towards Inuzuka Pa, forcing Kushina's hand to let go, blinking his eyes. Inuzuka Pa was startled, realizing Chiyu was approaching her, and she retreated several steps. "We have a beauty like you in our class. What's your name?" "I am Inuzuka Pa," she answered calmly. "Inuzuka Pa. Nice name. I'm Sato Chiyu, pleased to meet you." Saying this, Chiyu turned around and saw Hachi. "You are a good friend of class leader Roku, Hachi, right?" "I am the vice class leader." "Oh, it's the same. I'm really sorry about earlier, did I hurt you?" "You hurt the teacher." As Chiyu conversed with Hachi, Inuzuka Pa, seeing Chiyu's back, let out a sigh of relief. Though she feigned calmness in her response to Chiyu, internally she was in turmoil. Originally she was merely attracted to Chiyu's handsome appearance and unique style, but unexpectedly in that moment her heart was utterly shattered. For as long as she could remember, he was the first person to describe her as a beauty. In the ninja world, even the girls of the Inuzuka clan often received titles like Beast and Livestock. This was perhaps a historic moment. Moreover, seeing Chiyu's warm smile as he repeatedly bowed to apologize was utterly gentle. It was in stark contrast to his drunken aggression and dominance. The current Chiyu was like a warm little sun. Where could one find such a wonderful boy? Though his exterior seemed strong and easygoing, his inner self was so cautious and delicate. Not to mention that face was simply that of a stunningly handsome man. All of this made Inuzuka Pa drool with longing. Ding ding ding. The bell rang, and Hachi knew that the teacher would not pursue Chiyu's mistakes, since he claimed to have gotten sick and went to the hospital alone. Moreover, since Roku had a bit of a relationship with Chiyu, Hachi naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him. "Well then, let's disperse. We'll take a 3-day break starting now. 3 days later I will gather everyone in the classroom, and Roku and I will arrange the subsequent matters to inform you all." Okay. Typically everyone would head home in groups, but today was destined to be extraordinary. Everyone had developed a sense of caution towards Chiyu the drunkard and hurriedly distanced themselves. "I'm going home to eat. I'm leaving first." "Ali. Wait for me. I'm going too. I suddenly remembered I have an appointment. You'll leave first, everyone." The entire class retreated, leaving only a few dazed individuals behind. Chiyu asked the system, "What's the next task?" "Host, to fully master the Iaido technique and reach level 3, you can then accept the next task." "So I need to find a suitable katana for myself." Chiyu was troubled. Even finding a katana would likely be unsuitable. Because at 10 years old he was only about 1.4 meters tall, and a long katana would exceed 80 centimeters and might even surpass 1 meter, which was truly impractical. Thus finding a suitable katana was quite a challenge. "Hey!" Chiyu was startled to see Inuzuka Pa standing before him. "After dinner I will be waiting for you at the No. 7 acting venue near the village entrance." Saying this, Inuzuka Pa left. Watching her graceful form, Chiyu smirked. "A date? And it's in the small woods? It can't be. Hee hee." Chiyu instantly cast aside thoughts of the sword and headed home. After cleaning up, Minato closed the door and called out, "Kushina." Not finding anyone, he noticed a note left on the podium. "I need to confirm Chiyu's safe return home, so I'm leaving first, Kushina." Minato sighed, looking speechless and frustrated. At that moment, after ensuring Chiyu entered his own home, Kushina, who had been hiding behind, finally sighed in relief. She recalled how Inuzuka Pa had asked her today whether she liked Chiyu, hitting her soft spot right on target. But she had reasons for stopping Minato and Inuzuka Pa from contacting Chiyu. That was because she had once witnessed the cruel and terrifying side of Chiyu when he was drunk. It was 2 years ago on a certain afternoon. In the forest, Kushina was being chased by a group of bad kids and eventually fell to the ground. Hee hee hee. Look at that red hair, what a strange guy. Quick, pull a bit down so we can have a look. Why is it red? Don't run away. 3 boys surrounded the despairing Kushina lying on the ground. Suddenly a stone flew in. Whoosh. Smack. It hit the elbow of the lead chubby boy. Everyone looked up to see Chiyu drunk and dazed, shouting from atop a big tree, "Bastards, why are you waking me up from my sleep? One of the children bullying Kushina glanced up and down at Hyūga upon hearing her voice, then immediately scowled. Who do you think you are calling yourself, His Majesty? You're just a peer, no different from us, another child snapped. Get lost. If you dare interfere, I'll beat you to a pulp. Hearing this, young Hyūga leapt down from the tree and stood unsteadily before the group. The children instantly snatched up stones scattered around them and hurled them all at Hyūga. Though already tipsy, Hyūga moved with startling speed and precision. Each outstretched hand deflected their stone attacks without fail. Finally Hyūga stooped, seized a stone from beside his foot and hurled it with brutal force toward the cluster of children. A sharp crack echoed as the stone struck one boy square on the forehead, instantly swelling a grotesque lump, and he burst into wails. From this day forward, if any of you dare lay a finger on her again, I will kill you. As Hyūga spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from him as if a blood-soaked Asura had just stepped forth from the deepest hells. The other children recoiled in terror, shrieking and fleeing home in tears. Thank you, what's your name? Kushina gazed at Hyūga, cheeks flushed with shy tenderness. It's nothing, hick. Hyūga, thoroughly drunk, swayed dizzily and caught only the first 3 words. With that, Hyūga turned and climbed back into the tree, curling up to fall fast asleep. Kushina watched him for a moment, then smiled softly. Seeing how perilously he slept on the branch, Kushina quietly stayed behind to watch over him. Unaware, she drifted off, and when she awoke hours later under the deepening night sky, the branch above her was already empty. Thereafter Kushina often returned to that spot, but never saw Hyūga again. Little did she know she would unexpectedly meet him here once more. Emerging from memory, Kushina turned and walked away. Hyūga had already returned home. It was time for her to resume her studies. Beyond mastering ninjutsu, Kushina also trained in her clan's secret arts, yet the arcane, densely layered script remained utterly incomprehensible to her. Back home, Hyūga poured himself another drink. The thought of his 7 p.m. rendezvous with Inuzuka Tsum sent a thrill through him, and he gladly added one more cup. Soon dusk deepened into night. Glancing at the hour, Hyūga hurried toward the training ground. He arrived breathless, only to find Inuzuka Tsum already waiting for him at the training ground. Just as he stepped forward, several men approached. Tsum halted before her and began pawing at her, with lewd words dripping from their mouths. Never seen you around before, so the ninja academy actually churns out wild little things like you. Take your filthy hands off me. Tsum glared at them, took half a step back and sharply shook off the hand resting on her shoulder. A temper like yours. No one will ever love you. Be gentler, just a little, and perhaps many would fall for you. I have no need for anyone's affection, Tsum replied coldly. At that moment the memory of Hyūga praising her beauty earlier that day surfaced, and an involuntary smile softened her lips. Then aren't you pitiful? Just be gentle, let us older brothers cherish you, adore you. Refuse to cooperate and who knows what suffering awaits you. Disgust contorted Tsum's face as she listened to their vulgar taunts. Suddenly Hyūga appeared, snapping their grasping hands away with ruthless efficiency. One youth bristled instantly, who the hell are you? Get lost before you ruin our fun. Cross us and you'll regret it dearly. And if I choose not to leave, what then will you do to me? Hyūga reached up, broke off a slender branch from a nearby tree, and declared, then you're asking for death. In an instant the youths lunged and chaos erupted. Hyūga wielded the slender branch like a blade, fluid, precise, lethal. Drawing on every technique mastered that day, he darted through the fray, striking again and again with crisp, stinging blows. Each strike seared with sharp, numbing pain, yet none could so much as graze his sleeve. After dozens of vicious lashes left raw burning welts across their bodies, the youths collapsed, writhing in unbearable agony. You win, for now, brat. This isn't over. Grumbling bitterly, they slunk away defeated. Watching them vanish into the shadows, Hyūga finally relaxed. Tsum gazed at him, awestruck. His sudden arrival had been nothing short of heroic. Thank you, Hyūga, she murmured, flustered. He waved it off lightly. It was nothing, truly. You summoned me here for something. At his words Tsum flushed crimson, speechless, heart pounding. She'd rehearsed every detail of how she'd hand him the gift, until those intruders shattered her carefully laid plan. Frantically searching for a way to salvage the moment, she looked up, only to meet Hyūga's gaze, deep, tender, unwavering. Their eyes locked, and her breath caught her pulse, stuttering wildly. So, why did you call me here? Hyūga faltered, tongue-tied. Seeing her bashful expression, he nearly recoiled. Was this truly a tryst in the woods? After all, the training ground was ringed by dense shadowed groves. The thought jolted him sober, half his intoxication vanished and his look grew inscrutable, veiled in quiet intensity. After a long trembling pause, Tsum lifted her chin and spoke, voice steady yet soft, "Close your eyes, no matter what I do you must neither speak nor open them. From this moment on you obey me entirely." Chuanzhongzhua's tone betrayed his customary dominion. Knowing he was so skilled at creating a playful intimacy, Chi-Yu naturally was willing to oblige. "All right." Chi-Yu obediently closed her eyes. Chuanzhongzhua stepped behind her, rose onto his toes and with soft fragrant hands covered her eyes. Her heart thudded wildly as she began to imagine what might come next. He led her slowly to the center of the training ground, lowered his hands, and Chi-Yu opened her eyes. What first met Chi-Yu's gaze was a small, exquisitely fashioned warrior's sword. When she lifted it, it astonishingly matched her height, as if made for her. She drew the blade and discovered its edge to be miraculously keen. It seemed capable of slicing iron as if it were clay. Why are you giving me this all of a sudden?" Chi-Yu asked, surprised. She had been in need of a warrior's sword, and this one fitting her so well startled her. What puzzled her was that the thought to make a warrior's sword had been a Spurofement decision that very afternoon. She had not told anyone. How could Chuanzhongzhua possibly have known so quickly? Chuanzhongzhua blushed as he explained, "I saw you wield a blade so impressively in the exam today. When I came of age, my father gave me a sword, hoping I would one day master the family's blade style. But that sword served no purpose with me. With you it could truly shine, so I thought to give it to you." "Thank you, Chuanzhongzhua." Chi-Yu was instantly moved by his words. She had been struggling to find a proper warrior's sword, and now unexpectedly that worry had been solved. Chi-Yu looked at Chuanzhongzhua with genuine gratitude. She could sense it was a fine blade, the sort that would fetch a high price in any market, yet Chuanzhongzhua had given it to her without hesitation. Chuanzhongzhua shook his head. "Compared to the life you saved me, this is nothing." He had meant to use the sword as a way to draw closer to her, but fate had intervened when that group of people had bullied her. Now the sword he offered could not possibly measure up to the debt of her saving his life. Chi-Yu looked at the sword with delight and lowered her head in thought. She was eager to bestow upon it a fitting resonant name. She had noticed that every great warrior's blade bore a name. For example, second only to the village chief is Chimu Maoshua, whose sword is called Baya Ren, earning him the epithet My Baya. At that thought, Chi-Yu's face lit up and she cried out excitedly, "It's decided. This sword shall be called Sun and Moon," she declared. The name felt commanding to her. The world reduced in her mind to sun, moon and stars. Sun and moon encompassed all, and the name sounded splendid. Seeing how unwilling she was to part with it, Chuanzhongzhua could only smile with a touch of helplessness. She had become so joyous over a single blade. He savored the two words in his mind and then agreed the name is apt. All things rely upon sun and moon. There is also the notion of yin and yang. Understanding his meaning, Chi-Yu nodded in excitement. Chi-Yu looked up at him and with solemn earnestness said, "Thank you, Chuanzhongzhua. You have given me a fine sword. I cherish it." At those words, Chuanzhongzhua lowered his head shyly. Somewhere in his heart a small affection seemed to be taking root. Chi-Yu planned to hurry home and practice the Iai/Juhezhen without respite. When tired, she would sit on the courtyard bench and sip wine to rest a while. Before long the sky had paled toward dawn. After a night of relentless practice, Chi-Yu had thoroughly grasped the Iai/. She had been drilling the technique for some time. At first she had not perceived any strange potency in the art. But after repeated practice she could feel its depth. This Iai/ truly deserved the title of Shrang. Sweat-drenched, Chi-Yu sat on the courtyard bench to rest. After a bath she set out for the academy, intending to find a place to sleep. Just as Chi-Yu stepped out and headed toward the school, the same youths from yesterday blocked her path. Beside them stood two people who radiated a formidable presence. Chi-Yu felt the weight of a clear threat from them. Chi-Yu fixed her gaze on the four before her, showing not the slightest tremor. "You have come with others to block my way today, simply to settle old scores, have you not?" she said calmly. Chi-Yu spoke without haste, voicing what lay behind that group's intent. For a moment it was as if she had laid bare their minds, and the ringleaders found it difficult to maintain their composure. "How dare you provoke us here?" one of them snapped. "With your present strength you stand no chance against the four of us," they retorted in unison, but Chi-Yu's face betrayed no fear. "Look at who we are," a wealthy youth declared. "Around us are the warriors who protect us daily. They are well known and respected wherever they go." A rich heir beside him spoke with crossed arms, his contempt plain. The warriors accompanying them did indeed exude powerful chakra. Their strength might well be near Chunin level. If it had been anyone else dealing with them here would have been troublesome, but they had chosen to pick on Chi-Yu. In truth, Chiyu felt a flicker of fear. 3 of them were close to Chunin level and not to be underestimated. Moreover, it was a 3 versus 1 situation. Chiyu stood alone and might not be able to hold out. Still, no matter how shaken inside, she must keep up appearances. Chiyu showed no sign of dread and squared her shoulders. The rich youths, however, had perceived the thoughts swirling behind her calm. "If you're afraid, then don't put on airs here." One of the heirs spat. "Don't worry, we will not let you die quickly, we'll make you wish you had died instead." At those words, the young man speaking wore an expression sharpened with bloodlust. Ranyu had initially dismissed the threat, but several young aristocrats could no longer contain their impatience. Waving dismissively, they ordered their retainers to rush forward and attack her. At that moment, Ranyu realized escape was impossible. Lingering here would solve nothing. Swiftly she drew forth the twin blades Ryue, which she had previously claimed as her own. The retainers paused briefly upon seeing the legendary blade, but recalling Ranyu's youth, their hesitation swiftly gave way to open contempt. Even a divine blade, they reasoned, could never unleash its full power in the hands of a mere child. Yet Ranyu's recent training had been far from futile. With a fluid lightning-swift motion she executed the IAI slash. This was no technique a common child could master. The 3 retainers recoiled instinctively, their eyes flickering with sudden wariness. Still, they underestimated her, convinced that regardless of appearance she remained just a child and that the IAI slash must have been an accidental, unrepeatable feat. Seizing the opening, Ranyu pressed her advantage without hesitation, unleashing a seamless, flawless sequence of sword forms that left the 3 retainers utterly stunned. They had never imagined that one so young could already command such mastery over the blade. In an instant the tide of battle reversed. Those who had moments before swaggered with arrogance now found themselves locked in desperate defense. Ranyu showed no mercy, her youthful mind sharp and clear. Hesitation now would only invite suffering once they regained their footing. Yet the inherent disadvantage of facing 3 opponents soon revealed itself. As the retainers rotated through brief rests, they gradually recovered, drawing their favored weapons to engage Ranyu once more. What followed was a vicious cycle, a grueling wheel war 3 against 1, while Ranyu alone and unrelenting began to falter under exhaustion. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully mastered the IAI slash to the point of defeating 3 adversaries simultaneously. Reward: Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Just as dizziness and fatigue threatened to overwhelm Ranyu, a crisp resonant voice echoed within her mind, as if summoning her back from the brink. The moment she absorbed those words, her vitality surged anew, restoring her to full vigor. Without delay she hurled a shuriken, midair it split into 2, then streaked toward the retainers with lethal precision. Startled, the retainers raised their weapons in hasty defense, and deflected the projectiles. Ranyu frowned. She had only just acquired this technique, her first attempt lacked finesse, diminishing its impact. But as a shinobi she carried shuriken in abundance. Reaching behind her she drew out several more and launched them forward. This time the shuriken multiplied midair into 3, each hurtling toward a different retainer. They responded as before, parrying each one. Their defensive tactics remained unchanged, yet with every repetition Ranyu's control sharpened, her movements grew more economical, her shuriken's power steadily intensifying. On her next strike the shuriken fractured into 10 radiant shards, blazing through the air toward the retainers. There was no time to evade, they bore the blows directly. Sensing the perfect moment, Ranyu struck without pause. The twin blades Ryu rose high, then descended in a single devastating arc. Trapped and defenseless, the retainers were cleaved, long deep gashes slashed across their bodies. Realizing they stood no chance against her, the aristocrats hiding behind them broke into cold sweat. They had miscalculated gravely. Had this been days earlier, Ranyu would have knelt before them in terror. Never had they imagined such formidable power could reside within so slight a frame. Instantly they dropped to their knees, voices trembling. "Mercy, great warrior. We are fools who failed to recognize your greatness, we beg your pardon." Bowing repeatedly they scrambled backward in panic, daring not even glance behind, fearing Ranyu might pursue. By now Ranyu stood at the precipice of collapse, her body swayed unsteadily, her breath ragged. She felt certain that even the lightest blow would send her crashing unconscious to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triumphed over 4 elite Chunin-level shinobi. Drunkenness value increased by 5. Another mechanical chime resonated in her mind, jolting her back to awareness. She had not expected this act of valor to yield such unexpected benefit. Nor had she anticipated mastering the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique through sheer instinctive repetition. At that very moment Kushina, who had set out to find Ranyu for training, witnessed the entire scene. There lay Ranyu collapsed motionless on the ground, on the verge of total unconsciousness. Kushina sprinted forward, her face clouded with urgent concern. As Kushina reached her side, Ranyu's eyelids fluttered shut, surrendering fully to exhaustion. The sight pierced Kushina with profound anxiety. Without hesitation, Kushina gathered her up, cradling Ranyu's head gently in the crook of her arm. Meanwhile, the fleeing aristocrat, spotting Ranyu's collapse, hesitated, tempted to return, until Kushina's sharp warning glare sent them slinking away, crestfallen and fearful. Knowing time was critical, Kushina swiftly carried Ranyu to teacher Hyūga Yuma, a distinguished instructor distinguished by his innate Byakugan, the hallmark trait of the Hyūga clan. Kushina recounted the events concisely. Though Ranyu had previously hospitalized Yuma, he remained a teacher of unwavering integrity and duty. Immediately Yuma summoned a medical shinobi to examine Ranyu. Moments later the diagnosis was complete. The medical ninja spoke, "Don't worry, this young man has only fainted due to overexertion and will wake up shortly. There is no significant damage to his body, a good rest and some nourishing food will suffice." At this, Kushina finally breathed a sigh of relief, including Hyūga Yuma sensei. Hyūga Yuma pondered for a moment and said, "How about this, Kushina? You take Ranyu home to recuperate. Regarding those wealthy troublemakers, I will personally handle it, so you don't need to worry any further." After saying this, Hyūga Yuma waved his hand signaling the two to leave. Kushina nodded in agreement and took Ranyu to her home. However, as soon as Kushina entered the house, she found that Ranyu's home was exceptionally shabby and a bit dilapidated, which was a stark contrast to Ranyu's usual vibrant appearance. Kushina thought that Ranyu lived alone, and it seemed that her daily meals were not very good. It appeared that there was hardly anything to eat. Since the medical ninja mentioned providing nourishment for Ranyu, Kushina figured she must buy some chicken, duck, fish or meat. However, in Ranyu's house, aside from a wine bottle, there was nothing else. Kushina thought to herself and immediately set out to buy some supplements, including chicken, duck, fish and meat. Moreover, since Ranyu's house was somewhat empty and looked a bit run down, Kushina hurriedly bought several practical pieces of furniture and delivered them to Ranyu's home. Seeing that Ranyu's home finally had some warmth and liveliness, Kushina nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. It finally feels a bit more like home." Meanwhile, Inuzuka Zaku learned from Yuma sensei about what had happened to Ranyu that morning, which made her very worried. After classes at school, Inuzuka Zaku hurried to Ranyu's residence. However, when Inuzuka Zaku walked in, she unexpectedly saw another familiar figure. She didn't expect Kushina to be here. Kushina wasn't surprised to see her and took the initiative to say, "You came after hearing about Ranyu, didn't you?" "Yes, I came after hearing about him, but I don't know the full details," Inuzuka Zaku replied, shaking her head with a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Kushina recounted everything that had happened that morning to Inuzuka Zaku. After hearing the whole story, Inuzuka Zaku was left stunned. Wasn't Ranyu being a bit reckless? They were still just lower ninjas, how could they face opponents who were about to become chunin? At this moment, Ranyu should have called for help from those around him instead of stubbornly enduring. However, thinking about the culprits who caused Ranyu's injuries, those boys who had harassed her yesterday and came to trouble Ranyu again, Inuzuka Zaku was filled with guilt. Inuzuka Zaku blamed herself, saying, "This is all my fault. If it weren't for me, Ranyu wouldn't have been hurt." After saying this, she immediately burst into tears. "How could this possibly be your fault? Someone was deliberately causing trouble. It's not your fault," Kushina quickly comforted her. Kushina, not knowing what had happened between the two the night before, could only hurriedly console Inuzuka Zaku as she cried. Had Kushina known what transpired between them last night, she would have certainly ignored Inuzuka Zaku's feelings. Hearing this, Inuzuka Zaku sighed deeply and decided to patiently wait for Ranyu to wake up. Subsequently, both of them sat by Ranyu's bedside, their faces filled with worry. In the following time, they remained in the room waiting for Ranyu to wake up. It wasn't until the next morning that Ranyu slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing the humble room filled with new furniture and the two beautiful women sleeping with their eyes closed, his heart skipped a beat. How lucky could this be? Waking up to such a pleasing sight made Ranyu feel content. However, it wasn't long before he felt a burning sensation in his throat. Just as Ranyu was about to struggle to get up, Kushina, who was sitting by the bedside, suddenly woke up and upon seeing Ranyu awake was overjoyed. Kushina directly leaped into Ranyu's arms, crying tears of joy, "Ranyu, you've finally woken up. I was so worried." Faced with the embrace of such a beautiful woman, Ranyu should have held her tightly in his arms at this moment. However, at this moment Ranyu could only awkwardly push Kushina away and say, "I want some water." Upon hearing this, Kushina blushed and nodded, quickly getting up to pour Ranyu a glass of water. After handing the water to Ranyu, Kushina reminded him, "The medical ninja said you need to rest well in bed and eat some nutritious food. Do you understand? Understood. Did you buy all this furniture for me? It's nothing, you don't need to feel burdened about the furniture. They were things we didn't need in the clan. Since I saw you were lacking I brought them over for you, Kushina replied. Hearing this Ranua felt a warmth in his heart and obediently nodded. Kushina thought for a moment and said, you've been unconscious for a whole day so you must be hungry. Just sit here, he'll go make something for you. When I went back to get the furniture yesterday I thought that even if you woke up you'd still be weak and it wouldn't be easy for you to cook alone. So I bought some food to have ready for when you woke up. Hearing Kushina's somewhat evasive explanation Ranua couldn't help but chuckle, but seeing her so flustered he ultimately decided to remain silent. After Kushina left, sounds of pots and pans filled the small kitchen. Inuzuka Zaku, who had been sleeping with her head on the table, stirred uneasily upon hearing the noise. Seeing Inuzuka Zaku like this, even if she was awake she would still feel uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Ranua hurriedly got up and carried Inuzuka Zaku to bed so she could sleep well. Ranua didn't know when the two of them had started staying at his home waiting for him to wake up. However, the actions of the two made Chiyu's heart feel warm at this moment. Ever since Chiyu arrived in this world he had always been a solitary person, never experiencing any warmth. Soon Jio Xian had prepared a feast and brought it to him. Upon seeing Chiyu sitting at the table and Inuzuka lying on the bed, Jio Xian's eyes were filled with disappointment. After adjusting her mood and putting on a bright smile, Jio Xian said, all right, enjoy your meal. Looking at the appetizing dishes before him, Chiyu began to eat heartily. He did not expect Jio Xian's cooking to be this good. If the dishes were truly a feast for the senses. Seeing Chiyu eat with such gusto, Jio Xian's face revealed a satisfied smile. After he finished his meal, Jio Xian took the initiative to start cleaning up. Once everything was in order, Jio Xian said to him, I didn't ask teacher Yuma for leave yesterday and just skipped school. I've rested enough, so I'll be leaving now. You should take a good rest today and go to school tomorrow. After Chiyu finished his meal, Jio Xian found an excuse to leave. When Chiyu was troubled with nothing to do, suddenly a cold voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Mission released. Master the Shadow Clone technique of Shuriken to unleash a heavenly net sword formation. Reward a level swordsmanship. Hearing that he would gain an A-level sword technique, Chiyu was instantly delighted. He was still quite weak. He then picked up a pot of wine and went to the small courtyard to continue familiarizing himself with his Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Chiyu soon practiced so hard that he forgot to eat and sleep, and by the time he felt tired the sky had already darkened. However, after a day of practice, Chiyu was now able to increase the number of his shurikens to twice the original amount. Chiyu was very satisfied with this result. When he returned to his room he found that Inuzuka had long since vanished. It seemed that Inuzuka had woken up seeing Chiyu practicing so diligently and had chosen not to disturb him. In fact, Inuzuka had awakened in the afternoon, but upon waking she saw Chiyu training with a sword. Seeing that Chiyu was still practicing calmly, Inuzuka felt reassured, but she couldn't let the culprits who caused this situation go unpunished. Earlier in the training field she thought it would suffice to just meet Chiyu, but she didn't expect anyone to have such audacity. With Chiyu's assistance she assumed that group would surely restrain themselves. However, to her surprise, those individuals not only showed no remorse but even injured Chiyu, which Inuzuka could not tolerate. The moment Inuzuka woke up in the afternoon she went home to summon her companions. She then looked at her loyal dog Haewang and said, Haewang, there is something I need your help with. Haewang immediately howled in response to Inuzuka. Then the two of them left, heading toward the outskirts of the village. I've already investigated. Those people will pass by here after school. Well, wait here for them to come by. Inuzuka said to Haewang. Haewang nodded, and as night fell the pair hid in the shadows. After waiting for a long time they suddenly saw a carriage approaching their direction. Inuzuka initially did not pay much attention, but as the carriage drew nearer she suddenly heard a very familiar voice. Little beauty, did you have fun tonight? Of course I had fun. Then why not come home with me tonight? It just so happens that there are only me and a few servants where you live. You're so bad. Hearing the vulgar words coming from the carriage, Inuzuka couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, since she confirmed that the person sitting in the carriage was one of those who had teased her before, Inuzuka was ready to take action. Only encountering that one person among several others could only be considered bad luck for him. Inuzuka had made up her mind she had to use this man as an example to warn the others. After receiving the order, Haewang jumped out with Inuzuka directly blocking the carriage's path. The coachman saw two people suddenly jump out not far ahead and quickly pulled the reins, causing the carriage to come to a sudden stop, knocking the man and woman inside quite hard. Do you want to die? How dare you bump into this young master? Can you even drive? If not, then get lost. The young man cursed as he pushed aside the curtain and stepped out. Young master, this. The coachman quickly gestured for the young master to look ahead. At that moment the young man sitting in the carriage followed the coachman's gaze and noticed that a person and a dog were blocking his path. So arrogant. Upon seeing that the person was a girl, the young man became self-absorbed. Do you know who I am? You dare to block my carriage? Do you have feelings for me? You really are a forgetful noble. We just met at the training ground a few days ago and you've already forgotten. Inazuma said coldly. Seeing that the woman in front of him did indeed look somewhat familiar, the young man fell into deep thought. After a long time he finally looked up, staring at Inazuma with a terrified expression. It seems you've remembered. If that's the case, then this is easy. Inazuma spoke each word clearly. Seeing the fear in the other's eyes, she knew he must have recalled their previous enmity. The young man quickly glanced around and after confirming that the terrifying young man from before was not present, he felt relieved. He didn't believe that a delicate girl could do anything to him. Since tonight he only had one woman accompanying him, it would be a bit dull, and soon a mischievous smile appeared on his face. What? Did you come to me with your head turned around wanting to throw yourself at me? Inazuma angrily replied. You think too much. I'm here to take your life. So, you came to take revenge for being teased before. With those skinny arms and legs, what can you do? If that's the case, then I'll show you some color today. The young man snorted coldly. After speaking these words, the atmosphere between the two became tense and charged. The ultimate move is, tooth for tooth. The Inuzuka claw summoned Hyūga, and then the man and dog mixed together in the air. In an instant the speed at which the two spun was extraordinarily fast, and one could barely see their shadows as they charged toward the boy. However, the opponent merely sidestepped to evade the attack. Inuzuka Claw, seeing that the first strike had missed, felt quite frustrated, having not noticed the boy's movement just moments ago, and immediately summoned a second strike. But due to Inuzuka Claw's slow speed, it was far from reaching the peak of tooth for tooth, only managing to graze a bit of fur. As expected, Inuzuka Claw soon became completely exhausted, her speed dropping several levels, and the boy realized it was time for him to act. Just as the boy was about to counter with a ninjutsu, the tooth for tooth in front of him suddenly changed shape. One could see that the ninja dog was already completely worn out, panting heavily, while Inuzuka Claw was not in much better condition, yet still managing to hold on. Then Inuzuka Claw took off her heavy outer coat, revealing her two hands. She stood in place and let out a loud roar. Lion's roar. With that, Inuzuka Claw charged toward the boy's position at incredible speed. The boy was somewhat caught off guard. He hadn't expected Inuzuka Claw to still have the energy to execute Lion's roar after using tooth for tooth. The combination of these two successive moves resulted in a speed that was quite impressive with considerable lethality. Thinking this, a glint flashed in the boy's eyes and he sidestepped, attempting to evade Lion's roar at high speed. But at that moment the boy was still too slow to retreat and his arm was severely grazed. Blood instantly gushed out from the wound, staining his entire sleeve. The coachman was startled and exclaimed, "Young master. Are you alright?" "I'm fine," the boy stubbornly shook his head. The boy quickly formed a hand sign, preparing to unleash a fire technique. However, Inuzuka Claw accurately caught onto this and hurriedly intervened to disrupt the boy's hand signs. Inuzuka Claw then looked at Hyūga beside her, exchanged a glance, and they swiftly executed tooth for tooth, delivering a heavy blow to the boy. The boy immediately collapsed to the ground unconscious, and the atmosphere around them fell into a sudden silence. Inuzuka Claw, looking down from above, addressed the frightened coachman and woman in the carriage. "When your young master wakes up, remember to tell him personally that if he continues to cause trouble with that group of people in the village, I will not let him off easily. Today I can spare his life." After saying this, Inuzuka Claw hurriedly left with Hyūga, leaving the two in shock. As for Hyūga, after coming up with an excuse for herself, she chose not to think too much about it. After taking a few strong swigs of alcohol, Hyūga lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Early the next morning she went to school. When Hyūga entered the school, she heard her classmates discussing things animatedly. Originally she wasn't curious at all, but she overheard a few familiar names. Those boys who had caused trouble a couple of days ago, all of them had been expelled from the school. Could it be that someone witnessed the fight at that time? Just as she was puzzled, Kusanai suddenly appeared beside her to explain. This was done by Teacher Yuma. I saw you about to faint, so I quickly memorized the faces of those boys and rushed to tell teacher Yuma what happened. Hearing this explanation, Hyūga was quite shocked. It really was teacher Yuma. Didn't we have some unpleasantness before? Kyushinai affirmed, of course. After hearing everything, teacher Yuma said he would handle it. I didn't expect the outcome would be expulsion. I thought it would just be a verbal reprimand. After hearing Kyushinai's explanation, Hyūga was stunned. Just a while ago, while feeling dizzy, she vaguely remembered hearing her classmates discussing those matters after she sobered up. This made Hyūga faintly feel that perhaps during her drunken state she had given teacher Yuma a beating. However, teacher Yuma didn't hold it against her but instead continued to take care of her. This made Hyūga feel a bit embarrassed, thinking she should find an opportunity to sincerely apologize to teacher Yuma. Then Hyūga waited in the school, and when teacher Yuma appeared she hurried over to him. Upon seeing her, teacher Yuma immediately wore a stern expression and said unhappily, "From now on, no matter what happens, you should do your best, understand? Don't foolishly harm your own body again." Okay, Hyūga nodded, then hesitated before speaking. Teacher Yuma, I need to apologize. I got drunk during the drill and don't even know what I did. If I did anything wrong, please don't hold it against me. It's nothing. Even if you did something wrong, you're still my student and I could never hold it against you. Don't feel any psychological burden. Hinata Yuma stood up and said casually. To him, Hyūga was just his student. He might be a bit impatient sometimes, but he was not malicious. However, the education Hinata Yuma received from a young age made it impossible for him to hold grudges against his students. Hearing this, Hyūga felt warmth in her heart. Thank you for not holding it against me, teacher Yuma. Then Hinata Yuma left. Watching him go, Hyūga silently vowed that once she became a special jonin, she would definitely thank teacher Yuma properly. With this in mind, for the next half-month Hyūga practiced diligently the sword techniques she had already mastered and some rank ninjutsu that she would encounter in the genin exam. Soon it was time for the exam, and many students in the class successfully passed the rank ninjutsu which they had already memorized. Teacher Yuma passionately announced, "Now that you have all passed the genin exam, the next step is the upcoming class division. A week from now the class assignments will be posted. You all need to work hard to become the backbone of Konoha." Everyone replied in unison, "Good." They then dispersed on the spot, and Hyūga and I hurriedly walked up to Hyūga, trying to get closer. "Do you have a favorite teacher? I remember that this year teacher Chimu will also start taking students. I really admire teacher Chimu." Hearing this, Chiyu nodded. "I also really like teacher Chimu." Hyūga and I shyly said, "If only we could be in the same class." Chiyu agreed without a second thought. He was pondering how to practice the shadow shuriken technique to the point of creating an impenetrable net. Currently Chiyu was stuck at his previous achievement with no progress, which left him feeling disheartened. After he finished speaking, Chiyu quickly left the place. However, behind them a pair of eyes was staring at Chiyu with deep resentment. And that person was Bofeng Shui Men. He had liked Hyūga and I since childhood, but unexpectedly Chiyu had come in between. Shui Men couldn't understand what kind of charm Chiyu possessed that made Hyūga and I favor him so much. Seeing that Chiyu could take Hyūga and I away at any moment, Shui Men felt a surge of resentment. He could sense that Hyūga and I's feelings for Inuzuka Joie were anything but ordinary. It was no longer merely friendship. Nevertheless, Bofeng Shui Men would not easily give up on Hyūga and I, for he had enough confidence in himself. He believed that one day after becoming stronger, Hyūga and I would surely return to his side. However, before that, Bofeng Shui Men felt he had to teach Chiyu a small lesson, otherwise his resentment would not be alleviated. But Shui Men was not foolish. He would find an opportunity to act quietly. Soon a week passed in the blink of an eye, and all the students from the classes gathered in the lower ninja class. Today was the day to announce the class assignments, and everyone was very excited. Hinata Yuma arrived early and began announcing the class assignments. Hyūga and I and Inuzuka Joie are assigned to Class 5, led by the elite Jonin Chimu Shuashu. Nara Shikaku Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choji are assigned to another class led by another Jonin teacher. Soon the class assignments were announced, bringing joy to some and sorrow to others. The first 6 people mentioned by Hinata Yuma were all led by Jonin, while the others were led by elite Chunin. However, for those 6 individuals who excelled in various aspects in daily life, it was difficult for others to question the decision even if they didn't understand. Once you walk out of here, as long as you graduate smoothly, you will all be Chunin. I hope you can seize every opportunity in your future studies. You are the future hope of Konoha. Hinata Yuma spoke passionately. When they walked out, they saw their instructor, Chimu Shuashu, a legendary figure on the battlefield. When he appeared before the three, they could feel a strong sense of threat emanating from Chimu. Chimu Shuashu began introducing himself. My name is Chimu Shuashu and I am your instructor. Seeing this, the three quickly introduced themselves as well. Chimu Shuashu nodded and said, gather in the forest tomorrow, I want to see your abilities and how you utilize chakra. Hearing this, the three nodded repeatedly, relieved that the test was so simple and not too difficult. However, as they looked confident, Chimu Shuashu interrupted their pleasant daydreams about tomorrow. But I have high expectations. If you do not meet my minimum standards, I will request the Hokage to send you back to the lower ninja class to continue your studies. As soon as Chimu Shuashu said this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. To think that such a simple test could lead to their downfall, it was no surprise that Chimu Shuashu had such strict standards for his students. The three nodded dumbly, unable to recover from their shock for a long time. After seeing that the three had agreed, Chimu Shuashu turned and left. Before leaving, he said to them, gather at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Anyone who is late will be disqualified. The three hurriedly nodded. However, waking up at 7 o'clock was not a high requirement for them. Chiyu recalled the good wine he opened this morning, which was still sitting on the table. Thinking that if he waited too long the rich aroma of the wine would dissipate completely, Chiyu felt a pang of regret. Chiyu then turned to them and said, I'll head back first, I still have things to do. Inazuka Joa thought that Chiyu was in such a hurry to leave that he must be going back to drink. She quickly reminded him, you have to remember about the gathering tomorrow morning. Don't drink too much when you get back, be careful not to forget about it. I won't, you can rest assured. Chiyu waved his hand and effortlessly turned to leave. Jio Xian stared at Chiyu's departing figure, lost in thought, her gaze empty as if she was contemplating something. Inazuka Joa, not noticing Jio Xian's unusual state, spoke to herself, I will head back first, there are still matters in my clan. From now on they would be a small team. Although they had not interacted much before, from this moment on the three would be bound together. Jio Xian's gaze remained on Chiyu's back as she absent-mindedly nodded. After Inazuka Joa left, Jio Xian felt that there was no point in staying, so she left too, but in the opposite direction from them. From behind a nearby tree a young man slowly stepped out. His eyes greedily fixated on Jio Xian's graceful figure. And that person was Bo-Fong Shui Men. He thought that after the graduation exam ended there would be no more interactions between Jio Xian and Chiyue, so he did not consider holding a grudge against Chiyu any longer. But unexpectedly fate loved to play tricks, and in this situation it brought the two together. Thinking of what Inazuka Joa had just said, Chiyu was definitely going back to drink at this time. Although the last time Bo-Fong Shui Men saw Chiyu become powerful after drinking, he believed it was just a coincidence. He couldn't believe that a person could possess such an odd ability, even if Chiyu did indeed have such a peculiar talent. He doubted that if someone drank to the point of losing consciousness they could still have any room for retaliation. With this thought, Bo-Fong Shui Men revealed a mysterious smile and proceeded in the direction of Kaiyu's home. By the time he arrived he found that Chiyu had already successfully consumed an entire pot of wine. Seizing the moment while in good spirits, Chiyu quickly stood up and began practicing her shuriken shadow doppelganger technique. He believed that in her current state she would definitely be able to create more shuriken shadow doppelgangers. With this in mind, Chiyu hurriedly took her sun and moon, heading to the backyard to begin her relentless practice. After an afternoon of attempts she discovered that the number of shurikens she had was dozens more than before. With such gains Chiyu felt quite satisfied, knowing that haste makes waste. Then Chiyu turned back to her room clutching a drink. Seeing Chiyu take a few sips before stepping out to practice her sword, Bo-Fong Shui Men felt a surge of impatience. If this continued, Chiyu might not get drunk for a long time. He needed to subtly encourage her from behind, or else it would be impossible to achieve his goals so quickly. With this thought, Bo-Fong Shui Men put on a smile and pushed the door open to enter. Chiyu quickly spotted Shuiman, and upon seeing him enter she felt quite puzzled. There had been no prior interaction between her and Bo-Fong Shui Men. His sudden visit made Chiyu feel a bit taken aback, and she sensed that his intentions were not pure. Bo-Fong Shui Men proactively stated his purpose, saying, I am here to congratulate you on becoming a student of Hatake Sensei. Hearing this, Chiyu did not overthink it. She quickly invited him to sit down and poured a full glass of wine for him. Since we are celebrating, why don't we share a drink? Chiyu thought it was a bit lonely to drink alone. Sure, that sounds great. Seeing that the other party had directly extended an olive branch, Bo-Fong Shui Men readily agreed. This was just as he wished. They then sat down and began to drink and chat merrily. After exchanging drinks for some time, night fell. Bo-fong Shuiman, who rarely drank, began to feel quite dazed after consuming so much. However, he was astonished to see that Hyūga showed no signs of intoxication. At that moment an alarm rang in Bo-fong Shuiman's heart. His intuition told him that he had to leave quickly. If this continued, he would soon become disoriented. The moment he stood up, he felt dizzy and collapsed back into the chair, falling into a deep slumber. Seeing Shuiman pass out so quickly made Hyūga feel a bit deflated. However, having someone to drink with in the afternoon made her quite happy, and she had enjoyed the drinking session. At this moment the system also popped up a reward granting her a 2 drunkenness value. It seemed that her efforts this afternoon in drinking had not been in vain. Upon hearing this news, Hyūga couldn't help but drink a few more cups in celebration, feeling that her hard work this afternoon had paid off. After a few cups, Hyūga immediately felt her head becoming a bit heavy and she hurried back to bed, falling into a deep sleep. Early the next morning both were still lost in dreams, only to be awakened by Joshinai. She had always felt uneasy letting Hyūga drink, fearing he might overindulge and miss the exam the next day. Joshinai didn't want Hyūga to miss this assessment and be forced to return to the academy for a few more years. The first to wake was Bo-fong Shuiman, who unknowingly found himself in the second day while his plan had yet to be executed. However, Joshinai was right outside the door. If Bo-fong Shuiman attempted anything against the sleeping Hyūga, he would surely expose himself. He could see Hyūga's eyelashes fluttering as if she would awaken at any moment. With this in mind, Bo-fong Shuiman ultimately decided to abandon the idea of assassinating Hyūga and hastily used a ninjutsu to escape. Not long after Bo-fong Shuiman left, Hyūga opened her eyes and invited Joshinai in. Once inside, Joshinai urged Hyūga, "Hurry up and get ready. We need to go to the assembly point quickly or we will be late." Upon hearing this, Hyūga finally awoke from her daze, quickly dressed and began to wash up. Not long after, she was ready and standing in front of Joshinai. They then set off towards the assembly point. When they arrived, they found only Inuzuka's was there with no sign of Hatake Sho. They hadn't waited long when they spotted Hatake Sho walking towards them. "Very good. Right on time. Let's begin the assessment I have for you." Hatake Sho then announced the rules of the assessment. "You will need to concentrate your chakra entirely at your feet and walk upright on the tree trunk like I do. As long as you gather your chakra underfoot, you will be able to do it." While speaking, Hatake Sho demonstrated. He walked on the tree trunk as if he were walking on solid ground. Moreover, he appeared exceptionally calm and composed, embodying the grace of an extraordinary master. "Yes, Hatake-sensei." The three responded in unison, and then they began their attempts. Having never trained in this manner before, after several attempts they managed only to take a few short steps, falling short of their height. Seeing them struggling, Hatake Sho explained, "Relax. You just need to gather all your chakra at your feet to do it like I just did." Upon hearing this, the three began to try again. In no time they could perform as Hatake Sho had demonstrated. By noon, the three were able to slowly walk to the top of the tree, genuine smiles appearing on their faces. Then, recalling that Hatake-sensei was waiting for them below, they hurried back down. "Kamikaze Masaki praised your performance just now was particularly good. The reason I had you do that was to see how well you can control your chakra, and it seems you have done quite well." During the following time, Kamikaze Masaki taught them many methods for controlling chakra. The three of them learned exceptionally quickly, showing significant changes, and their use of chakra gradually became more adept. "Next, I will find Sarutobi Hizashi and have him assign you a few tasks to see how well you have learned during this time." Seeing that they had almost finished learning, Kamikaze Masaki spoke up. "Great." The three of them immediately felt joy, not expecting to start taking on tasks so soon. Kamikaze Masaki quickly found Sarutobi Hizashi and explained the current situation to him. After thinking for a moment, Sarutobi Hizashi said that level tasks have already been assigned to other teams and currently there is only a level task available. He certainly understood what Sarutobi Hizashi meant, as a newly graduated genin should primarily take on more level tasks to gain experience. "I understand your point, but I believe they can handle a level task," Kamikaze Masaki said firmly after some thought. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded in satisfaction, clearly appreciating Kamikaze Masaki's high evaluation of Team 5. "Well, this task involves collecting money from the villagers around the Rueilin mountain range to hire ninjas to investigate the abnormal activities of the monsters there," Sarutobi Hizashi continued. Kamikaze Masaki was not unfamiliar with the name Rueilin mountain range. It was not far from Konoha village, reachable in about 3 or 4 days. "Sure, let's go with this task." Kamikaze Masaki nodded in agreement. The Ruilin mountain range was relatively close, and based on his years of experience the reasons for monster abnormalities were usually quite limited. Wasn't this task simply delivered to them on a silver platter? It felt like a timely blessing. Before leaving, Sarutobi Hizashi instructed, there's one thing I must remind you of before you set out. You must be cautious of Kushina on the way. Be sure to pay attention to her emotional changes, after all she is a Jinchuriki. I assigned you this task because it is not too far from Konoha village. Kamikaze Masaki nodded in agreement. Of course, that's only natural. He then turned to leave, explaining the clever task to the three who were waiting at the door. You all go get ready, we will set off this afternoon. The Ruilin mountain range is a bit far, so we should arrive early to take a look. Kamikaze Masaki told them. Soon after they set off, arriving at Bori town in the evening, where they decided to rest for the night before continuing their journey. They paired up in rooms, and after packing their things in their rooms the four of them went downstairs to have dinner. Having traveled all afternoon without much rest, they had barely eaten anything besides water and were already famished. Kamikaze Masaki generously invited them to eat whatever they wanted, and the three naturally did not hold back, ordering a lot of their favorite dishes. That'll be all, Kamikaze Masaki said to the inn's waiter. After looking at the overflowing menu, he was not surprised at all. Kamikaze Masaki then turned to them, saying, make sure to eat well tonight, you may not have such good fortune later to sit down and enjoy a meal. Seeing this, the three of them dug in eagerly, and at that moment Chiyue ordered 2 more pots of wine. Chiyue filled all the cups with wine and then said to them, why don't we all drink together? No thanks, I rarely drink and I might get drunk after just 1 cup. Inazuka's directly refused. Inazuka's family was very strict and he rarely drank, having only had a drink once or twice, which had caused quite a commotion. She did not want Chiyue to see her in such an embarrassing state. Kamikaze-sensei, why don't you have a drink? Kamikaze Masaki thought for a moment and said, then I'll have a couple of drinks. I still need to plan the route later and I rarely drink as well. Chiyue immediately nodded in agreement, and then they raised their cups and drank heartily. After a few cups, Kamikaze Masaki's face visibly reddened. Seeing Kamikaze Masaki like this, Chiyue immediately became anxious. Kamikaze-sensei, are you alright? I am fine, just a bit dizzy. I'll go rest for a while. After saying this, Kamikaze Masaki took out a bag of money from his pocket and tossed it on the table, then staggered upstairs. After Kamikaze Masaki left, Chiyue opened the money bag to take a look, surprised to find so much money inside. So Chiyue ordered 2 more bottles of wine, which shocked Kushina and Inazuka's. Kushina was stunned. Drinking so much wine, won't you get drunk? We need to set off early tomorrow, don't end up unable to get up. That won't happen, I have a good tolerance for alcohol. Chiyue shook her head. Seeing that Chiyue said so, Kushina could only sit by worryingly. Chiyue opened the wine jug and directly hugged the bottle to start drinking heartily, which gave her a sense of satisfaction. However, at that moment a scream suddenly came from the other side of the hall. Help! Help! Turning around, Chiyue saw a young man in public harassing a particularly pure and lovely woman. No matter his strength, having seen it, I cannot turn a blind eye to it. Chiyue's demeanor immediately turned serious. After saying this, Chiyue walked towards the young man. Stop. She doesn't want it, why are you forcing her? Chiyue approached and patted the ninja's shoulder. The man immediately showed displeasure, saying, what does it have to do with you? Do you want a piece of the action too? Sorry, but I have cleanliness issues. The man continued, I didn't expect you to be just a little brat. Kids should go away. Don't interfere with my business. Of course it has nothing to do with me. I don't want to engage in such petty behavior, Chiyue said coldly. Hearing this little brat indirectly accuse him of being petty made him furious. This immediately made the man unhappy. Do you want to fight? How dare you insult me indirectly? Chiyue replied, I didn't expect you to react. You aren't too stupid, uncle. Chiyue immediately began to mock him. After hearing this, the man's face turned ugly, he was being laughed at by a little brat. The man turned around and coldly said, I see you really want to fight. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Let's do this. Don't think I'm bullying you just because you're small. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents, Chiyue said disdainfully. Come on. You can certainly try, Chiyue said as he started searching for his knife, but after searching for a while he couldn't find his weapon. At that moment Inazuka Joie came over holding Chiyue's knife. Chiyue then took the blade of the sun and moon and engaged the man in battle. The man was clearly a seasoned warrior, delivering particularly fierce strikes. Seeing that his opponent used a boxing style, each punch carried a gust of wind indicating he was quite an experienced ninja in body techniques. However, Hyūga was not afraid, after all a weapon is always stronger. Seeing that this young man had such limited skill, Hyūga couldn't help but disdain him. He didn't want the battle to end so quickly. Hyūga knew that with just a slight draw of his sword he could easily defeat this young man. But currently he seemed intent on deliberately humiliating him, constantly dodging his attacks. Thanks to the system's rewards, his movement speed was particularly fast. Every time the man's fist was about to hit him, Hyūga skillfully dodged. After going back and forth like this, the young man finally caught on and became furious. "What do you mean? If you're going to fight me, why don't you attack?" he shouted angrily. Hyūga coldly replied, "I still want to play a bit. I'm afraid that if I strike you will certainly lose right away." "Is that so? Then give it a try. Show me that if you strike I will definitely lose." "Stop talking big," the man retorted. Feeling belittled, the man became enraged. As he threw punches they became tighter and fiercer, yet Hyūga effortlessly dodged them. The young man became displeased. "Can you stop dodging like a mouse? If you have the ability, face me heathen." Hearing this, Hyūga felt it was about time. After glancing around he decided to use the IAI slash. Otherwise, if Hyūga used shurikens, the entire inn would be left full of holes from his sword. IAI slash. After a flurry of blade flashes, the man was pierced in several places by Hyūga's strikes. For the man these wounds were merely a trivial matter, and he impulsively continued to throw punches at Hyūga. Hyūga marveled at the man's vitality, but he knew it wouldn't take long. Soon the man felt unbearable pain, with each punch tearing at his wounds accompanied by sharp agony. In the end, unable to tolerate the pain, the man quickly knelt on the ground, clutching his injured area, his face looking quite terrible. Hyūga said coldly, "I told you I was afraid that if I struck you would lose quickly. Should I cut off your two disruptive hands now? So you won't tease decent women again in the future?" Hearing this, the man was startled. He could sense that Hyūga was serious, and he was frightened enough to turn and leave. The woman who had just been harassed finally regained her senses from her shock. Seeing that a young boy had driven away the scoundrel, she was immediately filled with gratitude and disbelief. The woman could see that there were many people dining in the inn, several of whom were ninjas. However, when such an incident occurred, not a single person stepped forward. Only a young boy was willing to stand up and drive away the scoundrel. "Thank you so much, young brother. I don't know how to repay you," the woman said, moved to tears. "It's nothing. I don't need any reward, I just felt compelled to help when I saw injustice," Hyūga replied, shaking his head. "It's quite late. With someone as beautiful as you out here, any man would have ulterior motives. You should hurry back or find someone to protect yourself on your way out." Hearing this, the woman beamed with joy and even reached out to touch Hyūga's chubby little face. "You're so young, what do you know?" she teased. "Wouldn't any man have ulterior motives? Do you have ulterior motives for me too?" "I wouldn't dare," Hyūga replied. Seeing the woman looking as if she wanted to eat him, he hurriedly waved his hands. The woman pretended to be disappointed. "That's right, you're just a little brat, not yet a man. Who knows, once you grow up you might think differently." After saying this, she playfully stuck out her tongue and left. Hyūga smiled as he watched her depart, finding her quite interesting. At that moment, Jō-Xi and Nai approached and said, "Hyūga, I'm glad you're okay. You really scared me just now." She looked as if she were still shaken. "I'm fine. Besides, with my strength, what is there to worry about?" Hyūga then shifted his focus and said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Inuzuka Joie also came over. "Hyūga, what you did just now was right. I really admire your genuine character," Inuzuka Joie said shyly. Hyūga felt uneasy under their teasing and quickly shifted the subject, saying, "Very well, since this matter is resolved, let us eat quickly and then go rest." They three returned to the table and ate heartily. At dawn the next morning they rose early, packed their things and set out again as daylight broke. Last night Chimu Maoshua had been studying the map. Before long he discovered a far more convenient route. What once took a week could now be reached in 4 days, though the path ahead would be entirely mountain trails. The sole drawback was that when rain came the soil would meld with the water, turning the road into a mire that rendered progress nearly impossible. Chimu Maoshua said after a moment of thought, "We must quicken our pace. I glanced at the heavens last night, if we do not delay we can make it in 4 days. But heavy rain will arrive in 5 days. The mountain road we are on will become treacherous and especially difficult to traverse." Hearing this, the three hastened their steps and fell into line behind teacher Chimu, striving to meet the schedule he had calculated. On the afternoon of the second day they entered a broad forest, and to their astonishment there lay a tranquil lake like a miracle amid the trees. "Teacher Chi-mu, we've come so far today, may we rest here for a while and fetch some water?" Jio could hardly contain herself when she saw the lake. After 2 days of travel the sweet fragrance that once clung to her had been overtaken by the heavy scent of sweat. Chi-mu Maoshua agreed that it was sensible, and the group settled to rest beside the lake. After filling their water skins the two girls sat on the bank splashing the cool water upon their faces. Chi-yu watched the droplets strike their skin. Both were so strikingly beautiful that he found himself suddenly entranced. At that moment a young man came running swiftly toward them. Chi-yu's reverie snapped away as he noticed a band of men in pursuit of the youth. A bad feeling tightened in Chi-yu's chest. It seemed trouble had come again. They had already traveled 2 days and were bone-weary. None wished to invite more strife. The youth's eyes met his for an instant. Chi-yu quickly looked elsewhere. He had no desire to draw any more trouble upon himself. He could sense the pursuers were vicious scoundrels. Scars marred their faces and hands, each wound grotesque and unmistakable. But the youth pretended not to see them. Having at last encountered travelers on this lonely road, the brigands naturally would not pass up such an opportunity. The youth darted behind the small group to hide. The men chasing him soon arrived before them. "Never thought you brat had accomplices. No wonder you're so brazen," one of them roared in outrage. Chi-yu opened his mouth to explain, but the assailants gave them no chance. They drew their weapons and surged forward. One of the attackers struck and wounded Quan Zhongjua. Enraged, Chi-yu drew his Ryu and leapt into the fray. Jio aided at the fringes, but she had only mastered a rank ninjutsu. Against such ruffians her contribution was minimal. Seizing an opening, Chi-yu unleashed an IAI slash that severed a man's arm outright. The man wailed in agony. The companions' cries instantly drew every eye. The others were startled. Who would have thought the most unassuming among them was a lethal hand? Chi-yu himself was shaken at the sight of the severed limb. A dread tightened in his chest. He had intended only to disable the man, not cleave him cleanly. The blade had been keener than he expected. Having rarely taken a life, Chi-yu was deeply moved by the violence. He fervently wished to bring the skirmish to an end. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Chi-yu formed a swift sword formation. He sensed the number of blades multiplying. The net was closing in like heaven and earth itself, and it would not be long before it was complete. All who witnessed it were startled, since when had Chi-yu become so formidable as to conjure such a dense matrix of blades? The men exchanged glances. A true man knows when to yield. None would throw away his life for so paltry a gain. With their wounded companion they fled in haste. After they left, Chi-yu turned to look at the youth. "Speak plainly, there is no grudge between us, so why would you seek to kill us?" Chi-yu demanded. The youth hurried to explain. "Those men are vicious brigands who prey on ordinary travelers and on ninjas of lesser skill, stealing money and treasures. If they fail to snatch coin they will maim at best and kill at worst. I could not bear it and intervened. I wounded several of them and they have chased me for more than 10 kilometers. Upon hearing the youth's explanation, much of Chi-yu's anger ebbed. It turned out the youth was a man of principle. As long as there was no private grudge, the harm done was easier to accept. "Then take care of yourself. They will not relent. We must press on with our journey and cannot linger to settle this," Chi-yu warned aloud. The youth thanked them sincerely. "You have my deepest thanks. I was reckless, but I had no choice. Those men would not leave me be." "It was nothing, merely a small kindness," Chi-yu replied with a faint smile, shrugging it off. Only then did the youth realize it was this very boy who had turned the tide. To sever a man's arm with a single strike was undeniably formidable. Moreover, it was Chi-yu's high-level ninjutsu, the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, that had driven the brigands into flight. The youth could not help but admire him. Seeing someone with such temperament and skills, the young man felt that he must not be an ordinary person. Perhaps the other party was even more powerful than him. The young man was immediately struck with disbelief, and his gaze toward the other person became filled with admiration. The young man expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for being willing to help just now. I didn't expect that despite our similar ages our strengths differ so greatly. If it weren't for your skills earlier we wouldn't have been able to defeat those people so quickly." Then Chimu Mo Shoa said to them, "All right, let's hurry and continue our journey. Keep it up, I believe you will see Chimu Mo Shoa one day." Chiyu walked up to the young man and said, "Since Chimu Mo Shoa didn't directly reveal his identity, I have no need to be the petty person here. It's just right that he put some pressure on this young man so that he will be more motivated." After saying this they left the place. After parting from this young man, Jio Xian Nai with a look of surprise grabbed Chiyu's sleeve and said, "Chiyue, when did you learn such amazing ninjutsu?" I have never seen you use it before. Hyūga, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, well. Actually, I taught myself. Upon hearing Hyūga's explanation, Mo Shoa naturally found it hard to believe, as the shadow clone technique is a very difficult high-level ninjutsu. If Hyūga truly taught himself, he should have first mastered the shadow clone technique before being able to create such advanced ninjutsu. However, Mo Shoa chose not to expose him regardless of how Hyūga learned this ninjutsu. As long as Hyūga used the ninjutsu for the right cause, how he learned it was fundamentally unimportant. Then they continued their journey towards the Ruiling Ping mountain range. After crossing this mountain, it was already dark and the four of them arrived near the Ruiling Ping mountain range. After the earlier battle, Hyūga's group felt utterly exhausted. Therefore everyone suggested finding an inn to rest and heading to the Ruiling Ping mountain range early the next morning. So the four of them walked for a long time at the foot of the Ruiling Ping mountain range before finally finding an inn to rest. Upon entering the inn, everyone couldn't help but frown, noticing that all the facilities were rather rudimentary. Although they all felt that the inn was too shabby, they knew that in this desolate place finding any inn was already a stroke of luck, so they didn't dare to be picky. However, in such a remote place the accommodation was surprisingly expensive. In the end, Mo Shoa could only ask the innkeeper for 2 rooms. In one room were Inuzuka Zaku and Jio Xi and Nai, while he shared a room with Mo Shoa. The four of them were extremely fatigued and decided to rest early after finishing their meal. Except for Hyūga, who chose to lie on the beam alone and drink. After dinner, the other 3 returned to their rooms. Hyūga kept drinking the wine he brought, and before he knew it, it was the dead of night. Suddenly a scream shattered the tranquility of the night. After that scream, several more followed. Help! Help! Run, run! The series of blood-curdling screams immediately woke the 3 people who were sleeping, as well as the already tipsy Chi. Having fought on the battlefield for so long, Mo Shoa was naturally very alert, waking up at the first scream and hurriedly getting out of bed to check the situation. As Hyūga saw Mo Shoa coming out, he jumped down from the roof and the 2 of them nodded at each other. They then encountered Inuzuka Zaku and Jio Xi and Nai running out of their room. The 2 of them exchanged serious glances and tacitly descended the stairs together. When they reached downstairs, they saw an enormous black shadow rampaging through the inn. When everyone in the inn saw the beast appearing, they all rushed outside. As the beast saw everyone leaving, it began to wildly smash the tables and chairs inside the inn. The already shabby inn began to tremble precariously at this moment. This is a spirit beast. Mo Shoa immediately recognized the creature. The eyes of the other 3 flashed with confusion. Mo Shoa continued to explain, this spirit beast can speak human language and is the only one with autonomous thinking ability. They generally prefer to hide in the mountains, living off wild fruits, and possess a strong territorial awareness. As long as you do not invade its territory, it will absolutely not attack others randomly. And their territories are usually chosen in very remote, desolate places, so they definitely won't encroach on human territory. Looking at the rampaging spirit beast in front of him, Hyūga's eyes flashed with shock. What could have happened to cause it to be so temperamental? Mo Shoa's expression darkened, realizing that they could no longer allow the spirit beast to continue its destruction. He turned to the other 3 and said, "You all go upstairs and wait for me. I'll take care of it first. Teacher Mo, why don't I stay and help you? Facing the spirit beast alone might be very dangerous." Hyūga expressed concern that Mo Shoa might struggle alone. At this moment, Mo Shoa explained, "I appreciate your kindness, but when I was young a spirit beast saved me. I want to personally subdue this spirit beast to find out what is going on. One reason I don't want you to help is this, but the fundamental reason is that we are already at the foot of the Ruiling Ping mountain range. The spirit beast is considered a relatively gentle beast and rarely instigates conflict." Mo Shoa always felt that this matter was more complicated than it seemed. Since young spirit beasts have been able to speak human language, Mo Shoa wanted to bind the spirit beast first and then ask what had happened. The 2 girls understood that they were no match for the spirit beast. If they chose to stay and help, they might not only be of no assistance but could also cause trouble for teacher Mo. They hurriedly ran upstairs, with Hyūga reluctantly following suit. In the end, Hyūga decided that if teacher Mo encountered danger, he would jump down to assist him. He could also observe from upstairs to see how strong this beast really was. If even teacher Mo couldn't handle it, then no matter how powerful he was after drinking, it would be of no use. Then, "Teacher Mo, be careful and make sure to stay safe," Hyūga said before leaving. After they had all left, Mo Shoa finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to face the spirit beast. Chimu Mashua took out the white tooth blade and swiftly subdued the spirit beast in just a few moves, promptly binding it afterward. At this moment the three people upstairs hurried down, not expecting that Chimu Mashua would resolve the spirit beast so quickly. Looking at the already bound spirit beast, they felt that when it wasn't going berserk it appeared to be nothing more than an exceptionally large plush animal. It was their first time encountering a wild beast up close, and the spirit beast always exuded a subtle sense of authority which made them feel somewhat frightened. Be careful, it is currently in a combative phase. Even though it's bound, it can still injure you. Stand back while I ask it what happened, Chimu Mashua advised. In his impression, this type of spirit beast was usually the most gentle and isolated from the world. The spirit beast was a solitary creature, preferring to hide away in a cave and would not cause trouble. Thus it was unlikely that it would intentionally come down the mountain to harm the people in this inn. There must be some hidden circumstances. So tell me what exactly is going on, Chimu Mashua inquired. Being a spirit beast meant that their kind had high intelligence from a young age and could communicate with all animals and humans. However, all that responded to Chimu Mashua were the constant roars and cries of the spirit beast, which was struggling as if trying to break free from its bindings. Seeing this, Chimu Mashua found it strange. He patiently asked several more questions, but the creature remained in the same state. As the ropes appeared close to being broken, Chimu Mashua felt helpless. At this point the spirit beast had already lost its intelligence and he could only kill it. Otherwise, leaving a crazed beast like this in the world would only endanger more lives. Chimu Mashuo's heart ached. After all, he had once been saved by other spirit beasts during life-threatening missions. However, at that moment the sun began to rise slowly. The previously agitated spirit beast calmed down and soon saw 4 humans standing in front of it while it was bound. The spirit beast helplessly said, "Did I lose consciousness again?" Upon seeing that it could speak, Chimu Mashua abandoned the thought of killing it and asked what was going on. Chimu Mashua then recounted everything that had happened the night before. The spirit beast felt quite embarrassed. "I don't know what's going on. Every night I lose consciousness." "When did this start happening?" Chimu Mashua asked. "I don't know. It seems to have started recently. Every night, whether I sleep or not, it happens like this," the spirit beast replied. "When you are usually in the mountains, have you noticed anything unusual?" Chimu Mashua inquired. They soon learned that during the day the spirit beast would remain in its cave, occasionally seeing a spirit crane that would appear in its territory and go mad, but it had easily chased it away. This left the 4 of them puzzled. It seemed the mountains were not as simple as they had imagined. Finally, Chimu Mashua untied the ropes and said to the spirit beast, "You can go now." The spirit beast looked at them gratefully before quickly leaving. It knew that staying in the human world could lead to danger. Chimu Mashua instructed, "Don't just stand there, hurry and pack up so we can head to the mountains to see what's going on." Then the 4 of them turned back to their rooms to gather their things. Soon they finished packing and left the inn, quickly arriving at the mountains. Chiyue and Chimu Mashua observed the situation in the mountains, while Inuzuka Joie and Kyushernai were captivated by the flowers and plants near the mountains. They found the flowers and plants around the mountains to be unusually beautiful and were planning to look at them together with Chiyue and Chimu Mashua. Hoo! Suddenly a strange noise erupted as a large group of spirit cranes ambushed, rushing towards the 4 of them. Chiyue and Chimu Mashua quickly came to Inuzuka Joie and Kyushernai's side, signaling the 2 to hide behind them. One spirit crane pecked at Inuzuka Joie's hand, which was caressing the flowers, causing her to scream in surprise. Kyushernai, closest to her, quickly pulled her hand away, avoiding being pecked. The spirit crane disdainfully glanced at the 4 and let out a strange yet triumphant cry. Chimu Mashua frowned, unable to tolerate the arrogance of this group of spirit cranes any longer. He turned to Chiyue and said, "Protect them, I will take care of them." His words barely concealed his anger. Chiyue nodded quietly, reminding him to be careful, pulling the 2 girls behind her. Chimu Mashua stepped forward alone to challenge the group of spirit cranes, which responded by charging at him, ready to battle. A few agile spirit cranes noticed the 3 hiding behind Chiyue, thinking they were the easiest targets to bully. They immediately shifted their attack targets and charged at the 3. Seeing this, Kaiyu's expression changed and she quickly took out her Sun Moon blade, calmly focusing on the charging spirit cranes. A hint of disdain flickered in Kaiyu's eyes as she thought these spirit cranes were truly overestimating themselves. When the cranes reached Chiyue, she shouted, "Iato slash." With that command, her blade swiftly drew and slashed at the spirit cranes, not just once but several times in a Iato style, instantly killing several spirit cranes. Inuzuka Joie and Kyushernai behind her both displayed expressions of admiration as they exchanged glances, seeing respect in each other's eyes. After Chiyu dealt with those spirit cranes, Chimumashua also successfully took care of the others. Chimumashua turned back to look at Chiyu, who stood there with the shadows of her Aido still lingering around her, raising an eyebrow about to speak. Suddenly a burst of white light erupted from Chiyu, illuminating the entire mountain, while the other three raised their hands to shield their eyes and quickly closed them. Could it be that Chiyu awakened her spirit communication technique at this moment? Chimumashua thought. At that moment Chiyu also closed her eyes, feeling a mysterious power surging through her body to her limbs. However, unexpectedly this power was too overwhelming and came so suddenly that it caused her some pain. After a moment the light gradually diminished, allowing the other three to finally open their eyes. Then they heard Chiyu suddenly shout, "Spirit communication technique." As soon as the voice fell, a large area of crimson glow suddenly appeared behind the four, spreading across the entire mountain like blood. Immediately a long howl of a fox echoed from behind, and a figure as splendidly red as fresh blood swept over their heads. Chiyu smirked and said, "It's here." The three turned around to see a fox radiating flames, its size comparable to that of two adults, now looking down at them with disdain. The nine-tailed red fox observed the four for a moment before slowly asking, "Who is summoning me?" After saying this, the nine-tailed red fox deliberately glanced at the imposing Chimushuashu. If it were him, the nine-tailed red fox could accept it, for it sensed a particularly strong power from him, and it could also feel that this human before it was anything but ordinary. At this moment Chiyu slowly approached the three and stood before the nine-tailed red fox, saying, "It is I." The nine-tailed red fox immediately stood up, staring at Chiyu in disbelief, circling around him a few times. "You? How is that possible?" The nine-tailed red fox was instantly filled with disbelief. Its words were laden with skepticism and disdain, clearly not believing Chiyu's statement and questioning why it should enter into a contract with a lowly child. After all, as a creature of the nine-tailed red fox clan, possessing a noble bloodline and being the guardian beast of this mountain range, how could it willingly submit to a human? Chiyu sensed the defiance in the nine-tailed red fox's words but remained unperturbed, then asked, "What do you want then?" The nine-tailed red fox fixed a sharp gaze on Chiyu and began to scrutinize him from head to toe. However, Chiyu met its gaze without fear, surprising the nine-tailed red fox. Watching the two of them face off against each other, Chimushuashu suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Of course Chimushuashu knew that this proud nine-tailed red fox would not easily submit to Chiyu, it would definitely find ways to make things difficult for him. He also didn't know if Chiyu could handle the challenges posed by the nine-tailed red fox, as the trials of divine beasts were not simple. If Chiyu could pass them smoothly, his future journey would become much easier. The nine-tailed red fox was regarded as a divine beast, and it could indeed assist Chiyu. The nine-tailed red fox gritted its teeth and spoke slowly. "I want you to accept my challenge. If you can withstand my flames and illusions, I will willingly sign a contract with you, otherwise you will never have me serve you." However, at that moment a voice suddenly echoed in Chiyu's mind. "Ding! Task incoming. Accept and complete the nine-tailed red fox's challenge and your body will gain fire resistance and a level fire release ninjutsu." Upon hearing the system's issued task, Chiyu was instantly filled with joy. It was indeed a blessing from the heavens. "Alright." Chiyu naturally became interested and nodded immediately. He had heard about the power of summoning techniques while at the Ninja Academy, and now he was summoning a divine beast that guarded this mountain range. Its strength need not be mentioned. However, beside him Kushina felt worried. She always sensed that the divine beast's challenge wouldn't be that simple. Although the beast's requirements seemed straightforward, Chiyu currently had no abilities. Resisting illusions was practically impossible. It would rely solely on Chiyu's mental fortitude. Furthermore, Kushina had heard that the nine-tailed red fox was particularly adept in the realm of flames. Kushina spoke up to persuade him, "Chiyu, why not just let it go? You've already awakened the summoning technique and can summon another beast again. There's no need to take risks here." "Kushina, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I've already decided to accept this challenge." Chiyu shook his head. He had already decided that he wanted the nine-tailed red fox. If he succeeded in the challenge, wouldn't he have a powerful divine beast? When it came to combat summoning, it would surely scare a lot of people. Furthermore, the system-issued task required him to take on this challenge, and Chiyu was even less likely to give up. Seeing Chiyu's determination, the nine-tailed red fox said, "If that's the case, then let's begin the challenge." "Wait." Chiyu quickly called to stop. He then took out a flask of liquor and gulped it all down in front of everyone. This liquor was particularly strong, and soon Chiyu felt the effects hit him. Before long he lost consciousness. But after a while the drunken Chiyu stood up and said to the nine-tailed red fox, "Bring it on." The nine-tailed red fox then began to unleash flames, for the fire it released was proportional to the darkness within a person's heart. The nine-tailed red fox particularly enjoyed watching humans being gradually consumed by their own inner darkness. Becoming its master was not going to be easy. If one's heart was not kind, the nine-tailed red fox would have no chance to regret it later. Thinking of this, the nine-tailed red fox intensified the flames it exhaled. However, after a long time it saw no discomfort from Hyūga. Could it be that the opponent was kind-hearted? The nine-tailed red fox was certainly unwilling to believe this scene, as it thought that humans inherently had dark sides. Hyūga felt enveloped by the flames and found it quite comfortable, as if soaking in a hot spring. However, after releasing flames for more than 10 minutes, Hyūga felt no changes whatsoever. Is it over? It seems like a long time has passed and I still haven't passed your first test. Hyūga was starting to feel a bit bored. Seeing this, the nine-tailed red fox had no choice but to give up. It firmly believed he could not pass the second challenge. With that in mind, the nine-tailed red fox withdrew its flames and said, "You've passed the first challenge, but the second challenge will not be easy. Just bring it on, I have nothing to fear," Hyūga said coldly. Inazukatsume, upon seeing Hyūga successfully pass the first challenge, instantly became delighted, saying, "Hyūga, I didn't expect you to really do it. Once you pass the second challenge, you will be able to sign a contract with the nine-tailed red fox." "I will definitely pass, don't worry," Hyūga confidently replied. The nine-tailed red fox, hearing their conversation, was naturally displeased. It seemed it must use its proud illusions for the second challenge. After all, illusions would not harm anyone. At most they would only cause a person to become a bit mentally unstable. The nine-tailed red fox reluctantly said, "Do you have anything else to prepare? If not, the second challenge will begin now." At this moment the nine-tailed red fox had already decided to increase the difficulty of the second challenge, otherwise it would be too embarrassing to let an ordinary human pass. "No," Hyūga replied firmly. As soon as she finished speaking, the scene before Hyūga suddenly changed and she found herself back in the moment she died from drunkenness. After a brief moment of daze, Hyūga wandered aimlessly on the street, continuously drinking from the bottle of alcohol in her hand. She felt very disturbed, as if she had forgotten something very important. Just then a speeding carriage suddenly appeared in front of Hyūga. Seeing the rushing carriage, Hyūga was startled by the scene. "No!" she screamed in shock. However, her legs felt as though they were tightly bound by something. She wanted to lift her foot to escape, but found she could not move at all. In the next second she was struck by the carriage and flew several meters before finally coming to a stop, an unbearable pain radiating throughout her body. At that moment Hyūga suddenly saw her own death, which was particularly tragic. "This is unscientific." Hyūga was startled, as the scene before her was too bizarre and terrifying. But the next instant Hyūga returned to the previous scene, back to the state of not remembering anything, yet the feeling of fear remained. Looking down at the bottle of alcohol in her hand, Hyūga grew fearful. "This." She shivered involuntarily, as if she had forgotten something very important. After a moment of stupor, Hyūga felt that no matter what happened it was better to enjoy herself first. She lifted the bottle and drank it all in one go, leaving only an empty bottle in her hand. As she tossed the bottle away, several voices suddenly appeared in her mind, causing her head to throb painfully. But soon after, the scene before her underwent a tremendous change. Suddenly all her past memories flooded back into Hyūga's mind and she broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing that she was still alive, Hyūga couldn't help but feel relieved. The earlier scene had been too real. At that moment Hyūga realized that she had inadvertently fallen into the opponent's illusion. She never expected the nine-tailed red fox could create illusions as well. To her surprise, the illusion she witnessed was of the memories she feared the most. The nine-tailed red fox was astonished that she had escaped its illusion in such a short time. The nine-tailed red fox spoke slowly, "I never expected your will to be stronger than I imagined. The illusion I just used shows the deepest fears, the memories one most wishes to avoid. What if one cannot escape the fear?" Hyūga asked, looking up at the nine-tailed red fox. The nine-tailed red fox explained, "Then one will remain trapped in darkness, ultimately consumed by fear. One might become mentally deranged at best or die at worst. I didn't expect you to break my illusion in such a short time. You must be young and have not yet experienced anything truly fearsome. However, I am willing to admit defeat and am ready to sign a contract with you," the nine-tailed red fox said willingly. Subsequently Hyūga signed the contract with the nine-tailed red fox, and once the contract reached its final step, the nine-tailed red fox became her spirit beast. In future battles she would be able to summon it at any time to assist her. The onlookers gasped. They never expected that the challenge posed by the nine-tailed red fox would be so dangerous, but fortunately Hyūga was unharmed. Ding! Successfully completed the nine-tailed red fox's challenge, rewarded 2 a level fire-style ninjutsu with increased resistance to flames. Then 2 names of fire-style ninjutsu appeared in Chi-Yu's mind. She continued to read, which were the explanations for the techniques Dragon Flame Song Technique and Great Dragon Fire Technique. After looking at these 2 fire-style ninjutsu, Chi-Yu nodded in satisfaction. These 2 techniques would keep her occupied for a long time. After all, she had missed the best learning opportunity, and mastering such advanced ninjutsu would be quite difficult for her. Even if she knew how to release them, learning would likely be particularly challenging. With this thought, Chi-Yu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It seems the road ahead is still long. At this moment, Shigekuni Kataki stepped forward to compliment her. Chi-Yu did very well. Being able to tame a divine beast like the nine-tailed red fox indicates a bright future ahead. Thank you, Teacher Kataki, Chi-Yu nodded, feeling no sense of pride from the compliments. Seeing that the nine-tailed red fox was now part of her team, Chi-Yu asked, what is the reason behind the abnormal behavior of the beasts in the mountains recently? To be honest, we came to this mountain range to investigate this matter. She thought that since the other party was a divine beast, they would surely know the changes in this mountain range. Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed red fox showed interest. The nine-tailed red fox replied, I am also investigating this matter. It is indeed very strange. I have yet to find out the cause. It seems that their temperament has changed suddenly. Seeing that the other party knew nothing, Chi-Yu could only shake her head. It seemed that this matter was not simple. Chi-Yu thought for a moment and said, we are not familiar with the terrain of this mountain range. Since you are also investigating this matter, why don't we travel together? It would be better to look out for each other. Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed red fox nodded, all right, we have no other choice now. Then their group added a fox and they began to venture deeper into the mountains. Because in the depths of the mountains beasts would gather more. After walking in the forest for a long time, they had no harvest, not even sighting a single beast. Chi-Yu asked, how much longer until we reach the beasts' gathering place? Isn't this enough? Indeed, humans are weak beings. Where have we reached now? Still far from it. Since this place is called a mountain range, it is certainly not as small as you imagine, the nine-tailed red fox replied. All right, Chi-Yu said somewhat helplessly. However, to complete the task as soon as possible, they had no choice but to continue deeper into the forest. They continued walking for a long time, but after a while, being mere humans, they naturally began to feel utterly exhausted. Let's take a break for a while, Chi-Yu said, struggling to hold on. Looking at the others who were gritting their teeth and unwilling to rest, he couldn't help but admire them, yet he felt he could no longer endure. Just as they reached the riverbank and were about to rest, they suddenly spotted a large pack of beasts charging towards them with great ferocity. Seeing the unclear intention of the approaching beasts, the group was taken aback. Chi-Yu quickly sought help from the nine-tailed red fox, who rolled its eyes in exasperation. The nine-tailed red fox began to doubt itself, pondering what kind of master it had signed up for that even this level of danger required its protection. However, the nine-tailed red fox had no choice. It had no time to waste and wanted to resolve the situation quickly so it could investigate the truth. Stand down. The nine-tailed red fox swiftly released its imposing aura as the guardian of this spirit beast. As soon as it spoke, the pack of beasts became wary. Yet after a moment of confusion, they continued running towards the group. Shumoku Mosaku suddenly recalled the previous encounter with the Shieji and turned to the nine-tailed red fox. These beasts must have lost their awareness, and no matter what you do they will not respond. We should first figure out how to deal with this pack of beasts. Do not harm them, if they are still the beasts I protect. Just render them unable to resist. Hearing this, the nine-tailed red fox finally understood. During their time in the mountains, such phenomena had indeed occurred, causing the nine-tailed red fox considerable headache. This was also the reason it wanted to investigate the truth. It did not wish for other beings in the mountains to vanish. That is only natural. Shumoku Mosaku nodded. Soon the group took action, but they were extremely cautious, fearing they might accidentally kill a beast. After all, failing to provide a proper explanation to the nine-tailed red fox would be troublesome. Quickly the 4 of them joined forces to bring down a large number of beasts. This left them panting heavily, as the number of beasts was particularly large. The nine-tailed red fox remained on the sidelines without intervening, as its techniques typically resulted in either death or severe injury. As the guardian spirit beast of the forest, its targets were not the beasts but those with malicious intent towards the mountains. Before long they had knocked down the entire pack of beasts and all were gasping for breath. Finally, we've resolved it completely, Inazuka Zaku said, feeling utterly exhausted. After all, aside from some basic physical techniques, she had no other abilities, making the battle against the beasts much harder for her than for the others. Chiyu naturally noticed Inuzuka Zaku's fatigue. "Let's sit down and rest for a while." Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Zaku immediately broke into a big smile. They all sat down to rest while Kushina happened to sit down and fill the water jug. On their journey ahead, they were unsure if there would be any drinkable water sources, but at least this lake appeared clear and pristine. After resting for a while, Shimoku Mosaku approached the beasts to investigate. However, after checking dozens of beasts over the year, he found nothing unusual. These usually docile beasts had suddenly attacked without reason, leaving Shimoku Mosaku perplexed. It seemed that the task of investigating the abnormalities of the spirit beasts was not easy at all. At that moment, Shimoku Mosaku understood why this low-level task was rated as class. "So how is it? Teacher Shimoku, have you found anything?" Chiyu asked as he stepped forward. Shimoku Mosaku shook his head helplessly. "I haven't found anything unusual. I feel this class task might be difficult to complete." Hearing this, the three fell silent. Even Shimoku Mosaku said so, making the chances of completing this task seem increasingly bleak. They initially thought this class task would only be somewhat dangerous, but it turned out to be not only perilous but also quite challenging. Shimoku Mosaku noticed their changing emotions and quickly added, "But don't worry, while this task is tough, it's not impossible. Perhaps we'll find answers if we continue onward." Upon hearing this, the three rekindled their hope and nodded firmly. Soon Shimoku Mosaku returned to their side, closed his eyes to rest for a moment, and before long they packed up and chose to set off again. The journey had been arduous if they had crawled out from a pile of beasts. They had no idea what had driven those beasts into a frenzy, charging towards them inexplicably. Faced with the pressure from the nine-tailed red fox, none of the beasts seemed to feel fear. Chiyu found it strange. Why are there so many beasts in this mountain range? Because this mountain range is beautiful and suitable for living. It has formed its own ecological system, naturally attracting many beasts to settle here, the nine-tailed red fox explained. Additionally, with my protection over this mountain, they need not fear being bullied. After stabilizing over the years, the beast population has grown to what it is now. Hearing this, Chiyu felt as if the nine-tailed red fox was boasting, though he had no evidence to prove it. However, after listening to the nine-tailed red fox's explanation, he couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding, wondering when they would uncover the truth. At that moment, just after taking a sip of water, Inuzuka Zaku suddenly dropped the water jug, her expression turning wild. All eyes were on Inuzuka Zaku. "Roar! Roar!" She instantly turned her eyes blood-red and began to scream like an animal. The others were startled by this sight. Inuzuka Zaku's current appearance resembled that of the rampaging beasts. Chiyu hurriedly asked Kushina, who was standing beside her, "What's happening?" "This. Inuzuka Zaku just came to drink water and I don't know why she has turned like this," Kushina said in fear. Upon hearing this, Chiyu quickly noticed the water jug at Inuzuka Zaku's feet and the ground already soaked with water. At this moment, Chiyu suddenly realized that this mountain range was abundant in water sources. If one wished to control so many wild beasts, water sources would undoubtedly be the best choice. What drove so many wild beasts into a frenzy in an instant must be something they could not live without on a daily basis. Thinking of this, Chiyu quickly turned to Chimu Mashuwa beside him and said, "Teacher Chimu, you control Inuzuka's claws first." After saying this, he crouched down to inspect. There was only a little water left in the water bottle and Chiyu could not figure out the reason. When he stood up to inform everyone of his findings, he saw that Inuzuka's claws had already scratched Chimu Mashuo's arm, causing blood to flow profusely. Fortunately, Inuzuka's claws had been controlled. "Are you okay, Teacher Chimu?" Chiyu quickly asked. Chimu Mashuo shook his head. "I'm fine. I was just a bit careless earlier, otherwise I wouldn't have been injured." Chiyu naturally understood Chimu Mashuo's thoughts. After all, Inuzuka's claws were his student. Even if a student truly entered a frenzied state, Chimu Mashuo would not be on guard against his own student. There must be something wrong with the water sources in this mountain range, but there isn't much water left in the bottle, so it's difficult to determine exactly what the issue is. Chiyu immediately expressed his doubts. Chimu Mashuo became excited upon hearing this. "You all go to the nearby lakes and find some water sources. Try to find several sources. We don't know if the hidden hand will only target a few rivers." Upon hearing this, Kushina decided to fetch the water source, feeling that Inuzuka's claws had become like this because of. Kushina felt that if she didn't do something, her conscience would be uneasy. However, Chiyu directly refused. "Kushina, I understand your feelings. Even if you want to do something to make amends, you don't need to risk your life in the process. You and Teacher Chimu stay here to take care of Inuzuka's claws while I go collect the water." It's a small matter, I can handle it alone. Now the forest was filled with wild beasts and Kushina still didn't know much. As a man, Chiyu absolutely could not let her go alone. Although Kushina's physical skills were among the best of the three, if she encountered a wild beast she would surely find it very difficult to cope. The nine-tailed red fox upon hearing this was also afraid for Chiyu, impulsively wanting to do something foolish. After all, in their contract, as long as the master died it would suffer some harm. Although the harm caused by the contract was merely a drop in the bucket for the nine-tailed red fox. However, the mountain range was currently facing an unknown strong enemy, and as the spirit beast protecting the mountain, the nine-tailed red fox certainly did not want to make any mistakes. The nine-tailed red fox spoke, I will accompany you. Although the wild beasts in this mountain range are not very strong, there are some dangerous and powerful beasts here. Even though they rarely come out, we cannot rule out the possibility that they might go berserk after mistakenly drinking from the water source. If that happens, even if you have 10 lives, it won't be enough. Hearing this, Chiyu felt it made a lot of sense, and the nine-tailed red fox's action was exactly what he wanted. With a strong bodyguard by his side, Chiyu would not feel timid. Chimu Mashua worriedly advised, I will wait here for your return. Be careful and don't try to be a hero, alright? After one person and one beast nodded, they hurriedly took the water bottle and left. After Chiyu collected water from several lakes, he felt the quantity should be about right, and then he began his journey back. Meanwhile, Kushina and Chimu Mashua, upon seeing them return so quickly, felt relieved. This is the water collected from several lakes. If it's not enough, I can find some more. Chiyu handed the water bottle to Chimu Mashua. Chimu Mashua then held the water bottle to his nose and sniffed it. He always felt that the water inside had an unusually fragrant and sweet aroma. This scent was particularly strange. Chimu Mashua vaguely sensed something was off, but he couldn't see any abnormalities in the water source. He couldn't help but frown, saying, I can sense that there is something wrong with the water source, but I can't pinpoint the issue, which makes it a bit troublesome. Since I can identify the issue with the water source, it only indicates that my ability in this area is still insufficient and I need to find a sufficiently professional person to examine it. However, he shifted his tone, I haven't delved deeply into this area, we need to find an alchemist to test the water quality. Everyone had no doubts about Teacher Kaima's suggestion and nodded in agreement. Since no one had this strength, it was better to seek outside help than to stubbornly resist. Chimu Mashua candidly admitted that he was not omnipotent, which surprised Chiyu. As they were discussing, Inuzuka's claws slowly awakened, opening its hazy eyes and grinding its teeth, making a series of crackling sounds. Kushina felt a bit scared and unconsciously leaned closer to Chiyu. Chiyu, feeling helpless, sought Chimu Mashuo's assistance. Now the backbone of the team was him and Chiyu. Chimu Mashua naturally walked over to Inuzuka's claws, skillfully casting a spell. The previously frantic Inuzuka's claws suddenly quieted down and soon fell back into a deep sleep. Seeing that Inuzuka's claws were subdued by Teacher Chimu, Chiyu hurriedly crouched down in front of Inuzuka's claws, allowing Teacher Chimu to lift her onto his back. After testing to see that there were no further issues, he let out a sigh of relief. Teacher Chimu, let me carry her down the mountain. Chiyu volunteered. Fortunately, the weight of Inuzuka's claws hadn't reached a point where it would be difficult for him. Initially, Kushina was worried he wouldn't be able to handle it, but they made their way down to the foot of the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Chiyu still felt no discomfort in his body, while Kushina, after just a few steps, was already panting heavily, wishing she could sit down. Since you all are leaving, I won't follow you. Goodbye, everyone. The nine-tailed red fox felt quite reluctant to part so soon and hesitated before speaking as they walked to the foot of the mountain. The others inquired why he wasn't going with them. He sighed, I am the spirit beast guarding this mountain range. If I casually enter the world, it may cause panic. Although I do wish to accompany you, my identity does not permit it. The nine-tailed red fox explained to them, stating that as the guardian spirit beast of the mountain it could not leave its post. To be honest, Chiyu was quite reluctant to part with this little companion she had only known for a few days. She suggested, why don't you come with us? It seems you have no friends here. Chiyu was not one to force others. Seeing that the nine-tailed red fox was determined, she could only bid him farewell with reluctance. The group then easily made their way to a pharmacist's home, where Chimu Mashua chattered on about the pharmacist's background. This pharmacist was named Itamura no, and he was an old friend of Chimu Mashua. The two had once shared a bond of life and death, and they were quite familiar with each other. Because they were so close, Chiyu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe upon meeting this kind old man. After respectfully calling him Master Itamura, she focused on watching him mix various potions alongside Jio Xin Nai. You all sit for a while. I don't know how long the tests will take, but I definitely won't finish in a short time. Itamura no spoke. The group then sat down. It wasn't until nightfall that Itamura no finally emerged from the laboratory. Itamura no expressed his excitement, saying, "This person must be a genius, he can casually use a few potions without being able to concoct one that controls people's minds. However, this potion is still in the experimental phase, so its lethality should be minimal." Hearing this, the three exchanged glances, surprised that the water source indeed had issues. But seeing Inuzuka's paw still in a deep slumber, Chimu Mashua felt especially heartbroken. They couldn't just ignore Inuzuka's safety. Now that they knew the water source was problematic, they couldn't avoid getting the antidote to save Jyo-Xi. He then asked, "So, is there any solution? To be honest, my student accidentally drank water laced with the potion and has gone completely mad." Itamura no became serious, saying, This potion can at most trap someone in an illusion. How could it make someone go completely crazy?" Thinking this over, Itamura no felt that there must be another potion involved that he hadn't discovered. He hurriedly turned back to his laboratory to continue his work. Watching Itamura no's strange actions, Chiyu became a bit anxious. "Chimu master, do you really believe he can dispel this sinister potion?" Chimu Mashua replied firmly, "Of course, that's just how he is. His extensive knowledge guarantees he knows how to resolve this." "Alright then," Chiyu nodded. Since Chimu master had said so, she felt it inappropriate to argue further. They could only wait quietly for Itamura no to finish. After a long while, Itamura no came out from the laboratory again. "I just didn't observe carefully enough earlier and missed a very subtle dose of the potion. He added some blood thorn, but it was very slight, so I didn't notice it before." Upon hearing the name of the potion, Chimu Mashua was taken aback. Blood thorn. He had heard of this name before. It seemed to be a particularly sinister herb. This herb generally thrives in extremely hot places, being a rare plant that embodies both extreme cold and heat. Just a small dose could cause mental breakdowns, and in severe cases it could lead to death by blood explosion. Hundreds of years ago, blood thorn was the best choice for making poisons, killing silently. Because blood thorn had harmed many, it was entirely destroyed over 90 years ago. How could it still exist in this world? Chimu Mashua asked, "Itamura no, are you sure you aren't mistaken? Blood thorn was completely eradicated decades ago. How could it possibly still exist?" "I am certain I saw it with my own eyes. I saw this herb at my teacher's place, otherwise I wouldn't dare to say so," Itamura no said with certainty. At that moment, Chimu Mashua remembered that Itamura no's teacher had specialized in researching the antidote for the blood thorn's toxicity. Itamura no had been doing experiments in the laboratory with his teacher since childhood, which led to his rather reclusive and eccentric personality. Perhaps the person who poisoned used only a small amount of blood thorn powder, which would only drive the beasts and people into madness. Chimu Mashua hurriedly inquired, "Then do you know how to break the curse?" "Well, there is certainly a way. After all, my teacher specialized in this subject. However, I need to consult his notes and conduct experiments slowly to be sure," Itamura no replied honestly. For Chimu Mashua, as long as there was hope, it was enough. She didn't want to see her students suffer like this. "Alright, I'll wait for you," Chimu Mashua said. He then took them to a lodge across the street, hoping that Itamura no could quickly develop the antidote. Otherwise, seeing Inuzuka's condition would only cause him great distress. The next morning before dawn, their door was knocked on, and upon opening it they found Itamura no standing there. Chiyu, still drowsy, looked at Jyo-Xi across the room, feeling a bit confused, but then they thought that Itamura no might have successfully developed the antidote. With this thought, Chiyu and Jyo-Xi became excited, quickly dressing before heading to Chimu Mashuo's room. Itamura no said excitedly, "I have successfully developed the antidote according to my teacher's notes. Just mix the powder in water to dilute it and drink it directly." Upon hearing this, the three were instantly wide awake. Chiyu hurriedly took the packet of medicine powder from Itamura no and followed his instructions. After stirring the powder, it became colorless and tasteless. To others it would seem like an ordinary cup of water, completely unnoticeable that it contained a potion. If poison were made in this manner, it would be terrifying. After a brief shock, Chiyu hurried to Inuzuka's side and fed him all the water. Then Chimu Mashua quickly walked over and dispelled the sleeping spell on Inuzuka. Before long, Inuzuka awakened and his gaze returned to its usual gentleness. Chuanzhongzhua looked around the unfamiliar surroundings, fear rising within her, yet upon seeing a few familiar faces she felt a measure of relief. She found it odd. How did I end up here? Why can I not recall any of my previous memories? I only remember drinking the water, and after that everything is blank. As soon as she spoke, Zhuanzhonghua noticed her voice had become hoarse, which struck her as particularly strange. At that moment the only unfamiliar man in the room let out a scream. Dao Tianye, seeing Zhuanzhonghua had regained her senses, was filled with joy. It worked. I finally succeeded. Hearing the man's voice, Zhuanzhonghua was instantly startled. Chiyue hurriedly asked, Zhuanzhonghua, do you feel any discomfort anywhere? No physical pain, but I don't know why my throat is a little hoarse. Zhuanzhonghua found this very strange. She was however certain the hoarseness was connected to the gap in her recent memories. Seeing that Chiyue was truly unharmed, Chimu Maoshua relaxed. If Dao Tianye's antidote proved effective, the beasts within the mountain range would surely be restored. Their task had been merely to investigate the beasts' abnormal behavior, but after witnessing those maddened creatures attack the villagers at the mountain's foot, they could not remain idle. Dao Tianyi perceived what he was thinking and hastened to say, we have been old friends for so many years, whenever you beg me for help it is always because you are meddling in some affair. So don't think about thanking me, if you thank me it will make things awkward between us, won't it? Chimu Maoshua nodded. In any case, you've given up your sleep. When I am done with this business I will come find you for a drink. That will do nicely, Dao Tianyi said, his interest piqued. He wrote down the ingredients needed for the antidote and after a short while turned and left. Kaiyu's view of Dao Tianyi shifted considerably, though the man was indeed somewhat fanatical in his study of pharmacology. Yet as an apothecary who could trust his skill if he were not fervent about medicinal theory. Dao Tianyi's selfless spirit moved Chiyue as well. At that moment Zhuanzhonghua behind him spoke up, Chiyue. Could you tell me exactly what happened? Chiyue then remembered Zhuanzhonghua sat opposite her and patiently recounted one by one the events that had taken place. This is too incredible. Zhuanzhonghua said, feeling dismayed and then embarrassed. Did I cause trouble for you all? How could you be a burden? Without you we would never have discovered the problem with the water so early, Chiyue quickly reassured her. Hearing that, Zhuanzhonghua relaxed somewhat. They then followed Chimu Maoshua to collect the necessary materials together. By afternoon they had moved all the materials into Dao Tianyi's laboratory. The next day at noon Dao Tianyi successfully prepared a large batch of antidote. Chiyue returned to his room and promptly summoned the Jiuwei Honghu. How are the Rolingping Mountains now? The Jiuwei Honghu shook its head with some helplessness. Not optimistic. They still fall into madness as often as before. We have produced an antidote, Chiyue said. These several large sacks should suffice. If they are not enough, come to Dao Tianyi the apothecary and request more. The Jiuwei Honghu found it hard to believe that it had been developed so quickly. Of course, Chiyue replied. You merely need to sprinkle the antidote into the lakes one by one. Chiyue gave his instructions and the Jiuwei Honghu promptly gathered the antidotes and stored them. Chiyue then performed the final incantation of his summoning art and sent the Jiuwei Honghu back to the Rolingping mountain range. With matters here concluded, it was time to return to Huaying Tower to report the mission so it could be recorded in their file. They informed Dao Tianyi of their intentions. Be careful on the road, he warned them. Dao Tianyi, bearing the air of a seasoned elder, gave them his counsel, then turned to Chimu Maoshua and said, I await that drink with you. Chimu Maoshua nodded solemnly and led them away. Under his guidance they set off toward Huaying Tower. After a full day's travel the entire party felt weary. Teacher Chimu, let us rest for a while. Yes, we've walked so long and are exhausted. Chimu Maoshua led everyone to rest where they stood for a short time. Before long Chimu Maoshua urged, come on, let us hurry back to Huaying Tower. It looks as if dusk is falling, if we return late we will be blamed. At his words the others agreed, very well, let us return now. They rose and set off for Huaying Tower, but midway Chiyue suddenly sensed they had been followed along the way. Every move they made seemed to be watched closely, yet curiously no matter how frequently Chiyue turned to look behind he could not see anyone tailing them. As they drew near Huaying Tower Chiyue finally caught sight of one of the figures and hurriedly whispered to the others, wait, don't you feel something is wrong? It seems we are being followed. I noticed it as well, it has been trailing us the whole way. Chimu Maoshua had not planned to tell Chiyue at first, for he was unsure whether they were truly being followed. Only after Chiyue spoke did he become certain. What should we do now? Hearing the exchange between Chiyue and Chimu Maoshua caused Juxina to grow anxious. Do not be afraid. Although they have shadowed us this far, they have not made a move. We do not know their origin and we are fatigued for now, let us observe and wait. As soon as Chiyu finished speaking, those people instantly jumped out, seemingly intending to surround the few of them with their number. Startled Inuzuka's let out a bark and hurriedly ran towards Chiyu standing beside him. Fortunately, Chiyu and Flagwood Shoshu had noticed the situation early on and were not unprepared. Flagwood Shoshu voluntarily stayed back to protect Kushina and Inuzuka's while Chiyu was responsible for leading them to a secluded place to hide. After Chiyu led everyone away, Kushina and Inuzuka's followed Chiyu's lead to that secluded place, preparing to support him. With no other choice, Flagwood Shoshu led everyone to follow along, and soon they were hiding in the darkness of that secluded area, ready to knock out anyone who fell behind. However, this state did not last long, as the leader of that group noticed something was off and quickly gathered his subordinates, instructing them to stay together and not to let anyone stray. But this did not trouble Chiyu. Even though they were gathered together, he had his own methods and seized the outer members. This caused some exposure, but Chiyu quickly hid in another concealed location. During this time, his actions were observed by Flagwood Shoshu and Inuzuka's Naturally, Kushina and Inuzuka's began to imitate Chiyu in knocking out the outer members. Silently, they dragged them into the hidden place, concealing themselves in the bushes. As their numbers dwindled, it seemed they had a mutual understanding, and when Chiyu stood up to confront them, they were ready for a fierce battle. The four of them jumped out together, launching a surprise attack similar to the one they had just executed. However, the leader of that group was a cunning individual. Seeing Chiyu and the others jump up, he quickly made his escape. Chiyu felt a sense of helplessness upon realizing he had not captured the leader. Although they had not caught any key figures this time, these individuals should be aware of something. Thinking of this, Chiyu and Flagwood Shoshu worked together to tie up each member of this group to a tree, deciding to interrogate them one by one. Of course, at first they were unwilling to speak, so Kushina thought of a method. She picked a dogtail grass from the bushes, and upon seeing it, Chiyu naturally understood what she intended to do. He led everyone to tease them in various ways until one of the members could no longer endure it, prompting them to stop. I'll talk, just don't torment me anymore," the man said, prompting Kushina to glance at Chiyu as if seeking praise, and said with a hint of pride, "If you had said this earlier, it wouldn't have required me to intervene personally. Truly, some people just don't know what's good for them." However, after Kushina stopped, the man began to hesitate, as if afraid that revealing the information would lead to a dire fate. Of course, Chiyu was not foolish, he could tell what was going on. "Speak, who is the mastermind behind this? Don't hold back, you're in our hands now and your leader has already escaped. Do you really think anyone will come to save you? If there's no one to save you, do you really think we would let you go so easily? Think carefully about your situation. If you don't speak, what do you think will happen next?" Perhaps Chiyu's words had begun to take effect, as after hearing him, the man finally opened his mouth. "The mastermind behind this is someone named Fujiwara Yoshimi. We are part of an organization that takes money to eliminate disasters for others, so we have a strict rule not to inquire about the employer's identity or the reasons for the assassination. Moreover, as long as we receive the employer's payment, the assassination will commence unless the employer states otherwise. Otherwise, as long as the target is alive, the assassination mission will never end." Having listened, Chiyu finally understood. At this moment, Kushina also sensed a strange odor emanating from these individuals. Upon touching them, she discovered they were carrying a strange powder. The color was red, and upon seeing this, Chiyu hurriedly examined it, finding nothing unusual, and even brought it to his nose to sniff. Only then did he realize that the red powder in the bag had a similar scent to the powder found in these mountains, prompting him to boldly speculate. The scent of this red powder is the same as the powder from these mountains. Do you think Fujiwara Yoshimi might be hiding in these mountains? Hearing this, Flagwood Shoshu abruptly lifted the man, asking, "You should at least know where your mastermind is located." The man, seeing Flagwood Shoshu's fierce demeanor, was immediately frightened, trembling as he replied, "I am too low ranked to know." However, his demeanor indicated to Flagwood Shoshu that he surely knew where Fujiwara Yoshimi was. He was simply afraid that revealing the truth would lead to dire consequences. But Flagwood Shoshu would never comply with the man's wishes, so he harshly warned him, "Do you think you can play tricks with me and not face the consequences? Don't give me excuses about being low-ranked. If you don't speak, I'll ensure you never leave this place." Flagwood Shoshu wore a face that made it hard not to believe and fear him, and at this point the man was genuinely frightened. "She is still at the Chi family inn in Yu Town. If you hurry there now, you might be able to find her." Upon hearing this, Flagwood Shoshu exchanged glances with Chiyu, and after some discussion they decided to release this group of people. Therefore, after freeing them, everyone fell into a moment of silence, unsure whether to return to the Hokage building or go to the Chi family inn in Yu Town to find Fujiwara Yoshimi. Ultimately, Chiyu voiced his opinion. "This Fujiwara Yoshimi clearly doesn't seem like a good person and is likely the mastermind behind everything. Upon hearing what Hyūga had said, everyone eagerly agreed. Realizing that the group they had just seen must know the whereabouts of Fujiwara Yoshimi, they stealthily followed behind them towards U-Town. Unfortunately, when they arrived they discovered that Fujiwara Yoshimi had already left the inn before them. It seemed quite likely that the leader had rushed to the inn after escaping and had tipped off Fujiwara Yoshimi. Fortunately, Hyūga quickly devised a plan and cleverly asked the innkeeper which direction Fujiwara Yoshimi had headed after leaving. The innkeeper replied, "Oh, I remember that person, he seemed to have gone towards the direction of Mokai village." After receiving the innkeeper's response they hurriedly rushed to chase after, but unfortunately it seemed as if fate was playing a cruel joke on them. Upon reaching Mokai village they found no trace of Fujiwara Yoshimi. They exchanged glances and began to describe her distinguishing features to each other. They then inquired with the villagers if anyone fitting that description had been seen, but all they received were negative replies. After listening, Jiyoshinai suddenly exclaimed, could it be that Fujiwara Yoshimi never left the inn at all? Perhaps she just spoke to the innkeeper, gave him some money to mislead us and sent us on a wild goose chase. Hyūga nodded, finding Jiyoshinai's reasoning quite sound. Inuzuka Joa then asked, so what should we do now? Should we turn back to the inn or should we head back to the Hokage building first? Inuzuka Joa's question hit the nail on the head and everyone fell silent, pondering what to do next. After a moment of silence, Hyūga finally spoke, we should hurry back to the Hokage building. Otherwise, even if we rush back to the inn it would be too late to make any difference. Fujiwara Yoshimi is already gone from that inn, so even if we return now we certainly won't find her. However, since we are here we should at least bring back information about the situation. Kiki Masashi nodded in understanding and quickly took out his pen and ink to write down the unusual occurrences of wild beasts in the Ruilingping mountain range. Then they returned to the Hokage building to report the situation of the Crank mission, and Kiki Masashi handed over the information regarding the water source in the Ruilingping mountain range. Of course, that's not all, we have also found the antidote and resolved the situation in the Ruilingping mountain range. Upon hearing this, the staff member who received them looked at Kiki Masashi seriously and said, no, this is not a Crank situation but a Brank mission. What? Upon hearing the Chunnin's words, Hyūga and the others suddenly became very interested and excited. If what the Chunnin said was true, it meant that the mission they had undertaken was quite dangerous. In that case it would better hone their abilities. Thinking of this, they instantly cheered up. Moreover, since this was a Brank mission, it would mean that a label indicating they had completed a mission would soon appear on their student profiles. This would mark their first execution of a Brank mission in the Hokage building. They stared wide-eyed at the Chunnin. The Chunnin then added a label to their profiles indicating they had completed a Brank mission. After some discussion they decided to go out and celebrate, as well as to thank Kikisensei for his help. To be honest, without Kikisensei's assistance they likely would not have completed this mission so easily. However, at that moment they suddenly overheard discussions among others in the Hokage building about a beast rampage in the neighboring Shūzhou town, which had resulted in several villagers being seriously injured. After hearing this, the group that had planned to celebrate suddenly froze, exchanging glances with one another. It was as if they were silently asking if they should postpone the celebration and first check what had happened in the neighboring village. I think we should go check Shūzhou town. It's so close to Mokai village. If Fujiwara Yoshimi is indeed involved, her next target will definitely be Mokai village. Hyūga suggested. Jiyoshinai quickly agreed, yes, I think we should go as well. Otherwise, even during the celebration I would feel distracted. After everyone expressed their agreement, they set out for the neighboring Shūzhou town. Along the way, Hyūga felt increasingly anxious, unable to calm down. For him, the previous encounters in the Ruilingping mountain range had already been enough to alter his perceptions. If there really was a person as insane and dangerous as Fujiwara Yoshimi in this world, they might soon have to confront Fujiwara Yoshimi upon arriving in Shūzhou town, which was enough to send shivers down Kaiyu's spine. Before long they arrived at Shūzhou town, which was eerily quiet. Inuzuka Joa, feeling curious, asked, what is going on here? Isn't Shūzhou town usually bustling? Why is there not a single person in sight? They must be hiding inside their homes, afraid of the beast rampage. Hyūga explained. However, Jiyoshinai disagreed. If there really is a beast rampage, hiding inside wouldn't guarantee safety. Could it be that the beasts have killed everyone? After all, when encountering a frenzied beast no one knows what might happen. Kiki Masashi explained that shouldn't be the case if there's no smell of blood in the air. They must have hidden themselves. Decades ago Shūzhou town also faced a dire threat, yet the villagers remained safe. They must have built some special hiding places in the town. Upon hearing this, everyone felt somewhat relieved. However, just then they suddenly heard a loud roar. They quickly ran towards the source of the sound. Soon they saw several enormous horse-like beasts running amok, seemingly searching for something. Kikuchi Shusaku quickly identified the type of beast, whispering, "These should be spirit leopards. However, they are usually social creatures and shouldn't be acting alone like this. Moreover, they typically have a 'do not harm us, we do not harm you' nature, so it's impossible for them to randomly cause chaos in the village. Now that they are so aggressive and frenzied, it seems they have accidentally consumed a powder with effects similar to that found in the amber of the Ruiling Ping Mountain." Hyūga summarized. The others nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the situation. Kikuchi Shusaku quickly regained his composure, saying, "We cannot sit idly by. I have some antidote prepared by Odachi Yase just in case. I will attract their attention up front." Hyūga find an opportunity to pour the antidote into their mouths. Hearing this, Hyūga nodded and took the antidote that Kikuchi Shusaku handed him. Hyūga borrowed the water flask they had used during their previous training from Kushina, tossing some antidote into it and shaking it vigorously. At this moment, Kikuchi Shusaku had successfully attracted the attention of the beasts, and Hyūga knew it was time for him to step in. Hyūga anxiously instructed, "You two stay here and don't wander off." The two understood they couldn't help at this moment and nodded, choosing to wait obediently. With the water flask in hand, Hyūga darted through the trees, stepping on branches, his physical skills having improved significantly compared to before. Hyūga quickly approached one of the beasts. Just as he was about to pour the water into its mouth, the beast suddenly swatted him away with a powerful paw. Kikuchi Shusaku noticed this and immediately became distracted, hurriedly asking, "Are you okay?" Hyūga. "I'm fine, don't worry." Hyūga quickly recovered from the pain. Seeing Kikuchi Shusaku's concern, he hurriedly reassured him despite the pain he felt. He didn't want Kikuchi to be distracted because of him. Facing so many beasts alone was already difficult. Hearing this, Kikuchi Shusaku nodded, feeling relieved as long as Hyūga was safe. After his first lesson, Hyūga soon managed to feed the antidote to the beast. In the following attempts, there was a high chance that Hyūga would be swatted away by the beasts. Several times when Hyūga was almost trampled by the beasts, Kikuchi Shusaku appeared just in time to block many fatal attacks for him. If it weren't for that, Hyūga would have been crushed by the beasts long ago. After finishing all this, Hyūga dusted himself off and smiled awkwardly. Soon the beasts returned to normal, scratching their heads in confusion before hurriedly fleeing the area. Seeing this, Hyūga felt relieved, saying, "At last it's all done." "Are you okay, Hyūga?" Kushina stepped forward to inquire. Thinking back to how perilous it was earlier, Kushina was genuinely startled. "I'm fine," Hyūga shook his head. Inuzuka jaw felt relieved upon seeing that Hyūga was indeed okay. At this moment, the troublesome beasts, finding themselves in an unfamiliar place, were puzzled. Turning around, they spotted several human figures and realized that they had intruded into human territory. They quickly fled the area, as staying in human territory for too long could invite trouble from ninjas. The beasts ran off at great speed, disappearing from sight in no time. Hyūga remarked, "The immediate crisis has been resolved, but I can't shake the feeling that this was orchestrated by Fujiwara Yoshimi. She must have initially planned to go to Konoha village, but perhaps sensing we were in pursuit, she changed her route to the neighboring Tree Prefecture town." Hearing Kaiyu's speculation, everyone found it plausible. It seemed they had unraveled the sequence of events in an instant. Fujiwara Yoshimi likely chose the Ruiling Ping Mountain as a place to practice her skills and see how effective they were. They were well aware of what had happened at Ruiling Ping Mountain. The effects were simply terrifying. Since Fujiwara Yoshimi has decided to take action, it will undoubtedly be something significant, likely causing a stir like at Ruiling Ping Mountain. Inuzuka Jaw's sixth sense told him that this matter was certainly not simple. Kushina, feeling somewhat fearful, said, "Inuzuka Jaw is right, she might target Konoha village next, where there are mostly unarmed civilians now. We must prevent such a thing from happening." Hyūga immediately became serious. They then left the area, pursuing the path taken by the departing beasts. Hyūga had a premonition that as long as they followed the group of beasts, they would find the place where Fujiwara Yoshimi had poisoned. With that thought, they hurriedly followed closely behind the beasts. During this time, the beasts showed no signs of unusual behavior, and soon they arrived at a forest. This forest was vast, stretching endlessly. To avoid getting lost, Hyūga carefully marked a few trees at the entrance. After the beasts returned to their respective homes, they began searching within the forest. "We don't know what is in this forest, so let's stick together. Although the target is a bit broad, it will definitely be safe," Kikuchi Shusaku said. Soon they found several water sources in the forest and poured the antidote left for Kikuchi Shusaku into each. After completing all this, Kikuchi Shusaku let out a long sigh. He now had no antidote left. If Fujiwara Yoshimi truly intended to strike Konoha village, they would be caught off guard. At that moment, Kikuchi Shusaku suddenly felt something in his pocket. He pulled it out and upon seeing the familiar materials was momentarily taken aback. "What is this?" Kikuchi Shusaku exclaimed in surprise. His sudden reaction caught the attention of the other three. The three gathered closer and what came into view were the materials for making the antidote. There were also some other writings, likely the brief steps for the preparation. "This is the steps for making the antidote," Chiyu exclaimed in surprise. Kamikaze Mosaku also came to his senses. "Indeed. This antidote was procured by me and Chiyu together and I still vividly remember it. As long as we have the method to create this antidote, we need not be afraid anymore." Chiyu suggested, "In that case we should return to Konohagakure first. Let's produce these antidotes to be on the safe side." Hearing this, everyone agreed and they set off on the road back to Konohagakure. At this moment the citizens of Shuzhou town emerged from the secret passage that their ancestors had built to prevent foreign invasions. They saw that the outside world had already returned to its previous tranquility. The beasts that had rampaged through their town had vanished as if they had never been there. "I think I saw a few young people dealing with those beasts just now," one person said, appearing as if reborn from a disaster. "Did you see what they looked like?" "Of course I saw clearly. However, I can't describe them at the moment, but I would definitely recognize them if I saw them again." The person replied, "As long as you saw them clearly, that's good. They are also the saviors of our town. When they come back we must thank them." The town chief spoke at this moment. Upon hearing this, the crowd cheered, quickly shaking off their previous fears. Meanwhile the group soon reached the vicinity of Konohagakure. Just as they prepared to walk back to the village quickly and decide to rest for a while, two dragon-like beasts suddenly appeared in front of them. The crowd saw the two beasts rush out, thinking that they had been stirred by the poison created by the blood needles. Given how close this place was to Konohagakure, they feared the two beasts might wreak havoc in the village. At that moment the beast suddenly spoke, "I have never seen any of you before. You must have come from outside, right?" At this moment everyone understood that these two were actually summoned beasts. Chiyu found it strange too. He had never seen these beasts before, yet they seemed as if they had been in Konohagakure for decades. However, they could confirm that these two beasts were not confused, otherwise things would become particularly troublesome. "Who are you exactly? How can you be so sure that you have never seen us before?" Chiyu directly questioned. The other beast explained, "We arrived in this village over 100 years ago. We have seen all the residents of Konohagakure, but I have never seen you few before." Hearing this, Chiyu became curious. "What have you been doing for the past 100 years?" "Of course, we have been cultivating to become stronger. We received instructions from the first Hokage. But why should we tell you? You should identify yourselves quickly, otherwise we won't let you leave." At this point, seeing that they had not spoken for a long time, the red dragon assumed they were invaders and would not let them go easily. "Brother, don't waste time talking to them. They look like invaders who might cause harm in Konohagakure. I say we should just attack them." After hearing his brother's words, the blue dragon also found it reasonable and they immediately took on an attacking stand. Kamikaze Mosaku had been in the village for so many years and had never known when these two beasts had taken station at the village gate. Moreover, their level was indeed exceptional, indicating that they were likely the most formidable characters. "You three should step back. These two beasts are the strongest we have encountered. You are no match for them. Wait here while I deal with them," Kamikaze Mosaku instructed with some concern. He was most worried about his three students. Facing these two beasts alone was already quite taxing. If one of the beasts took advantage of the situation while he was occupied, his three students would have no ability to protect themselves. At that time they would be like fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. Kamikaze Mosaku would not only be unable to explain himself to the school but also to the parents of the students. Seeing that Kamikaze Mosaku seemed intent on facing the two beasts alone, Chiyu could not feel at ease and hurriedly spoke to his teacher. "Kamikaze-sensei, let me accompany you." However, Kamikaze Mosaku refused. "We don't know the true strength of these beasts. You should observe from the side and see how strong they are. If these two beasts are particularly strong, take Kushina and Inazuka Zaku and leave this place." Hearing this, Chiyu could only nod in agreement, not expecting that even at this time Kamikaze Mosaku was still considering them. In that case, Chiyu could only agree. Currently he was the only one capable of protecting the two of them. Uncertain of the beast's strength, Hyūga decided it would be wiser to heed Kamikaze-sensei's advice and observe first. Alright Kamikaze-sensei, rest assured. I will protect Kushina and Inuzuka-zaku well. Hyūga then solemnly made his promise. Seeing that Hyūga had finally agreed, Kamikaze Mosaku felt slightly reassured. However, the urgent crisis at hand did not give Kamikaze Mosaku any opportunity to think further if the attacks from the two beasts came crashing down like a violent storm. Kamikaze Mosaku utilized his years of combat experience to evade easily. However, the ferocity of the beast's attacks was intense and he still accidentally took a hit. A sharp pain instantly surged through him. After years without injury, Kamikaze Mosaku found himself momentarily unable to cope. In the next second, Kamikaze Mosaku spat out a mouthful of blood. This shocked Hyūga and the others who had always regarded him as strong. Kamikaze-sensei. Kushina cried out, having always respected this teacher. Seeing this situation, Hyūga and Shinjiro became anxious, not knowing whether they should intervene. However, he knew that these two dragon-like spirit beasts could actually injure teacher Flagwood, and Hyūga was definitely no match for them. Hyūga was already contemplating whether he should first take Jio Xian Nai and Inuzuka Joa away from here. Hearing the voices, Flagwood Shuashu turned around and saw the worry on the faces of the three. He quickly forced a reassuring smile. Flagwood Shuashu quickly said, "Don't worry, this minor injury is nothing to me. I haven't yet ascertained their true strength." Though they saw Flagwood Shuashu still able to smile, they felt no joy in their hearts. The three of them knew that Flagwood Shuashu was putting on a brave face to avoid worrying them. Thinking of this, the three felt a wave of despondency. They only felt utterly useless. Once Flagwood Shuashu regained his composure, he took out his white fanged blade ready to get serious. Just now these two beasts had sneak attacked him when he was unprepared, and now Flagwood Shuashu was angry. He had to make these beasts pay the price. For the time that followed, Flagwood Shuashu continuously dodged the attacks of the two beasts. Before long these two beasts began to show signs of fatigue, and Flagwood Shuashu keenly sensed this. Knowing it was now his time to counterattack, he immediately began to display his abilities. Ding! Mission issued: defeat these two beasts to obtain water release ninjutsu and gain 5 drunkenness value. Hearing this, Hyūga was immediately stunned. He didn't expect that defeating these two beasts would directly add 5 to his drunkenness value. It must be because these two dragon-like spirit beasts were indeed very powerful, which is why there was such a generous reward. Even without the system's mission, Hyūga would have taken action. Especially now that teacher Flagwood was surrounded by the two beasts, Hyūga felt a deep concern. Since the system chose to issue a mission at this moment, it proved that now was the time for Hyūga to step in and help Flagwood Shuashu. Hyūga drew out the sun and moon and charged forward, while Jio Xian Nai and Inuzuka Joa beside them looked on anxiously, fearing that something might happen to the two. If anything happened to them, the two of them would be utterly defenseless. At this moment a strange sensation surged within Jio Xian Nai's body, and various images began to replay in her mind. Jio Xian Nai did not immediately resist it. Instead, she began to memorize these images, and gradually the chakra within her body started to surge. Diamond lock. Soon chains appeared from thin air, and several ropes quickly bound the two dragon-like spirit beasts. The other end of the chains held in Jio Xian Nai's hand. Jio Xian Nai casually swung her arm, pulling the two spirit beasts, which were still airborne, forcefully to the ground, immediately rendering them weak. The crowd was astonished at this scene. Is this the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan? So powerful. Just with a few chains, the tense situation was successfully defused. Seeing that they had completely lost their ability to resist, Hyūga stepped forward and coldly asked, "Now tell us, who are you?" The red spirit beast, presumably the older brother, spoke up. "My younger brother just said it. We are the guardians of Konoha village." "Then who are you? We have never seen you before." "We are obviously villagers of Konoha. Even if you don't recognize these young people, I don't believe you wouldn't know the most reputable Flagwood Shuashu in Konoha." "Of course," Hyūga said coldly, sensing that the other party was lying. Upon hearing the name Flagwood Shuashu, the two spirit beasts felt a sense of familiarity, as if they had heard it somewhere before. Inuzuka Joa couldn't help but feel that these two spirit beasts had no malicious intent. Their appearance seemed quite harmless. Seeing Hyūga pressing them so hard, Inuzuka Joa felt a bit of pity. "Stop pressing them. If they are already injured. No matter their identity, we should let them go." Upon hearing Inuzuka Joa's plea, Hyūga was a bit surprised and quickly persuaded Inuzuka Joa, "I know you are kind-hearted and you feel bad seeing them like this. But if we let them go and they choose to stay in Konoha village, it might attract Fujiwara Yoshimi's attention. You know their strength." Hearing this, Inuzuka Joa nodded, feeling that they made a valid point, but he just couldn't bear it. The two spirit beasts were naturally very touched by this human girl's plea. However, before they could feel moved for long, Chiyu stepped forward and pressed, "Tell us. Who are you? We have already answered. If you don't want to believe us, there's nothing I can do." "Do as you please," the red spirit beast said firmly. It felt that these humans were not really wanting to let them go, they were just looking for an excuse to deal with them, just like that previous group of humans. But since they were the defeated, the vanquished must have the awareness of the vanquished. "Fine, let me rephrase. If you have been in Konoha village for over 100 years, have you stayed here without leaving for even a moment during that time?" Seeing that nothing could be gleaned, Chiyu could only choose to rephrase the question. Chiyu did not expect the two spirit beasts to answer sincerely, nor did he need them to answer properly, he only needed to catch the loopholes in their language. "Of course not. We began our seclusion and cultivation over 100 years ago, but we can judge whether you are from Konoha village by your scent," the red spirit beast explained. Upon hearing this, the crowd found it quite interesting. It was their first time hearing such a novel thing. "What? Don't you believe us?" The red spirit beast naturally sensed their doubts. Chiyu's face immediately darkened. "Do you think we would believe you? If you are unwilling to answer properly, then we cannot let you go. After all, you have already started attacking humans." Suddenly at that moment, the third Hokage hurriedly rushed over. "Everyone, please calm down. Allow me to speak." The third Hokage quickly came over to stop them, fearing that they would start fighting in front of him. After the third Hokage assessed the scene, he was momentarily taken aback. He quickly realized that a fight had indeed occurred, but fortunately there were no casualties. The two dragon-shaped summoning beasts lay on the ground in a particularly embarrassed state, their eyes filled with expressions of grievance. However, seeing them in such a sorry state, Sarutobi Raisen couldn't help but find it amusing. However, upon noticing that Hatake Shosaku was also present, Sarutobi Raisen felt unsurprised. With Hatake Shosaku here, it was only natural for the two summoning beasts to experience some difficulties. Actually, these are particularly exceptional summoning beasts brought back by Lord Hashirama previously. Sarutobi Raisen finally revealed their origins. Sarutobi Raisen had seen these two summoning beasts with his own eyes when he was a child. After all, he was a direct disciple of the first and second Hokage, and since they were brought back by the first Hokage, it was only natural for him to take on the responsibility of protecting them. Seeing the tension between them escalate, the crowd was stunned upon hearing this. They never expected the identities of these two summoning beasts to be so esteemed, and they clearly found it hard to believe. This was something that Sarutobi Raisen had personally stated, so it naturally couldn't be false. "I see, since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, then there's no issue, right?" Hatake Shosaku nodded. He was also quite surprised by the identities of these two summoning beasts, but as long as all misunderstandings were clarified, that was sufficient. One must know that such intelligent summoning beasts would definitely not hold a grudge against them. Sarutobi Raisen nodded. "Since all misunderstandings have been resolved, let's head back to the village for now." Subsequently, everyone followed behind him towards the village. On the way, Sarutobi Raisen glanced at the three young individuals and couldn't help but feel nostalgic. "I've heard about this mission, but I didn't expect you to resolve it so quickly. Very impressive. It's no wonder Hatake Shosaku has such high expectations of you." Upon hearing this, the three of them lowered their heads, feeling a bit shy and scratching their heads. They never imagined they could receive such praise from the third Hokage, a privilege many Jonin did not have. Soon they arrived at the Hokage building to report on this mission. "This mission was quite perilous, but you all performed admirably. For now there's nothing else to attend to, so you can go home and rest for a while." Hatake Shosaku noticed that the three of them looked utterly exhausted. "All right," they quickly nodded. Having an opportunity to rest was the best reward for them. "Have fun." After saying this, Hatake Shosaku turned and left. The three of them exchanged glances, and Chiyu asked the two girls, "What are your plans next?" "I've already made plans," Inuzuka Zaku said. "This mission was too dangerous. I didn't think to bring along Hyūga. It's been a long time since I've been home to see Hyūga, and I want to go back for a while. How about we join you? It's not much fun going home alone anyway. Both Chiyu and I are quite curious about the Inuzuka clan's taijutsu and beast mimicry. Would you take us to your home for a couple of days?" Kushina quickly made a choice for Chiyu, thinking it would be a great opportunity to get closer to Chiyu. Once they reached the Inuzuka clan, the two of them could get to know each other better. "Of course." Inuzuka Zaku glanced at Chiyu and eagerly agreed. Chiyue was aware of Kushina's intentions but chose not to expose it, merely smiling faintly. Since Kushina had already made the decision for him, it would be inappropriate for Chiyue to decline. Moreover, he was quite curious about the Inuzuka clan's taijutsu, which was a profound ninjutsu that integrated with ninja dogs. Soon the three of them followed Inuzuka Zaku towards the Inuzuka clan's location. Along the way they encountered thorny bushes everywhere and it looked somewhat desolate. There were also several training grounds, and from a distance one could see Inuzuka clan members training with a medium-sized dog by their side. The dogs varied in size but all appeared fierce, having clearly undergone rigorous training from a young age and possessing a deep bond with their owners. Seeing this, Ranua tilted her head slightly. She had heard of the Inuzuka clan's beast techniques, but witnessing it in person was even more astonishing. "Mom and Dad, I'm back!" Inuzuka Zaku exclaimed as he pushed the door open. Inside, a middle-aged man and woman were each engaged in their own tasks with a dog accompanying them. The two dogs, one large and one small, were both brown, looking quite similar to Chinese rural dogs. However, Ranua knew well that these two dogs had undergone a rigorous training process, otherwise they wouldn't exude such a strong aura of killer intent. "Oh, you've brought classmates back. How have you been during your mission training?" At this time the middle-aged woman had already set down a platter of dishes, a warm smile on her face. Suddenly a sound of footsteps came from the other side. A young man walked over slowly, looking quite youthful. The young man wore a forehead protector, seemingly a sign of a chunin. Ranua raised an eyebrow at this sight and saw the man casually sit down without any hesitation. "I'm not saying this to you, cousin, but every member of the Inuzuka clan in Konoha is outstanding, each achieving remarkable results. So why is it different for you? At your age you still don't have the ability to stand on your own. How come it's different for you? You're already at this age and yet you still lack the capability to be independent." Inuzuka Hira's expression was filled with a mix of disdain and ridicule, seemingly looking down on Inuzuka Zaku. Hearing this ridicule, Inuzuka Zaku felt a surge of anger. But then, as if remembering something, he swallowed his anger. After all, his parents were still around and it wouldn't be wise to clash with Inuzuka Hira at this moment. Inuzuka Hira had already achieved the rank of genin, holding a certain status within the clan, making it inappropriate for Inuzuka Zaku to confront him casually. However, upon seeing Inuzuka Zaku sitting in silence, Inuzuka Hira seemed even more invigorated. "Just look at you running around like a wild girl every day, lacking any semblance of a woman. I think your time at the Ninja Academy was just a disgrace to our Inuzuka clan. I really can't understand how our family ended up with someone like you." It was evident that Inuzuka Ping's words were becoming increasingly severe and hurtful, adopting the tone of an elder. Sitting beside him, Inuzuka Joie clenched his fists tightly, the anger within him growing ever more intense. However, Inuzuka Joie refrained from standing up to refute him as his parents were present. Moreover, he had returned this time to see Heiwang, not to stir up trouble at home. Throughout their childhood conflicts it was always Inuzuka Joie who bore the brunt of the punishment. Inuzuka Ping had always carried himself like a rogue, so why should Inuzuka Joie bother to argue with him? Seeing that Inuzuka Joie had not retorted, Inuzuka Ping became even more animated. "If I were you, I wouldn't even feel embarrassed to return home. Clearly my cousin has a better mindset." Inuzuka Ping continued to mumble to himself, seemingly oblivious to those around him, with no intention of stopping. He was intent on squeezing Inuzuka Joie from all angles, seemingly unwilling to let Inuzuka Joie have a moment of peace. At that moment Ranua, sitting nearby, could no longer bear it. Initially he thought it was just ordinary banter, but he was taken aback as the tone of the conversation grew increasingly harsh. After all, regardless of how one looked at it, Inuzuka Ping's words were indeed too acerbic. During their usual banter, Chiyue as an outsider certainly had no right to interject. However, since Inuzuka Joie had brought two friends back, Inuzuka Ping as her brother had not considered giving her any face in front of her friends. Seeing that the other party was so relentless, Chiyue naturally decided to stand up for Inuzuka Joie. Chiyue stood up and accused, "You are merely a chunin, not a jonin, let alone a Hokage. How dare you provoke and mock like this? Do you even know your own capabilities? How dare you act so ferociously? You must realize that there are always stronger opponents out there. Can you speak to the third Hokage like this?" After delivering this mockery, Ranua casually glanced at Inuzuka Ping, who was sitting aside, his entire being trembling with rage at those words. After all, due to his young age he had already become a chunin, so many regarded him with a degree of admiration. In the entire Hidden Leaf village and even within the Inuzuka clan very few dared to easily offend him. This man before him was the first. However, it seemed this boy was just a genin like his cousin. After all, his cousin was also not particularly impressive in the ninja academy, so it appeared that this man's strength was likely on par with Inuzuka Joie. Otherwise, how could they have possibly become friends? As a chunin, Inuzuka Ping could easily deal with these small fry with just a flick of his finger. With this thought, Inuzuka Ping snorted coldly and provocatively said, "I see your verbal skills are impressive. If you really cannot stand my style, why not challenge me to a duel? Let me see if your strength matches your verbal prowess." Inuzuka Ping seemed to have anticipated that Ranyue would not dare to challenge him, thus he spoke deliberately. However, Ranyue, who was sitting beside them, lowered his head as if contemplating something, then raised his head and nodded, neither humble nor arrogant. "Since it's just a duel, if I refuse, wouldn't that make me appear cowardly? I accept your challenge." As soon as Ranyue finished speaking, everyone present gasped in shock. How could a genin dare to muster the courage to provoke a chunin? Moreover, to challenge him to a duel. The gap between the two was substantial, not something that could be summarized in a few words. If this chunin got serious, Ranyue might end up in serious trouble. At this moment, Inuzuka Joie, sitting aside, displayed a look of shock on her face. She clearly had not anticipated that Ranyue would so boldly agree to Inuzuka Ping's challenge. "Chiyue, thank you for being willing to stand up for me, but perhaps it's better not to. You have no chance of winning against Inuzuka Ping in a spar. After all, there's a significant gap between you. I'm afraid you might lose." Inuzuka Joie was genuinely frightened. Ranyue merely waved his hand dismissively after hearing this without providing further explanation. Everyone present believed that Ranyue would definitely be unable to defeat Inuzuka Ping, but only Ranyue knew his own strength. Chiyue calmly said, "Don't worry, I don't care whether he is a chunin or a genin. If it's a duel, then it's a duel. I'm not afraid." Seeing Ranyue speak without hesitation, his eyes revealed a determined light. Chiyue felt that no matter how strong the opponent was, he could not tolerate anyone bullying his friend. Standing beside them, Inuzuka Joie's gaze dimmed, aware that she was merely a bystander. Seeing Ranyue's unwavering determination, she knew her persuasion would be futile. At the same time, Inuzuka Joie felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. After all, very few people would stand up for her, especially in a situation where one could easily lose their life. She never expected Ranyue to be so loyal. At this moment, Inuzuka Ping could no longer contain himself. He stood up and looked at Ranyue, and Inuzuka Joie, a mocking expression on his face, clearly looking down on Ranyue. "Since you've accepted my challenge, then follow me." "Humph." With a cold snort, Inuzuka Ping walked ahead. The news of Inuzuka Ping's duel with Ranyue had spread quickly, and many people hurriedly followed behind Inuzuka Ping, seemingly preparing to watch the match. Ranyue, undaunted, was accompanied only by Inuzuka Joie. Even so, he walked with integrity, showing no signs of fear. Before long, Ranyue followed Inuzuka Ping's figure to the duel arena. This area was quite spacious, featuring a large arena. Inuzuka Ping turned and introduced to the crowd beside him, "This is the place where members of the Inuzuka clan duel amongst themselves. Bringing an outsider here breaks a bit of a rule. However, since you want to duel me, this place is the most suitable if the space is wide enough." After finishing his words, Inuzuka Ping's expression of sarcasm and provocation remained unchanged as he looked down at Ranyue. After all, Inuzuka Ping was several years older than Ranyue, and it was only natural that he was slightly taller. Ranyue heard Chuanzhong Ping's words and showed no reaction. She clasped her hands and stood aside with a cool, detached indifference. Chuanzhong Ping realized his words had no effect and felt his face flush with humiliation, so he proceeded to taunt her again. "I see you tail Chuanzhong Joie everywhere like a shadow. Your strength must be nothing to boast about. Someone of your caliber dares to challenge me. You can still retreat and save face, kneel and kowtow 3 times, admit defeat, and I will spare you." Chuanzhong Ping maintained his lofty posture, casting disdainful glances at Ranyue now and then like a pompous rooster. Ranyue barely suppressed a smile at such a childish wager. She remained composed, tugged lightly at the corner of her lips, and displayed utter contempt. Though not vicious, the demand was deeply insulting. "I can accept that condition, but you must agree to one of mine." Ranyue spoke with uncanny calm. Hearing this, Chuanzhong Ping laughed uproariously, as if the notion of losing were impossible. "You must be joking. Do you really think you, a worthless wretch, can beat me? It's a toad dreaming of a swan, sheer delusion." Chuanzhong Ping barely stifled his laughter, then nodded for Ranyue to state her demand. Ranyue simply ignored his raucous mirth. "If you lose, you will kowtow and admit defeat, and if I lose, I will do the same." Chuanzhong Ping stood stunned. The stipulation was humiliating. If he lost, his standing within the family would be ruined. Still convinced he could never lose, he nodded and accepted. Ran Yu then stepped onto the arena if the duel was about to erupt. Chuanzhongping summoned his ninken, his trained battle dog. The dog was a massive Alaskan-like beast, ferocious in appearance, a cut above ordinary mongrels though not particularly bright. Chuanzhongping barked orders, preparing to unleash a lethal technique to finish Ran Yu on the spot. Yatongya Tuthto Tooth Strike. Man and dog merged in midair, spinning so fast they became a blur before hurtling toward Ran Yu. Ran Yu merely sidestepped and evaded the attack. Seeing it miss, Chuanzhongping seethed and immediately launched a second strike. But his speed was insufficient to reach the technique's peak if the blow only grazed touching skin but not its intended mark. As expected, Chuanzhongping soon grew exhausted and his speed dropped several notches. Ran Yu recognized that now was the moment to act. As Ran Yu prepared to counter with her ninjutsu, the incoming Yatongya suddenly shifted form. The dog panted at the edge of exhaustion and Chuanzhongping was scarcely better, though he clung stubbornly to his last reserves. Chuanzhongping shrugged off a heavy coat, revealing both hands, and let out a fierce roar. Shitzi Liandan. Shitzi Liandan Lion Volley. He then charged toward Ran Yu with astonishing speed. Ran Yu was taken aback. He could follow Yatongya with Shitzi Liandan, a blazing combination whose speed was devastating. A light flickered in her eyes. She twisted her body, aiming to slip past the lion volley with swift grace. But she retreated a fraction too slowly and her forearm was grazed. Blood spurted, soaking her sleeve. The wound looked alarming but was only superficial. It did not reach bone. Even so, Chuanzhongping laughed triumphantly. Ran Yu merely frowned slightly. Since Chuanzhongping had pushed matters this far, there was no longer any reason to hide her strength. Ran Yu rose to her feet. Chuanzhongping watched in astonishment as she stood. He could not understand how she still had the strength. He was inwardly shocked. He was already utterly spent. He had assumed a single Yatongya would deal with a petty underling like Ran Yu. Even after the lion volley, he had managed only to nick her forearm. This was a heavy blow to his pride. He had risen to the rank of Chunin by mastering Yatongya and the lion volley. That his two signature moves could be so effortlessly evaded infuriated him. His veins bulged and his face flushed with fury. He could not afford to lose this match. If he did, he would be the one kowtowing. His pride and reputation would never allow it. At ringside, Chuanzhongjua and Jiao Xinnai both wore expressions of concern when they saw Ran Yu wounded. Jiao Xinnai felt a pang of regret. She wished she had prevented Ran Yu from entering the match, which would have spared her this injury and the helplessness of watching it happen. But Ran Yu was not to be underestimated. Despite the exchange, she appeared scarcely diminished. She narrowed her eyes and unleashed a Huadun ninjutsu great fireball. Ran Yu raised both hands high and with swift precision called chakra into her palms until it began to coalesce there. The chakra in her hands swirled and spawned a fierce orb of flame that spun relentlessly, refusing to be still. Great fireball! Ran Yu cried, and a blazing sphere erupted from her palms and surged toward its target. In an instant, Inuzuka Ping had not yet reacted when he suddenly felt a tremendous shockwave crashing into his abdomen. Before Inuzuka Ping could evade, he could only brunt the impact of this massive fireball. Subsequently, Inuzuka Ping spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and fell to the ground, appearing extremely shaky, his vitality significantly weakened. After using this move, Ran Yu's complexion also turned slightly pale. After all, with Ran Yu's current physique, she was not yet able to withstand such a powerful fireball of chakra. This was why Ran Yu exhibited some transient symptoms of paleness and weakness, but she soon regained her composure. However, Inuzuka Ping, lying on the ground, still could not recover, remaining there in extreme pain. Inuzuka Ping's abdomen had caved in deeply due to the force of the fireball, and it seemed that several ribs were broken. This match concluded with such a result. In an instant, the spectators outside had yet to react, as no one had anticipated that Ran Yu would emerge victorious. Then, as if realizing something, Inuzuka Ping, despite his efforts, succumbed to unconsciousness, blood continuing to ooze from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the fireball had inflicted a great injury upon him. Inuzuka Joa and Kushina, watching from below, naturally witnessed this scene and without hesitation rushed over to check on Ran Yu's condition. "How is it, Ran Yu? Are you alright?" Inuzuka Joa, feeling quite anxious as he approached the stage, looked at Ran Yu, for she had been injured because of him, and her pale and weak expression made him feel even more guilty. "I'm fine." Ran Yu shook her head, signaling Inuzuka Joa that there was no need for him to worry any further. She then stood up, her limbs mostly unscathed except for a small abrasion on her arm. For a ninja, this was actually quite a minor injury, posing no significant issue. However, Kushina, who had just caught up, frowned slightly upon seeing this. Being a medical ninja, Kushina could not bear to see her friend injured, so she promptly began to channel chakra to heal Ran Yu's wounds. A silver-green light gradually appeared in Kushina's palm and she gently covered the injured area on Ranyu's body with her hand. To everyone's amazement, the wound started to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Inuzuka Joie standing nearby was utterly astonished by this scene. He had heard of the prowess of medical ninjas but never expected them to be capable of such remarkable feats. It was astounding that a wound could vanish in an instant. Just as the wound finished healing, a middle-aged woman's voice suddenly rang out. Inuzuka Joie's mother hurriedly walked over from behind, easily spotting her daughter among the crowd. Inuzuka Joie, what is going on? Why are you always getting into trouble? One day you'll end up putting yourself in danger. Come on, let's go home for dinner. The middle-aged woman approached and grabbed Inuzuka Joie by the ear, preparing to drag her daughter back for dinner. Throughout the journey, the middle-aged woman's attitude towards Inuzuka Joie was not particularly pleasant. After finally coming home, you waste time playing around, disappearing outside, and I didn't expect you to end up here causing mischief every day. The middle-aged woman continued her complaints, along the way her expression showing considerable anger. Inuzuka Joie, being pulled by the ear, was naturally quite displeased, but due to the presence of others she could only remain silent, being dragged along as it looked like she was going to be taken home. At this moment, Ranyu, standing nearby, frowned slightly, clearly displeased by the scene. She quickly stepped forward to explain to the middle-aged woman. And it's like this. Things are not as you imagine. When we arrived, Inuzuka Ping insulted Inuzuka Joie first and I couldn't stand by, so I challenged him unknown, which is why we ended up here. After hearing Ranyu's concise explanation, the middle-aged woman displayed a look of realization and turned to look at her daughter. She noticed her daughter's expression, which seemed to carry a hint of grievance, and this made the middle-aged woman feel distressed. Such a big incident happened, why didn't you tell me earlier? Inuzuka Joie shyly glanced at Ranyu before replying, it's fine, Ranyu has already avenged me. The middle-aged woman immediately noticed a secret in her daughter's eyes, as her daughter rarely showed such emotions. The middle-aged woman could tell that the relationship between the two was certainly not ordinary. However, she chose not to confront it directly, planning to ask Inuzuka Joie privately later. I've already had a guest room prepared for you. Just enjoy your time at home, the middle-aged woman quickly said to the two behind her. I'm going to visit Kuramaru now. You can go check out the guest room, and if there's anything unsatisfactory just let me know, mother. Inuzuka Joie then turned to them and spoke. Ranyu nodded. Alright, let's go take a look at the room first. Having just come out of a fierce battle, Ranyu already felt weak and exhausted. She needed to sit down and have a few drinks to recover, and she immediately thought of the few bottles of good wine in her bag. Since Inuzuka Joie had already said so, she must agree. The four then bid each other farewell and parted ways. Inuzuka Joie's mother was preparing to walk beside her, wanting to ask her daughter about her relationship with Ranyu when there were fewer people around. However, just after taking a few steps, Inuzuka Joie's mother was called by a clan member to handle some matters. Inuzuka Joie went alone to accompany Kuramaru. As for her mother's abrupt departure, she had long grown accustomed to it and felt no inner turmoil. Kuramaru. Soon Inuzuka Joie arrived at Kuramaru's location, where he eagerly responded upon hearing her voice. However, at that moment a particularly stern and chilling voice suddenly sounded from behind Inuzuka Joie. Inuzuka Joie, do you know your mistake? You just returned and have already defied your elder brother, causing such a huge issue. Father. I was wrong, Inuzuka Joie stammered, turning around in response. Hearing this, Inuzuka Joie's father let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as you know your mistake, it's good. I understand that you have suffered this time, but you mustn't create more trouble, understand? I understand. Inuzuka Joie replied helplessly. After that, Inuzuka Joie's father turned and left, and she immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Unexpectedly, her father not only did not blame her but also patiently advised her, which frightened Inuzuka Joie. The two of them spent the following time in relative peace and comfort. With some leisure time, Inuzuka Joie thought about how she had never had her own summoning beast, while Hyūga already had a powerful and majestic one. She had been experimenting for days without any success. One night, when Inuzuka Joie returned to the mountain top to practice again, two summoning beasts suddenly appeared before her. However, for some reason they were surrounded by a faint mist. It seemed that the mountain's fog was too thick, and after they were summoned, the jutsu reacted with the surrounding air. Nevertheless, Inuzuka Joie could still vaguely see that two summoning beasts had arrived. Could it be that her summoning technique was effective? However, Inuzuka Joie suddenly recalled the scene when Hyūga signed the contract, which made her a bit uneasy. She wondered if she would be able to successfully sign a contract. Now that Inuzuka Joie was able to successfully use the summoning technique, even if this contract signing failed, she believed she would definitely be able to find a more suitable one later. What puzzled Inuzuka Joie was that when others used the summoning technique they usually only summoned one beast. But how could she summon two beasts? Could it be that she was truly a late bloomer? Thus the reason Inuzuka Joie had been unable to learn the summoning technique for so long was that a more powerful ability awaited her. In just a minute Inuzuka Joie had thought of many things. Soon the mist completely dissipated and the forms of the two summoning beasts came into her view. When she saw them clearly, Inuzuka Joie was quite surprised. "How did you end up here?" she exclaimed in shock. The summoning beasts that had come were none other than the two dragon-shaped beasts she had seen a few days ago. "We don't know either. Suddenly a force summoned us and a flash of white light appeared. When we opened our eyes again we were already here," the red dragon explained. Inuzuka Joie promptly addressed their confusion. "It was I who just used the summoning technique." Upon hearing this the two dragons instantly understood they now had to consider whether to sign a contract. Because Inuzuka Joie's ability was not particularly strong she could not force them to bind. Even if they did not sign a contract she had no way to compel them. "Brother, what do you think?" the red dragon asked his younger brother beside him. The blue dragon answered without thinking, "I just follow whatever my brother decides. Whatever my brother wants to do I will do. I find her summoning technique very interesting. This is the first time I've seen someone summon two summoning beasts at once. I'm quite curious to see if the contract can be signed normally. She had previously shown us kindness by pleading for us and our parents always taught us to be grateful. For this reason alone I am willing to sign this contract with her." The red dragon thought for a moment and said seriously. Upon hearing this Inuzuka Joie secretly rejoiced. She had seen the strength of the two dragons and they were the strongest she had encountered on her journey. If the brothers were willing to sign a contract together, wouldn't she then have two trump cards in her hands? Even just one of them would make Inuzuka Joie very satisfied. After thinking for a while the blue dragon said, "I will listen to everything my brother says. If you don't want to, don't force yourself. This is my personal choice and I would never impose it on you." The red dragon spoke with some concern. He was afraid that his younger brother would feel uneasy about him signing a contract alone. Moreover, he had always protected his younger brother very well. Many matters were directly decided by him, leaving his brother with little judgment, so he couldn't help but persuade him a few more times. "Of course I am willing as long as I can be with you, brother." The blue dragon understood his brother's intentions and said firmly. The red dragon nodded in response and then looked at Inuzuka Joie who stood before them. "If that's the case, why are you still standing there? Aren't you going to prepare to sign the contract?" Inuzuka Joie was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected that both brothers were willing to sign a contract with her and she felt that she was indeed incredibly lucky. Thinking of this, Inuzuka Joie hurriedly recalled the latter part of the summoning technique. Before long Inuzuka Joie successfully signed contracts with both brothers. They were both quite surprised to find that they could indeed sign two contracts at once. "I am called Huang Jian and my brother is Huang Yu. These are our names in the Dragon Clan. You can just call us by our names in the future." Huang Jian then introduced himself. Inuzuka Joie nodded in response and they all sat down to chat. The two brothers noticed her concerns and provided Inuzuka Joie with considerable assistance regarding ninjutsu. She also learned many amusing childhood stories from them. Unknowingly Inuzuka Joie fell asleep on the mountain top. When she opened her eyes she found that it was already bright outside and she was covered with a thick blanket. It was obvious that this blanket had been placed on her by the Huang brothers, but she wondered where they had gotten it from. Since most summoning beasts were not afraid of heat or cold, she thought that as dragons they would certainly be even less afraid. Unable to figure it out, she folded the blanket intending to return it to the Huang brothers the next time she saw them. Before long Shigeru Hatake came to the Inuzuka clan looking for them, accompanied by a seemingly mature and composed person. "This is Kagoku Yusuke, my friend. I have come to find you for a matter." Suddenly there is news about Fujiwara Yoshimi. Someone claimed to have seen a woman with matching characteristics near the Hyūga mountain in Konoha. Shigeru Hatake stated his point directly. The three of them were shocked to hear this, after all the sighting they had heard about in the Ruilingping mountain range was still fresh in their minds. She must be plotting a conspiracy. "We have to check the situation at Hyūga mountain," Chiyu said seriously. "There are many wild beasts living on the mountain. If Fujiwara Yoshimi really decides to take action, I fear things might become quite troublesome." Kushina agreed. They quickly tidied up and decided to set off to see the situation. At this moment Inuzuka Pa had brought her black ball as she had not brought it during the previous mission, which had caused some discontent. Soon they set off towards Pingshuan Peak and arrived at the foot of the mountain in no time. Ranua felt that the timing was right and turned to Inuzuka Pa saying, "Inuzuka Pa, we are all here. Quickly summon the brothers of Erhuang and ask them whether Fujihara Yoshimi has gone up the mountain." After signing a contract with them, Inuzuka Pa had already informed Chiyue and Kushina. Since Pingshuan Peak is where the two spirit beasts reside, it would be best to directly ask them as they are familiar with this area. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Pa hurriedly complied. After using the summoning technique, she summoned the Erhuang brothers, which surprised Kiki Shiksaku. Kiki Shiksaku looked at Inuzuka Pa in astonishment and asked Inuzuka Pa, "When did you master the summoning technique?" "I only learned this ability not long ago." "Actually, it hasn't been long, many things happened later and I forgot to tell you, Kiki-sensei," Inuzuka Pa hurriedly explained. At that moment she realized she had not informed Kiki-sensei since then. Now with Kiki-sensei suddenly asking, Inuzuka Pa felt a bit embarrassed. Kiki Shiksaku was quite surprised after hearing what Inuzuka Pa said. However, Kiki Shiksaku soon felt a sense of pride and praised, "Your comprehension is quite good. With a bit more effort in the future you will surely become a jonin easily." Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Pa felt very happy. Kiki-sensei's words gave her more confidence. Previously she saw the two people around her mastering powerful abilities one after another, which had made Inuzuka Pa doubt whether she was suited to be a ninja. But now hearing Kiki-sensei praise her comprehension and suggest that she could become a jonin made Inuzuka Pa secretly delighted. Seeing the smile on her face, Chiyue felt relieved, realizing that Inuzuka Pa had truly regained her confidence. The Erhuang brothers quickly appeared, showing deep respect to Inuzuka Pa. "The reason I summoned you this time is that I have something to ask. Have you seen this woman in the picture?" Inuzuka Pa asked, holding the portrait of Fujihara Yoshimi. The Erhuang brothers glanced at the picture in Inuzuka Pa's hand and replied, "We have seen her. A few days ago we saw her heading towards the mountain top and she hasn't come down since." After hearing this, Inuzuka Pa and the others felt puzzled, unable to understand why Fujihara Yoshimi had stayed on the mountain for so long. Nonetheless, they were curious and knew they had to check the situation. "Fujihara Yoshimi's actions are too suspicious, we must go take a look," Chiyue said solemnly. "We definitely need to go up the mountain. The reason Fujihara Yoshimi chose to target this mountain must be because she wants to harm both villages. I actually think this situation is not so simple. If it were just poisoning, it wouldn't take long for her to finish. I believe this matter is definitely more complicated than it appears." Inuzuka Pa did not think so. Upon hearing her, everyone instantly understood as they shared the same sentiment. "No matter what Fujihara Yoshimi intends to do, we must stop her," Chiyue declared firmly. If they were to delay any longer, it was highly likely that whatever Fujihara Yoshimi was planning would succeed, and then they would not be able to prevent it. The Erhuang brothers felt a bit worried, seeing their resolute determination to ascend the mountain. From their expressions, it seemed the woman they had seen days ago was particularly dangerous. Except for the oldest among them, who was able to keep up, the others were not capable. After all, they had no idea what the mountain was like, and when they encountered danger they would have no ability to resist. For the sake of their safety, the Erhuang brothers proactively suggested, "Since the situation on the mountain top is unclear, why don't we accompany you to the top? No, we don't know if there will be any danger ahead and we cannot let you take risks with us." Inuzuka Pa directly refused. She did not know what dangers lay ahead, so she was unwilling to let the Erhuang brothers take that risk. Even though they had a contractual relationship, Inuzuka Pa had always regarded them as friends. She could not knowingly drag them into a perilous situation. Despite Inuzuka Pa's firm stance, the Erhuang brothers were unwilling to give up and insisted on accompanying them, fearing for their safety. "Let us accompany you. Since you don't know what the mountain is like, it would be safer to have us along," Erhuang Jian urged. Inuzuka Pa remained resolute. "The situation at the top of the mountain is too dangerous. I understand your desire to help, but I can't knowingly drag you into the abyss with me." She had already decided not to take them along, and no matter what they said, it was futile. Chiyue, seeing how sincere they were, also stepped in to persuade Inuzuka Pa, "Why not let them come with us? They have a valid point, having an extra person means more strength. With them accompanying us, our journey will be safer, especially since we don't know what Fujihara Yoshimi intends to do." Chiyue wanted them to join precisely because the upcoming journey was filled with uncertainty, not knowing what reckless actions Fujihara Yoshimi might take. And with the strength of these two dragons, although they could be useful, Chiyue did not want any member of their team to be harmed. Hearing this, Inuzuka Pa reluctantly nodded in agreement. "All right then. Inuzuka Pa was still reluctant to take the Huang brothers with her, but since Chiyue had said so she couldn't find any other reason to refuse. You can certainly follow us, but you must promise me one thing: if you encounter any danger, don't worry about us and just leave. Then Inuzuka turned to the Huang brothers and instructed them. Huang Yu nodded innocently, saying, "That's for sure. If we really encounter any danger, we will definitely choose to escape first and then come back to rescue you after gathering help." Hearing Huang Yu's words, Inuzuka couldn't help but smile at her adorable demeanor. "That's good," she said. Looking at Inuzuka-tsu's tough exterior but soft heart, Chiyu couldn't help but chuckle to herself. However, Hyūga beside them had a particularly disdainful expression, feeling that these two dragons were just over-dramatizing the situation. Seeing that the matter was settled, they all set off together towards the mountain top. When they reached the mountain top, they saw Fujiwara Yoshimi sitting in an open area. In front of her was a table with various instruments and bottles which seemed to be used for making poison. It seemed that the reason Fujiwara Yoshimi had not descended the mountain these past few days was that she was making an antidote up there. Upon seeing her, Hyūga began to howl frantically. He could sense an evil aura emanating from this woman which was quite unsettling. Inuzuka quickly sensed Hyūga's restless emotions and hurriedly squatted down to comfort him. "I already knew you would come. Just so happens I've had some spare time these past few days to upgrade the poison. The antidote you have is already ineffective." Fujiwara Yoshimi laughed maniacally. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group changed drastically. They hadn't expected Fujiwara Yoshimi to be so despicable, silently upgrading the poison like this. So all their efforts in gathering medicinal materials and creating antidotes over the past few days were in vain. However, Chiyu thought of Shimada Nozomi and believed that if she could just present all this poison to him, he would surely be able to produce an antidote. With that in mind, Chiyu intended to go and take all the bottles from Fujiwara Yoshimi's table. But Fujiwara Yoshimi was quick on her feet. Seeing Ranyu approaching, she immediately flipped the table over. Then she smugly said, "Want to steal it? Haha, you're just too slow." Chiyue, hearing Fujiwara Yoshimi's words, quickly thought of a retort and disdainfully said, "What use are those poisons in your hands? As far as I know, you haven't been up the mountain for long. How could you possibly make poison that's more potent than before?" Fujiwara Yoshimi felt provoked by Chiyu's words. As if afraid they wouldn't believe her, Fujiwara Yoshimi hurriedly continued, "The upgraded poison I created will make the summoned beasts even more frenzied. Their abilities will be stronger than before, and the most terrifying aspect is that they will obey the commands of the person who administered the poison." Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. If what Fujiwara Yoshimi said was true and the effects of the poison were indeed that powerful, it would undoubtedly become a significant challenge for them. Chiyue, however, scrutinized Fujiwara Yoshimi with a doubtful gaze. He wasn't actually unwilling to believe her, he simply felt that if she truly could produce such a powerful poison, the situation would become quite troublesome. Thus he began to hypnotize his subconscious, hoping to make himself not want to believe that. Seeing this, Fujiwara Yoshimi was instantly enraged. "You all don't believe me, do you? Today I'll let you witness the power of this upgraded poison." Soon several exceptionally large summoned beasts appeared before their group. Kiki Moshaku quickly recognized their identities. "It's over. How did the Chao Tian beast, illumination flame lizard, purple lightning crystal wolf and crystal wind white tiger all come here? These are the 4 strongest summoned beasts of Pingchuan Peak, existing since ancient times. You must understand that the summoned beasts from ancient times were the strongest during an era filled with dazzling demons. It's not an easy feat to have survived since then. The reason these summoned beasts hadn't caused panic is that they usually slept in some corner of Pingchuan Peak and rarely moved about. No one had ever seen what they truly looked like, and Kiki Moshaku knew because he had previously looked at an illustrated book of ancient creatures. With his photographic memory, he quickly matched their identities. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Could these 4 summoned beasts really be that formidable? But just then Fujiwara Yoshimi commanded the 4 summoned beasts, "Show them what you're made of." The 4 summoned beasts charged towards their direction. "You all stay back," Kiki Moshaku instructed the 3 students behind him. Knowing the situation was critical, Chiyu and the others quickly took cover and observed. With the perfect cooperation of the 2 dragons, the 4 summoned beasts were no match for them. Just as the 4 summoned beasts were about to retreat, Fujiwara Yoshimi started murmuring to herself, causing the Huang brothers to halt. Suddenly their gazes became hollow and they moved to stand beside Fujiwara Yoshimi, looking as if they had lost their minds. "Little cuties, kill them for me," Fujiwara Yoshimi leaned down and whispered into the ears of the Huang brothers. They immediately became as frenzied as the 4 summoned beasts. Then following Fujiwara Yoshimi's instructions they began to attack Kogai Yusuke and Kikimoshaku. Seeing this Inuzuka Tsum was dumbfounded and hurriedly shouted their names. But no matter how she called, the Huang brothers were unresponsive, as if they couldn't hear her cries, their eyes filled with emptiness. Meanwhile Fujiwara Yoshimi seized the opportunity to issue another command to the summoned beasts, saying, "Kill them all, leave not a single one alive. I absolutely detest anyone who disrupts my plans. You have repeatedly interfered with my affairs and I can no longer tolerate you. You all have no idea that I deliberately stayed up here for several days to lure you in," Fujiwara Yoshimi said coldly. Their faces turned grim upon hearing this, if they hadn't expected it to be a trap. But before they could think further, the Huang brothers and the 4 summoned beasts joined forces to attack Kogai Yusuke and Kikimoshaku frantically, and the situation instantly turned one-sided. Despite this, Inuzuka Joie refused to give up. As the master of the Huang brothers, she began to repeatedly issue commands to them, trying to make them stop attacking Kongu Yusuke and Chimu Shuashu. At that moment Fujiwara Yoshimi wore a smug expression, eager to undermine Inuzuka Joie. She said, "Don't waste your efforts. I have already told you my poison has been upgraded and its potency is unmatched. So I advise you not to waste your thoughts on it. Because no matter what you do it will no longer listen to you. Don't you understand the situation? Right now I, Fujiwara Yoshimi, am its master. Got it?" Hearing this, Inuzuka Joie shook her head, a sense of possessiveness tightening around her heart. She believed that her Huang brothers could only belong to her and their master could only be her. She began to rush forward, wanting to seize the poison from Fujiwara Yoshimi's hands and administer it herself, thus reclaiming her position as the master of the Huang brothers. However, Inuzuka Joie was not foolish. She realized that if she approached too aggressively she would surely fail to take it. Therefore she devised a new plan to soften her approach towards Fujiwara Yoshimi. "I understand the potency of your upgraded poison, I have witnessed it and am quite impressed." Upon hearing this, Fujiwara Yoshimi laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased. Inuzuka Joie thought to herself that after saying this Fujiwara Yoshimi's smug smile would only grow. Perhaps having let down her guard a little, she moved her body to hide behind them, planning to find an opportunity to sneak around and seize the vial of poison from Fujiwara Yoshimi. But when Fujiwara Yoshimi saw Inuzuka Joie moving to hide behind them, she realized that Inuzuka Joie was likely attempting to catch her off guard. Instantly she became alert, quickly hiding behind the Huang brothers and issuing a command to them. "Stop attacking them and come to my side for close protection. Remember, do not let anyone get near me." However, the situation did not turn in their favor with the withdrawal of the Huang brothers, if the tide still favored the opponent. Seeing this, Chiyue understood that Inuzuka Joie's earlier actions had triggered Fujiwara Yoshimi's heightened vigilance. Thus no matter how she struggled or sought other means, it would all be in vain. So he grabbed Inuzuka Joie and said, "Don't waste your effort trying to get close to her. Can't you see? Your emphasis on our position has made her even more alert. It has even caused the Huang brothers to stay by her side, serving as her close protectors." Hearing this, Fujiwara Yoshimi remarked, "I know she has become wary after hiding behind you, but I still need to find a way to get close to her and seize that vial of poison from her hands. Otherwise, can't you see the situation? We are at a disadvantage here. If we remain in a stalemate it will only take a moment for us to be defeated." After hearing Inuzuka Joie say this, Chiyue felt that it was indeed true. He looked again at Fujiwara Yoshimi, pondering how to help Inuzuka Joie find a method to approach Fujiwara Yoshimi without the Huang brothers noticing. But unfortunately, after looking around he could not find a solution and, feeling somewhat discouraged, spoke to Inuzuka Joie. "I just observed for a long time and we cannot easily approach Fujiwara Yoshimi. Moreover, she is quite a clever person. When she sees you getting closer she will immediately dodge to the side." Fujiwara Yoshimi's reaction speed proves that her strength is extraordinary. Jiu Shinai also chimed in, "It seems we are no match for her, and dealing with the spirit beasts here is not easy either. Why not think of some other methods?" Seeing that both Kongu Yusuke and Chimu Shuashu had sustained minor injuries, Chiyue dejectedly said to Inuzuka Joie, "It seems we have no way out." "No. I refuse to believe this." Inuzuka Joie naturally did not want to accept this fact. After saying this, she intended to continue using the spirit summoning technique to awaken the Huang brothers. The Huang brothers launched fierce attacks for a while but suddenly stopped, their faces contorted with pain. Seeing the Huang brothers in such agony moved Chiyue. "Inuzuka Joie, seeing how much they are suffering, you should stop using the spirit summoning technique." Chiyue quickly voiced his concern. Hearing this, Inuzuka Joa could only give up, yet she was unwilling to believe that Fujiwara Yoshimi was truly so formidable. She looked at Chiyue with reluctance. Is there really no way out? Chiyue pondered for a moment and replied, I have never encountered such a situation before and do not know what to do. Let's wait and see. Kongu Yusuke and Chimu Shuashu can still hold on for a while. However, not long after, both Kongu Yusuke and Chimu Shuashu began to retreat steadily. This left the three of them who could do nothing to help feeling anxious and restless. Joshinai worriedly said, do you think Kongu Yusuke and Chimu Shuashu will be okay? It was unclear whether she was asking them or merely speaking to herself. I believe they will be fine. Don't worry too much, we can't help them, so it's better to wait here for good news, Chiyue finally said, feeling dejected. Poof. Kongu Yusuke suddenly spat out blood. Kongu Yusuke. The three exclaimed in unison, shocked to see Kongu Yusuke injured, which immediately made them tense up. Kongu Yusuke quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and reassured them, I'm fine, don't worry. No matter what happens, don't come out to show off. If we all fall, remember to run immediately. Seeing Kongu Yusuke like this made Chiyue feel utterly helpless. He could do nothing to help now, and rushing out would be tantamount to seeking death. However, Chiyue felt he could no longer sit idly by. Even if he were to die, he would rather die fighting than choose to live in cowardice. You all stay here, I will go help Kongu Yusuke and Chimu Shuashu. Chiyue then turned to them and said. Inuzuka Joa understood what Chiyu meant, and she quickly began to persuade her. How about we go find reinforcements first? The four spirit beasts have existed for a long time and are no longer the spirit beasts we can comprehend. Moreover, with the assistance of the Huang brothers, even if the three of us join forces, we stand no chance. Chiyu said seriously, you all go back to get reinforcements. With Heiwan protecting you, there will be no problem. I must help them. Let me help you too. Jio Xian Nai thought that her sealing technique would definitely be of assistance. Chiyu felt conflicted, unsure whether to agree. But just then one of the spirit beasts suddenly charged towards their direction. Just as its claws were about to touch them, a person suddenly intervened and successfully knocked the spirit beast away. It's Lord Third Hokage. Upon recognizing him, Jio Xian Nai immediately became excited. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked over and said, since I'm here, I will naturally take charge of the situation. The principal has already informed me of what Fujiwara Yoshimi has done, so rest assured they will be fine. Upon hearing this, the three of them nodded heavily. After seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrival, they felt completely reassured. Earth-style Earth Flow River. Immediately the sand surged forth like a massive waterfall, quickly engulfing the four spirit beasts. This immediately relieved Kongu Yusuke and Hatake Shusaku. Lord Third Hokage. Why are you here? Hatake Shusaku, who had just reacted from the battle, was quite shocked upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled lightly and said, I naturally came over upon learning of the chaos at Pingchuan Peak to intervene. Afterward the two of them nodded and went to rest aside. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's presence, Hatake Shusaku felt a great sense of relief. He had almost been unable to hold on. Fujiwara Yoshimi on the side sneered, believing that no matter how many people came, the outcome would be the same. Shadow Clone. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly used a ninjutsu. Countless Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared, and then they began to fight together as if they had trained in unison. Moreover, what was most remarkable was that each Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed the same level of strength. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but marvel. Kongu Yusuke exclaimed, I have never seen such a ninjutsu before. He can feel that this person is quite powerful, and this ninjutsu must have been created by him, as he had never seen such a marvelous ninjutsu before. But before they could think more, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately began to form hand seals and cast the next ninjutsu. Fire-style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Soon 2 fire dragons flew from Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands, fiercely pursuing the 4 spirit beasts. By the time the fire dragons completely disappeared, the 4 spirit beasts were already on the brink of collapse. Looking at the fallen spirit beasts, their only remaining enemy was the exceptionally beautiful woman in front of them. No. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't be able to obtain the antidote, nor can you restore them to their original state. Feeling the murderous intent from her opponent, Fujiwara Yoshimi suddenly became flustered, but still begged for mercy with an air of superiority. Hatake Shusaku disdainfully responded, we can certainly find a way to develop the antidote, it just requires some time. You are not essential to that process. Then a sword appeared out of nowhere, and suddenly it rained down upon Fujiwara Yoshimi. While using Sarutobi Hiruzen's most proficient sword technique, Fujiwara Yoshimi managed to evade most of the attacks. However, several swords were still embedded in her limbs, preventing her from moving even an inch. Hatake Shusaku, seeing this, quickly approached Fujiwara Yoshimi and searched her for all her vials. Then Hatake Shusaku placed a device in her mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue to commit suicide, but it still allowed her to speak normally, fearing that Fujiwara Yoshimi might attempt to harm herself. "How could we possibly kill you? We haven't even asked about your mastermind yet," Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Fujiwara Yoshimi felt a sense of despair. "You can't treat me this way. If others knew you were treating a weak woman like this, where would your dignity go?" "That's not something you need to worry about," Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he tied her up. After securing Fujiwara Yoshimi, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to them and said, "From now on I will take her back to Konoha village. The principal and I will interrogate her properly while you are responsible for creating the antidote." "Okay." Hatake Shusaku nodded, already having someone in mind to create the antidote. Sarutobi Hiruzen left directly, but after walking a certain distance he suddenly seemed to remember something and came back to Chiyue saying, "You all did quite well this time. After you restore Pingchuan Peak to its original state, I will have the school record this as a clever mission for you," Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly. Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately felt joy, not expecting the third Hokage to be so kind. "Thank you, Lord Third Hokage." The few of them expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Chiyue and the others were deeply shocked by the abilities Sarutobi Hiruzen had just displayed. Is this the power of a Hokage? Then the group parted ways and Chiyue and the others began to gather materials in the forest that were most likely to be used for poisoning. Afterward they followed Hatake Shusaku to find Shimada Nozomi. Soon they arrived at Shimada Nozomi's laboratory. When they saw Shimada Nozomi, he was idly staying in the lab, flipping through various handwritten notes, seemingly distracted. "What's wrong? Is there nothing happening lately making you feel a bit bored?" Hatake Shusaku entered and greeted him. "What brought you all here?" Upon seeing them, Shimada Nozomi was quite shocked. "I feel somewhat ashamed. I only come over when there's a problem. I really dislike coming over for nothing." Hatake Shusaku felt a bit at a loss after hearing this. Shimada Nozomi quickly replied, "How can you say that? You are not bothersome at all. I've been quite bored these days." Upon hearing Ishida's words, Flagwood Shosaku realized that this time there would definitely be no objections to the operation. After all, if there were no issues, it would be too exploitative of people. Flagwood Shosaku explained, "We have encountered that virus expert again and there is simply no way around it. This time we have no idea where he has placed the poison, so we've brought everything that could possibly be poisoned. Just look at what kind of poison it is this time. Can we create an antidote?" "Alright." Ishida then took everything from his hands. After conducting a rough inspection, he couldn't help but sigh. This person truly is a master of poison. I never expected him to use poison to such an extraordinary degree. It is indeed impressive. After a brief moment of praise, Ishida suddenly remembered that many people stood here who had enmities with this individual, and he quickly reined in his words of admiration. He then turned to them and said, "I might need some time to examine this, so please come back tomorrow at this time. As long as it's poison, there will be a solution. You need not worry about the lack of an antidote." "Okay." Flagwood Shosaku nodded, feeling reassured by his words. Meanwhile, a few people approached Koga Yusuke, who was preparing to leave. After a brief conversation with them, Koga Yusuke turned to the four people behind him and said, "I still have tasks to complete, so I can't stay to wait for the results. I'll be leaving with my team." The four of them warmly saw Koga Yusuke off. "If fate allows, we will meet again, Kogai-senpai," the three waved to him. After bidding farewell to each other, Koga Yusuke turned and left. In the following days they remained in Ishida's laboratory. However, several days had passed, yet there was still no news from Ishida. This made Flagwood Shosaku a bit anxious, and he quickly inquired, "Still no progress in decoding it?" "Not yet. The dosage is too difficult to grasp and is completely different from normal reasoning. I've already deduced hundreds of results, yet I have nothing to show for it." Ishida shook his head helplessly. Upon hearing this, the crowd was a bit at a loss. Could it be that Fujiwara Yoshimi was truly that formidable? However, Chiyue seemed to think of something, and a look of concern appeared on her face. She asked, "If Fujiwara Yoshimi is really that powerful, can the third Hokage handle her alone?" Although they had previously witnessed the ninjutsu used by the third Hokage, they were deeply impressed. Yet the third Hokage was now facing a woman whose heart was like that of a venomous scorpion, and they feared that she might exploit any openings. Of course he can. I believe the third Hokage will definitely manage it, Flagwood Shosaku confidently asserted. With his words he felt a bit more reassured. That's good. In the following days there was no progress in cracking the poison she had created. However, thinking about Fujiwara Yoshimi being with the third Hokage, he was certain she would be unharmed, and thus he could stay here a few more days with a bit more peace of mind. Finally their days of waiting bore fruit, as Ishida soon found a way to create the antidote. With great joy Ishida said, "You all take this small amount of antidote back and see if it has any effect. It should also be administered to the carriers who were not poisoned to see how effective it is." In response Inuzuka Zaku stepped forward saying, "I can immediately summon them to try it if the two summoning beasts that I have contracted were also poisoned by Fujiwara Yoshimi. If you can summon them, that would be the best." Ishida instantly became delighted. If Inuzuka Zaku could summon both summoning beasts, he could see whether the antidote he created was effective. If it was effective, it would prove that his skills were on par with the person who poisoned them. While Ishida was pondering, a large dragon-shaped summoning beast appeared before him. Upon seeing them regain their former alertness, Inuzuka Zaku said to them, "This is the antidote, you should drink it quickly." "Okay." The brothers from the Furua clan nodded. They then took the antidote and drank it, and the nameless feeling of agitation deep within them instantly vanished. "How is it? Is this antidote effective? Do you feel any differences?" Ishida quickly inquired. After all, they had already regained their alertness and couldn't tell whether the antidote was truly effective. Upon hearing this, the Furua brothers could tell at once that this person was the alchemist who had created the antidote. They naturally understood that if this antidote could be produced on a large scale, the Hyūga peak would be able to return to its previous tranquility. Thinking of this, they quickly replied, "It feels very effective, it should be fine. Since we woke up a few days ago, we felt an inexplicable rage inside us that we couldn't suppress. It just now, after taking the antidote, that feeling of agitation instantly disappeared." Upon hearing this, Ishida let out a long sigh of relief, not expecting that the antidote he made would indeed be quite effective. Ishida thought for a moment and said, "As long as it works, that's good. I will make more antidote in the coming days. The process for making the antidote is particularly complicated. If we can provide antidote for all the summoning beasts on a mountain, it will take about 3 days." Upon hearing that it would only take 3 days, everyone immediately felt relieved. After all, 3 days was not too long to wait. "Then we will wait here. Once you finish making the antidote, we can call them back. We will return faster that way," the Furua brothers said after some thought. Since they woke up, the summoning beasts of Hyūga Peak had occasionally lost their temper, leading to numerous outbreaks of conflict. They also felt a strange restlessness within, but their strength allowed them to barely suppress it. However, other summoning beasts that were weaker than them could not restrain this surge of agitation that welled up from deep within. It was precisely because of the arrival of a strange woman who casually sprinkled some poison that the once peaceful and harmonious Hyūga Peak was thrown into chaos. If it weren't for knowing that the woman had already been taken back by the third Hokage for interrogation, they certainly would not have been willing to let her go so easily. Now that they knew there was an antidote, they naturally could not return at ease. Even if they had to wait 3 more days, it wouldn't matter as long as they could send these things back to Pingshuan Peak as quickly as possible. Chiyue nodded in agreement, saying, "Of course, that's fine. You can stay in the laboratory during this time. It will also ensure the safety of Ishida. No. I feel that Fujiwara Yoshimi is certainly not as simple as he appears. I fear he has accomplices, so it's better for you to protect Ishida no more carefully." Upon hearing what the Urhua brothers said, they were naturally very willing. After all, it would take them a day or 2 to get from here to Pingshuan Peak. If any accidents were to occur during this time, all of Ishida-no's efforts over these days along with their waiting would be in vain. The reason for deciding to have them stay in the laboratory is that this place is located in a relatively prosperous town, mostly inhabited by ordinary people with very few spiritual beasts appearing. They were afraid that if the Urhua brothers were exposed in front of people, it would cause panic. Secondly, Chiyue felt that Fujiwara Yoshimi alone would not have the courage to act so boldly. Moreover, they had previously asked the third Hokage and had never heard of such a person. It seems there are no personal grudges involved, so it is unlikely that Fujiwara Yoshimi would choose to take such a risky action alone. Ultimately, there must be someone behind Fujiwara Yoshimi plotting a shocking conspiracy. It is likely that this is why the third Hokage did not execute her immediately upon capturing her, but chose to take her back for thorough interrogation. Initially, Chiyue thought that the third Hokage's purpose in interrogating her might simply be to understand why she was spreading poison to incite panic. However, now Hyūga sees that this matter is certainly not so simple. After listening, the Hyūga brothers nodded. No problem. We ourselves do not want to appear in front of other ordinary people for fear of causing panic. It is just right that we can witness the production of the antidote. Alright then, I'll leave this to you. Hyūga immediately turned to the Hyūga brothers. Seeing that the matter here was settled, they soon left Ishida No's laboratory. Ishida No's laboratory was set up in a particularly remote location to avoid harming innocent people. The quantity of these antidotes should be sufficient. If it's not enough, you can come back to me later. To make it easier for you to use, I've specially formulated them into powder just like the previous method. Ishida No was afraid that if they were made into pills it would be impossible to ensure that the spiritual beasts could consume them effectively. This method is much more practical. As long as it is placed in the water flow, once the spiritual beasts come to drink it will allow Pingchuan Peak to regain its previous tranquility. Kiki Moshaku took a large bag of antidotes from Ishida No, and after exchanging farewells, the Hyūga brothers quickly flew towards Pingchuan Peak. This was their first time sitting on a dragon's back, and they found the experience quite different. Before long they saw the silhouette of Pingchuan Peak. After stopping, Kiki Moshaku handed the antidotes to the Hyūga brothers. These antidotes should be sprinkled in batches into the river. When the spiritual beasts come to drink, they will be able to ingest the antidotes. You can gauge the amount of antidote yourself. If the river is wide, use more. The antidote is limited, so try to place it in the rivers where the spiritual beasts are most likely to go. Kiki Moshaku hastily instructed, as he was eager to return and see how the third Hokage dealt with Fujiwara Yoshimi. Hyūga Jien nodded. Alright, if you have any matters, let the busy people handle them, just leave this to us. They had already done enough if they had produced the antidote, so the remaining tasks could be left to them. Kiki Moshaku then hurried back to Konoha with the three heading straight for the third Hokage's residence. However, upon seeing them, Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite surprised, his face filled with a look of panic. Seeing such unusual emotions from the third Hokage made them instantly feel something was off, and they all felt a jolt in their hearts. Kiki Moshaku inquired, what happened, Lord Third Hokage? Why do you look so pale? Did something happen? I brought back Fujiwara Yoshimi not long ago, but no matter how I interrogated her, she was unwilling to say anything. Later Danzo came to me willing to help interrogate her, but there were some matters in the village, so I entrusted it to him. However, not long after I handed her over to Danzo, Fujiwara Yoshimi actually poisoned herself to death. Danzo and I could only find a place to bury her. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply and then began to explain. The group, hearing this bad news upon their return, couldn't help but feel a wave of regret. However, upon reconsideration they found Fujiwara Yoshimi's actions quite reasonable. They had not interacted much with her, but now that she was captured, to keep the secret, she had no choice but to take her own life. Otherwise, if she continued to stay in Konoha, not only would she suffer, but there might also be the risk of her secrets being revealed. However, the more Fujiwara Yoshimi acted this way, the more it proved that the secrets she protected were certainly not simple. Kiki Moshaku lamented, what a pity. We still haven't managed to ask anything, and Fujiwara Yoshimi has directly taken her own life. It seems the secrets she protected were more important than her own life. Hearing this, everyone naturally understood this reasoning, feeling that all their efforts over the past few days had gone to waste with Fujiwara Yoshimi's death, their faces filled with disappointment. However, the only one present with a cold expression, lowering her head as if in deep thought, was Hyūga, who had yet to voice any opinion. After a long contemplation, Hyūga finally lifted her head and asked the third Hokage, where did you bury Fujiwara Yoshimi's body? In a clearing behind the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought Kaiyu's question was rather strange, but he still answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, Hyūga nodded, as it was similar to his conjecture. Then, Lord Third Hokage, can you take us to see her? Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. It just so happened that he had nothing pressing to attend to, so naturally he could take them along. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had no idea what Kaiyu's intentions were. However, he did not voice his questions and planned to observe the situation quietly. When the time came to reach the place where Fujiwara Yoshimi was buried, everything would become clear. Kushina completely failed to understand what Hyūga was trying to accomplish. Unlike the third Hokage, who could remain calm, Kaiyu's actions had already piqued her curiosity, and Kushina naturally wanted to know in advance. What's wrong with Hyūga? Have you noticed something amiss? Kushina inquired. Hyūga then spoke mysteriously, I have discovered some inconsistencies. But right now I can only speculate. I must wait until I can see Fujiwara Yoshimi's corpse to verify whether my conjecture is correct. Hearing Kaiyu's teasing words successfully captured Kushina's attention. However, their group soon left the place, causing all of Kushina's questions to get lodged in her throat. In the end, after hesitating to speak, Kushina decided to give up. After all, once she saw Fujiwara Yoshimi's corpse, she would know exactly what Chiyue was suspecting. Thinking of this, Kushina felt no need to rush. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Tsum watched Kaiyu's mysterious expression and seemed to have a vague idea. However, she did not dare to ask, for what if her guess was completely different from Chiyue's? If she spoke up and found out she was wrong, it would only raise suspicions among those around her. Because Inuzuka Tsum's guess seemed quite plausible, yet it was also chilling, upon further reflection she ultimately held back from saying anything. Soon, under the guidance of the third Hokage, they quickly came upon a small mound where Fujiwara Yoshimi was buried. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stopped and pointed to it, saying, "This is the place." Then Chiyue crouched down to examine it, and suddenly he began to dig frantically as if possessed. The others were shocked by Kaiyu's behavior. They found his current state to be terrifying. Had he lost his mind? Or was he being controlled by someone? At this thought, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. "Chiyue, are you alright?" Seeing this, Flagwood Shosuke quickly inquired. "I'm fine. Don't worry, we will soon know the truth of the matter, whether it aligns with my speculations," Chiyue hastily replied. Hearing this, Flagwood Shosuke chose to trust him and fell silent. Before long, a considerable amount of dirt had been dug away, but after digging about half a meter deep, he still did not see Fujiwara Yoshimi's corpse. This confirmed Kaiyu's suspicions, and he immediately asked, "Third Hokage, you didn't bury it too deep, did you?" Hearing Kaiyu's question, everyone instantly understood what he was getting at. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained, "Of course not, but I was worried that wild cats or dogs would dig it up. A depth of over a meter should be safe." Hearing this, Chiyue was troubled. How could it be buried so deep? After digging this half-meter of soil, his hands had already been rubbed raw. His hands were particularly sensitive now. If Chiyue suffered any more external injury, they would soon be bloody. At that moment, those around him would surely worry. However, Chiyue was now closer to the truth, merely a step away, leaving him in a dilemma about what choice to make. Seeing Chiyue in distress, Flagwood Shosuke stepped up, saying, "No need to complicate things, it's just a matter of moving some dirt. Leave it to me." By this point, Flagwood Shosuke already understood what Chiyue intended to do. If he didn't get it now, he would truly be foolish. Then Flagwood Shosuke performed a ninjutsu, directly creating a deep pit several meters wide. Upon seeing the emptiness below, they instantly understood why Chiyue had made such assumptions. At this moment, Chiyue stepped forward to explain, "Earlier I noticed that Fujiwara Yoshimi had bandages on her hands, and I could vaguely see wounds corroded by some kind of potion. I figured that if she couldn't endure even this minor pain, Fujiwara Yoshimi must be a person who fears death. Thus there can only be one truth: she must have used a death-simulating drug to feign her death and escape the third Hokage's confinement." Hearing this, everyone finally understood and admired Kaiyu's meticulous thinking. Sarutobi Hiruzen became frustrated, saying, "Damn. I never considered that Fujiwara Yoshimi could escape right under my nose. I'm such a fool. I was deceived by a woman." Chiyue had been worried earlier precisely because he thought Fujiwara Yoshimi was cunning and Sarutobi Hiruzen alone could not handle her. After all, as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was used to conducting himself with integrity. However, Fujiwara Yoshimi was his complete opposite, employing various cunning tactics and methods along with her skillful use of poison, making her almost impossible to guard against. Seeing the third Hokage so self-reproachful, Chiyue quickly spoke up to comfort him. "Don't be too hard on yourself, third Hokage. Fujiwara Yoshimi is full of schemes, and no matter how many people guard her, she will surely find a way to escape. It's only a matter of time." "Yes, third Hokage, don't blame yourself. Besides, since Fujiwara Yoshimi used such a death-simulating method, any normal person wouldn't suspect anything." Kushina also quickly spoke up to console him. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, agreeing with the reasoning. After considering this, he decided to thoroughly investigate Fujiwara Yoshimi's whereabouts, otherwise it would be too embarrassing for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen resolutely declared, "I'll take my leave now. No matter where Fujiwara Yoshimi is, I will find her." Upon hearing this, Chiyue felt relieved, knowing that in a contest of strength Fujiwara Yoshimi would surely not compare to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to leave while Flagwood Shosuke watched him with some concern. Might Guy instructed them, "I will accompany the third Hokage to investigate the matter first. I'm uneasy about his current state. In 4 days he'll annotate your mission dossier with its official rank. Rest assured." The three nodded in unison, watching as Might Guy hurried away, then followed closely behind the third Hokage, fading gradually into the distance. Kushina turned and praised warmly. Shikigatsu, you're truly extraordinary. Even the third Hokage hadn't considered this possibility, yet you did. I too had glimpsed this possibility, but lacked your certainty. I feared voicing it might incite panic. Inazuka-tsum added. Shikigatsu blushed faintly at the praise. Let's set that aside for now, we should celebrate together. Congratulations on securing another Class E mission. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Yumi awoke inside a dilapidated, crumbling house. At her bedside sat a middle-aged man, calm, imposing, silent. She immediately knelt before him, head bowed low in deference. My lord, I have failed this mission utterly. Not only was I captured, but my failure forced you to risk exposure in rescuing me. Fujiwara Yumi confessed, voice heavy with remorse. This is not your fault, the man replied calmly. Nor did I anticipate the third Hokage would intervene personally. He will now search relentlessly for you. Remain hidden here for now. Do not act unless I issue explicit orders. Fujiwara Yumi murmured obediently, yes, my lord. The man rose and departed, returning quietly to Konoha village. Meanwhile, Shikigatsu and his two companions passed by the academy when an unmistakable figure appeared before them. At the sight of them his gaze sharpened instantly, cold, piercing, edged with disdain. Shikigatsu. So you've surfaced here before even the Chunin exams begin. How eager you are to offer yourself up for humiliation. Fate truly favors adversaries who meet unexpectedly. Since we've crossed paths today, why not seize the moment? Let me witness the fruits of your month-long tutelage under Might Guy. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, the three exchanged uneasy glances. This was clearly a challenge veiled in provocation. Yet the Chunin exams loomed near. If either side sustained injury now, the wounded would be disqualified, rendering all prior effort futile. Shikigatsu had already resolved to claim first place in the exams, and neither he nor Fugaku knew the other's true strength. What if Fugaku had trained in secret these past weeks, grown stronger, sharper? Then Shikigatsu would face injury hidden. An injury would bar him from the exams entirely, not to mention his ambition mastering 2 elite jutsu after claiming victory. Shikigatsu's expression tightened. He had no intention of fighting now. Fugaku, sensing his reluctance, escalated his mockery, surely you're not backing down. If you lack the capacity, then yield your place as Might Guy's student. Perhaps I'll spare you today, if you step aside now. I warn you, don't occupy that position without merit. Hearing the venomous threat, Shikigatsu clenched his fists tightly, eyes blazing with suppressed fury. Uchiha Fugaku, enough. If you can't endure even half a month until the exams and insist on seeking defeat now, I'll oblige you. Shikigatsu said coldly. Kushina and Inazuka-tsum exchanged startled glances. They knew well this was no idle threat. He meant to fight. A real clash between them would end in catastrophe, and neither would allow such a tragedy to unfold. Inazuka-tsum interjected urgently. Shikigatsu, don't act rashly. Preserve your strength, wait until the exams to settle this grievance. She understood his ambition fully. He aimed not merely to pass but to dominate the exams. That was why he'd spoken so confidently earlier. To fight now, risking mutual ruin, would be senseless. At her words, Shikigatsu exhaled, slowly regaining composure, recalling his purpose and resolve. Kushina turned to Uchiha Fugaku. The Chunin exams approached swiftly. Fighting here on academy grounds violates every regulation, not only proving nothing but guaranteeing disciplinary consequences. If you truly seek combat, wait for the exams, fight openly, fairly before all. Fugaku retorted icily. No, I demand it now. What if Shikigatsu deliberately skips the exams? Would my patience then be wasted? We've met today, why postpone what fate has delivered? Even punishment from the academy means little to me. Seeing Fugaku's relentless pressure, Shikigatsu stepped forward decisively. Uchiha Fugaku, I know your fear. Dare you wager with me? He parted Kushina and Tsum, stepping directly before Fugaku. Fugaku smirked. Do you even possess the standing to wager with me? Consider our lineages, yours versus mine. This wager will intrigue you deeply. During the Chunin exams, should you defeat me, I will relinquish my position as Might Guy's student, yours by right. But should you lose? Shikigatsu paused, deliberately leaving the consequence unspoken, to compel Fugaku to name it himself. Fugaku scoffed. Preposterous. I cannot lose. Should I somehow fall to you, I will kneel and call you grandfather and never cross your path again. Satisfied? Hearing such ruthless self-staking Shikagatsu allowed a quiet satisfied smile. Agreed Uchiha Fugaku, your words spoken before witnesses. Don't renege later. Fugaku replied coolly naturally. What do I have to fear losing? Besides, you stand no chance against me boy. Very well, so be it Shikagatsu declared decisive and calm. Fugaku shot him one final searing glare, then turned and strode away. Twice he had spared Shikagatsu, but at the Chunin exams he would extract full recompense. After all, seasoned examiners always monitored the arena, ensuring both fairness and safety for every participant. If the referee had not reacted at that moment, the person would have died without consequence, and naturally no one would have said anything. As a member of the Uchiha clan, bribing a referee was certainly within his means. With this thought, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but show a satisfied smile as he seemed to already envision the scene. Thinking of this made Uchiha Fugaku feel quite proud. After seeing them successfully come out, Kushina and Inuzuka Claw both breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, at the last moment Chiyue managed to keep her composure and did not choose to confront Uchiha Fugaku heat, otherwise this matter would not have ended well. These two had long-standing grievances, for them to let each other go here was no easy feat. I know you were worried about me just now, and I have no need to fight him here. What I want is to defeat him openly, but I also look forward to the scene of Uchiha Fugaku kneeling and calling me grandpa. Chiyue teased. Noticing the atmosphere was quite heavy, he wanted to lighten it, so he began to make jokes. The two people who heard this couldn't help but chuckle, and the thought of that scene was indeed quite amusing. But do you have confidence in defeating Uchiha Fugaku? You know, there are not many teachers in the Chunin class who have combat experience as rich as Kakashi Sensei's. Inuzuka Claw began to feel a bit worried. The underlying message of her words was of course her reluctance to part with Chiyue. If Chiyue were to lose to Uchiha Fugaku in the Chunin exam, she would have to give up her position, and both of them would have to face a temperamental scion of a powerful clan all day. Chiyue naturally saw through her little thoughts. Although his current body was merely that of a 10-year-old boy, having lived so many years in his past life, he couldn't possibly miss such a trivial sentiment. Don't worry, I won't lose. I wouldn't want to leave you guys. Chiyue teased. Meanwhile, the faces of Kushina and Inuzuka Claw quickly turned visibly red. Chiyue. You're being too inappropriate. How can you casually say such things? Kushina immediately blushed. With their teasing and playful banter, this little episode quickly passed and they chose to sit down and celebrate properly. Meanwhile, Kakashi Shimosuke was helping Sarutobi Hiruzen investigate the whereabouts of Fujiwara Yoshimi, but no matter how they searched they could not find her trace. Kakashi Shimosuke found it quite strange, while Sarutobi Hiruzen vaguely guessed that someone was secretly helping Fujiwara Yoshimi, which was why they couldn't find her. Hiruzen thought of the three children waiting for Kakashi Shimosuke to lead them in the Chunin class and felt it was time for him to return. Recently there is indeed a task. Sarutobi Hiruzen said after thinking for a moment, then began to rummage through his desk. Saito Kiyoshi quickly pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Kakashi Shimosuke, saying, "Take a look at this." Kakashi Shimosuke took the paper upon hearing this and saw that it contained the details of a crank mission which was to protect a middle-aged man in his 40s. Kakashi Shimosuke carefully read through the entire content of the paper and his expression gradually became solemn. What do you think? Seeing Kakashi Shimosuke's silent, Saito Kiyoshi proactively asked. Crank mission. Kakashi Shimosuke lowered his head in silent contemplation for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll take the mission for them." Saito Kiyoshi nodded at Kakashi Shimosuke's response and advised, "Although a crank mission isn't too high, you mustn't let your guard down." Regarding this issue, Kakashi Shimosuke had already noticed while looking at the mission list. He then said, "Then I won't disturb you any longer." After saying this, Kakashi Shimosuke turned and left the principal's office. When he reached outside the lounge where Chiyue and the others were, he heard a commotion coming from inside. Kakashi Shimosuke frowned as he stood outside the door, waiting for the noise inside to die down a bit before gently pushing the door open. Upon hearing the door open, Chiyue and the others in the lounge turned to look at the entrance. Seeing Kakashi Shimosuke, the group immediately stood straight, all of them closing their mouths, no longer talking or continuing their roughhousing. Their reaction pleased Kakashi Shimosuke. He nodded and then approached Chiyue and the others, saying, "All right, I'm here to assign you a crank mission. Now you all must pay attention." Kakashi Shimosuke said, handing the mission list he had just received from Saito Kiyoshi to Chiyue. Chiyue took the mission list and Kushina and Inuzuka Claw leaned in to look at it together. Kakashi Shimosuke observed their reactions and explained, "Due to the injuries of Uchiha Fugaku and Narashikaku, the Chunin exam has been temporarily halted." To prevent you from wasting time during this period, I took the initiative to accept this mission for you. Being just a crank mission, Hyūga naturally had nothing to fear. After reading it, he folded the mission list and confidently said, "Don't worry Kakashi-sensei, we will definitely complete the mission successfully." Kushina and Inuzuka Claw also chimed in, "Yes. Kakashi-sensei. You can count on us." "Oh really? Are you that confident?" Kakashi Shimosuke couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this, but soon the smile on his face quickly faded and his expression turned stern. "Do not underestimate this crank mission." Kakashi Shimosuke gestured for Hyūga to give him the mission list, and after unfolding it he pointed it out to the group saying, "This middle-aged man is not simple, so you must remain vigilant. During the execution of the mission each of you must be fully alert, understand? Don't let the low difficulty of the mission make you relax your guard. The consequences of lowering your guard I don't need to explain, you all know it, so be extremely careful." Kakashi Shimosuke emphasized the last sentence heavily. Although the group didn't quite understand why Kakashi Shimosuke valued this mission so much, they obediently nodded and replied in unison, "Understood sensei, we will act with caution." Then Kakashi Shimosuke cautioned, "This crank mission was specifically accepted for you, so I will not participate in the execution of the mission at all, at most acting as a live navigator. I will only intervene if you encounter danger, so you must be careful and not let your guard down." Kikuchi Masaki felt that he had overly protected them during their previous mission. Now with a task assigned to them for full responsibility, Kikuchi Masaki believed that they would surely unleash astonishing abilities in the face of adversity. Thinking of this, Kikuchi Masaki nodded, feeling satisfied with his decision. However, Uchiha Fugaku, unable to contain his anger, headed to the clan to gather several lower-ranking ninjas and some middle-ranking ones. Knowing that Hyūga and the others were about to go on a mission, Uchiha Fugaku decided to teach them a lesson. "Did you all remember what I said?" Uchiha Fugaku asked the group before him. A few nodded, replying, "We remember." Then they went off to prepare to follow Hyūga. Longju Bridge. Hyūga arrived at the task location with Kushina and Inuzuka. Before them stood a very ordinary house, its door tightly closed, unsure if anyone was inside. At first glance it appeared quite normal. The three exchanged glances, then walked to the door and knocked. Soon a series of footsteps echoed from inside the house. In the next moment the door opened, revealing a woman before Hyūga and the others. Upon seeing her, Hyūga was momentarily taken aback. He politely refrained from looking inside the house and asked, "Hello, we are looking for Aoki Xion. Is he here?" The location recorded on the mission sheet was indeed here. After hearing Hyūga's words, the woman gave the group a complex glance and then said, "I am Aoki Xion." Aoki Xion. Hyūga could not hide his emotions, his expression turning to one of shock. But wasn't Aoki Xion supposed to be a man? How had it changed to a woman now? Kushina and Inuzuka also found it hard to believe. Was there a problem with their intel? Hyūga opened his mouth slightly, just about to ask for clarification, when suddenly a wave of killing intent filled the air around them. As his hair was blown lightly, Hyūga instantly became alert. He swiftly pulled Inuzuka and the others close, shielding the woman standing at the door as they swiftly moved aside. A man in a black ninja outfit appeared out of nowhere, brandishing dual blades as he lunged down from above, aiming to catch Hyūga off guard with his weapon. Hyūga's evasion thwarted the man's plan. After failing, the man charged forward again, wielding his blades. With no defensive weapons on him, Hyūga silently chanted a spell, activating the summoning technique. In the next moment the cry of the Ninetails Fox echoed. Hyūga commanded the Ninetails Fox to leap at the man. The Ninetails Fox emanated a dangerous aura, letting out a cry and revealing its sharp fangs. As the man dodged the Ninetails Fox's movements, he also had to be wary of Inuzuka and others. "Do you think he'll let you off this easily?" The man interlocked his hands, performing a ninjutsu. Instantly a large number of people appeared outside the simple house. All were dressed in black ninja outfits, their faces covered. Without lifting their masks it was impossible to distinguish whether they were one person or a group of different individuals. Time did not pause. The group of black ninjas swiftly launched an attack on Hyūga and his companions. The two groups quickly clashed together, with Hyūga and the Ninetails Fox working together against the swarm of ninjas, while Inuzuka and Kushina focused on protecting Aoki Xion. After extensive training, Hyūga's abilities had significantly improved. Dealing with the current group was not too difficult, but the sheer number of enemies made it challenging for Hyūga to handle alone. If only he had one more helper, he felt he could easily resolve this conflict. The nine-tails fox's eyes turned a deep red, and as the battle intensified its fighting spirit grew more fervent. The black-clad ninjas surrounded Hyūga, each interlocking their hands, beginning to close their eyes to perform ninjutsu. Seeing this, Hyūga widened his eyes slightly. Due to the tension, sweat began to bead on his forehead. In such a moment he naturally dared not sit idly by. Before the enemy's ninjutsu could be completed, Hyūga initiated the technique Luminous Moon Night. A wave of light radiated from Hyūga. Inuzuka and the others hiding inside the house suddenly heard a loud bang from outside, followed by the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Hyūga! Inuzuka exclaimed, his eyes wide, shouting. She hurriedly ran outside, but what appeared before her was not the scene she had imagined. Hyūga stood perfectly fine outside while around him were scattered black-clad ninjas along with the last batch of uninjured ninjas. The leading guard along with his subordinates hid in a nearby dense forest close to Hyūga and the others. "Boss, aren't we going out?" A guard could not help but speak to the leader. Hearing this, the leader raised his hand and tapped the guard on the forehead, scolding, "Are you stupid? Take a good look at what the situation is up ahead." The guard looked forward. Due to the distance he could only vaguely see a few figures, seemingly two groups facing off. Did someone arrive before us? Could it be that Uchiha-sama doesn't trust us? The guard pondered aloud after seeing this. That shouldn't be possible. That group must be involved in their own private feud, not Uchiha people. The leader quickly assessed the situation. The guards inside could tell that the ninjutsu they were using was not from the Uchiha clan. Before the leader could respond, the guard murmured, "Should we still go over?" The leader paused and said, "Let's wait a bit longer. Once their battle is over we can go out without rushing." "Brilliant, boss," the guard exclaimed happily. "This is what we call the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." The leader responded with a roll of his eyes. Outside the small house, Hyūga stood alone in place. With a batch of ninjas falling, the remaining ones became increasingly vigilant. Now no one dared to act rashly. The ninjas remained still and Hyūga did not move either, both sides waiting for the other to strike first. The ninjutsu Hyūga had just executed made the black-clad ninjas realize that this young man was not to be underestimated. If they continued to underestimate him, they might end up losing their lives today. Just then a gust of wind blew and Hyūga expressionlessly raised his eyes. The turn of events happened in an instant. It was again the first ninja who appeared, his dual blades radiating a cold white light, the blades glistening painfully under the light. Hyūga instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, and in the next moment a fierce killing intent erupted from him, sweeping over like a tide. It sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Kaiyu's dual pupils suddenly constricted. He reacted swiftly, quickly forming hand seals with both hands before retreating. Then the two techniques were unleashed in succession and his sun and moon erupted with immense power, piercing straight into the ninja's chest. The surrounding air suddenly became quiet. Apart from Hyūga there was no one else standing on the ground. After finally dealing with these unexpected guests, Hyūga let out a sigh of relief. He approached a ninja who was still moving, asking, "Who are you?" Just as he spoke 3 words, the questioned ninja's head suddenly tilted to one side and blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. This turn of events left Hyūga frozen. What in the world was happening with these people? Upon seeing so many corpses before him, everyone immediately felt strange. Their actions suggest that the target we need to protect this time must be extraordinary. Hyūga suddenly understood the words of Kiki Shosaku. Upon hearing this, the woman was taken aback. Did this mean they no longer wished to continue protecting her? Being left alone here would be no different from being thrown into a grave. "No, please don't." The woman quickly pleaded, fearing that they would refuse the mission. After all, the mission had been issued for so many days and she had been hiding in this place, living like an ant. This was something that the beauty-loving woman found hard to accept. Hyūga inquired, "Surely we should have some basic right to know. Even if you are unwilling to tell us everything, you should at least inform us who the unknown enemies might be." He disliked carrying out missions without clarity, as the mission statement had said nothing at all. Upon arriving here they encountered so many inexplicable people rushing to kill them. Fortunately the capabilities of those pursuing them weren't very strong and Hyūga could handle 1 or 2 alone. If they continued without knowing anything, Hyūga had no idea what kind of characters they would face next. The woman, upon hearing Kaiyu's words, found no reason to refuse. After all, they were responsible for protecting her and they indeed should have some right to know. Moreover, the information Hyūga sought was merely the tip of the iceberg. It was not something that could not be disclosed at all. After hearing this, the woman finally spoke. My name is Aoki Xian. I was originally a resident of the Land of Wind, but I was pursued by them because I accidentally uncovered the secrets of Sunigakure. The mission was issued out of necessity, allowing other ninjas to protect me through the remaining journey. The group received many shocking revelations from the woman's few words. He pondered what kind of secret could lead these Sunigakure individuals to pursue her relentlessly to this place. Hyūga looked up and saw the people around him deep in thought. They all understood that if they rashly asked questions, it could very well cause the trust the woman had painstakingly built to vanish in an instant. However, at that moment a group of individuals suddenly appeared before them brandishing knives. Their intentions were unmistakable. Hyūga exchanged glances with the two, readying his weapon as he scrutinized the few before him. Who are you? Are you from Sunigakure? Hyūga then inquired. This group was the elite guards brought by Uchiha Fugaku. They had been observing nearby for a long time, but they did not expect that the others would resolve so many people so quickly, confirming their strength. They initially did not want to intervene, but considering the need to report back to Uchiha Fugaku, the clan's young master, they had no choice. Reluctantly, they decided to watch for a chance and escape if possible. They had indeed heard of Sunigakure from Kaiyu's words, so they acknowledged their identities without hesitation. The guards were obviously well trained. Hyūga soon found himself physically exhausted. However, at that moment Kaiyu's arm was directly slashed by the opponents. Upon witnessing this scene, Kushina exclaimed, Hyūga, are you okay? At that moment Kushina felt a strange power surging within her body. This power felt particularly familiar, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Kushina. She quickly closed her eyes and followed the power's guidance. When she opened her eyes again, Kushina began to chant Vajra sealing. Several iron chains extended from her hands, binding all those individuals and rendering them unable to move. Seeing this, Hyūga immediately realized that this must be the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, but he never expected it to be so powerful. Iato slash. Several of them hadn't even reacted before being directly slain by him. However, a few ninjas took the opportunity to break free and quickly fled. They did not dare to look back, fearing that if they did, their lives would be forfeited. The guards had no idea what kind of monsters these young people were, being able to control them so easily. Having just faced the threat of death, they remained calm enough to successfully break free from the bindings, otherwise they too would now be lying dead on the ground. After all, to become a guard of the Uchiha clan, one had to be at least a chunin, having spent a lifetime to reach that level. Despite their disbelief, they dared not look back and could only flee as quickly as possible. After they left, Kaiyu's mind echoed with the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating 5 chunin experts, earning a reward of 10 intoxication value. It was at that moment that Hyūga realized there were indeed several chunin among them, and no wonder this group was so difficult to deal with. Hyūga felt that these individuals did not resemble those from Sunigakure. The place was remote and hardly seemed capable of producing so many strong individuals. Noticing something amiss, Hyūga quickly crouched down to examine their bodies. Jio Xian Nai looked at him in surprise. What's wrong, Hyūga? Didn't they all die? Before long, Hyūga found evidence. He quickly discovered several waste tokens from the bodies. The material of the waste tokens was quite expensive and very sturdy, with designs completely different from those of the Sand Hidden Village. Could it be that 2 factions were jointly pursuing this woman? Inuzuka's recognized it at this moment. Isn't this the waste token of the Uchiha clan? Hearing this, Hyūga stood up and turned to the frightened woman beside him, asking, have you offended the Uchiha clan? No. Absolutely not. I swear I have never offended the Uchiha clan, and I don't know why they are pursuing me. Chingmu Xian quickly denied it. Seeing the woman's sincere expression made Hyūga begin to doubt their true target. Jio Xian Nai raised her head to look at Hyūga and said, I feel like the Uchiha clan is after you. Hyūga was taken aback. It was not an impossible scenario. It could be that Uchiha Fugaku has awoken but is unable to move yet, and knowing that they had gone out on a mission, he came specifically to interfere. That is a possibility. Thinking of this, Hyūga shook his head helplessly. At that moment, Hyūga suddenly thought of the ability Jio Xian Nai had just displayed and couldn't help but praise her. The adamantine ceiling was impressive. Now that you have excelled in such powerful ninjutsu, our journey ahead will be much safer. Actually, it's not that impressive. Jio Xian Nai immediately became shy upon hearing this. Beside her, Inuzuka's felt a bit frustrated, wondering why he was still so weak. However, Inuzuka's suddenly thought of his clan, which might also have secret techniques related to the Whirlpool clan. He decided to hurry back home to check after completing this mission. Inuzuka's also secretly resolved that she would impress Chiyu during the upcoming Chunin exams. At that moment Hatake Shosaku also began to praise, how could it not be impressive? I never expected to witness the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan in my lifetime and I was surprised by their strength. Hearing the praises from Chiyu and teacher Hatake Nai immediately felt a bit embarrassed. She scratched her head and smiled, I'm not as impressive as you say. It was just a stroke of luck, I was just anxious and didn't know how I did it. Nai felt quite embarrassed and quickly humbly declined. Seeing that Chiyu and the others had repelled the clan's guards under Uchiha Fugaku's command, Xien emerged from behind a large tree. Thank you so much, she said gratefully, glancing around at Chiyu and the others. She then smiled at the blushing Nai saying, you really don't need to be modest. I can see that you have great potential. As long as you devote yourself to training given time you will surely become an outstanding ninja. Really? Nai exclaimed with joy, thank you so much for your encouragement. The group laughed again. Actually I know that I will bring you a lot of trouble. Xien hesitated to say, but before she could finish she was interrupted by Chiyu. Miss Qingmu, you are overthinking it. Aren't the ninjas of our Konoha village born to face difficulties? Hearing Chiyu's words, Inuzuka's and Nai nodded in agreement. Even Hatake Shosaku, who was standing nearby, showed a subtle smile. Then Xien considered, you can escort me to the land of lightning, it should be easier for me to hide my identity there. Nai didn't understand the complexities of escaping and pursuing, thinking that as long as they escorted her as Xien requested it would suffice. Just as she was about to agree, Chiyu shot her a look signaling her to remain silent. Nai had no choice but to hold back and remain quiet. Seeing that she seemed a bit confused and aggrieved, Chiyu winked at her, suggesting she listen to his words. Miss Qingmu, in my opinion escorting you to the land of lightning may be more dangerous than you think, Chiyu began. Nai and Inuzuka's upon hearing this fell silent. Xien asked in confusion, why do you say that? The land of lightning is so far from the sand-hidden village, their reach cannot extend that far. Miss Qingmu, the journey to the land of lightning is long and unexpected events can easily occur along the way, Chiyu explained patiently. Even if you safely enter the land of lightning under our escort, if you encounter people from the sand-hidden village again while alone, how will you protect yourself? In my view it would be better for you to stay with us in Konoha village. The sand-hidden village wouldn't dare to cause trouble in our village. This way we can better protect you. What do you think about coming back to Konoha with me? Xien didn't respond and simply shook her head, gently declining Chiyu's invitation. They then continued on their journey towards the land of lightning. The subsequent journey went much more smoothly. In just a few days they were nearing the land of lightning. Just as they were about to reach the land of lightning, Chiyu keenly noticed something unusual in the woods. Upon hearing this, Shuashu's expression turned serious. That depends on whether you have the ability to take her away. After finishing his words, Shuashu took out his white tooth blade. Shuashu turned to them and instructed, take good care of Miss Qingmu, I will deal with him. The imposing Orochimaru before him was particularly strong and he knew his 3 students were not his match. If he could successfully evade Orochimaru, Shuashu wouldn't need to worry so much. Soon the two engaged in battle, with Orochimaru summoning 2 gigantic snakes. Chimu, I know your strength is formidable, so I will not underestimate you in the slightest. You can play with these 2 snakes at your leisure. After saying this, Orochimaru intended to bypass Shuashu and proceed to where Chiyu was. However, in the next moment Shuashu appeared directly in front of Orochimaru, blocking his path. Orochimaru was particularly shocked to see Shuashu. He realized that he was far more troublesome than he had anticipated. Shuashu coldly remarked, do you think 2 mere snakes can control me? Hearing this, Orochimaru turned his head and saw the corpses of the large snakes behind Shuashu with blood covering the white tooth blade. I truly underestimated you. I didn't expect my 2 snakes wouldn't last long against you, Orochimaru said disdainfully. Although he was shocked internally, he still felt that everything was within expectations. Initially Orochimaru had not imagined that these 2 snakes could trap Shuashu. Orochimaru, you underestimate me too much. Since you can only resort to such despicable tactics, it's time for me to take action. Shuashu snorted coldly. Soon the blood on the white tooth blade vanished, returning to its usual sharpness. Orochimaru realized he was no match for Shuashu, so he shifted his gaze to the group behind him. Orochimaru thought that since he couldn't kill Chimushuashu he would compensate by eliminating Chi-Yu and the others behind him, thus feeling that he had not lost. At that moment a ninja suddenly appeared targeting Chimushuashu. "Teacher, be careful. Quickly dodge." Chi-Yu saw that the ninja seemed to want to ambush Chimushuashu and hurriedly warned him. But Chimushuashu had been focused on Orochimaru ahead and was already too late to react when he heard Chi-Yu's reminder. The ninja rushed forward and entangled Chimushuashu, who did not have time to break free before being trapped. Seeing Chimushuashu ensnared, Chi-Yu quickly wanted to help. "You still have the leisure to care about others. You should be thinking about how you're going to die soon." Orochimaru was unclear whether the ninja was friend or foe. However, seeing that the ninja did not appear to intend to harm him, he decided to focus on eliminating Chi-Yu and the others before dealing with the ninja. The ninja indeed did not take any further action, he only ambushed Chimushuashu and bound him, leaving him unable to escape. Chimushuashu did not understand why he couldn't break free from the ninja's entanglement, so he pinned all his hopes on Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu was well aware that to save his teacher he must defeat Orochimaru. Then let's see who is stronger. Although Chi-Yu did not have much confidence in defeating Orochimaru, he still wanted to give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru unleashed the two snakes again. Chi-Yu reacted quickly and managed to dodge the first attack from the two snakes. Although Chi-Yu was quite formidable, he was still no match for Orochimaru. He not only failed to defeat Orochimaru but nearly faced death at his hands. "With your current state you dare to claim superiority before me?" Orochimaru taunted as he saw Chi-Yu becoming extremely weak. "Let me send you off on your last journey." As Orochimaru spoke, a giant python emerged unnoticed by everyone coiling around Chi-Yu. He was about to unleash his ultimate technique targeting the ensnared Chi-Yu. "Chi-Yu, what should I do?" Kushina, seeing this scene, wanted to rush forward to stop it, but her power was too weak, leaving her unsure of what to do. She understood that even if she went to block the ultimate move she would perish as well, which would not only fail to save anyone but would also sacrifice herself. As Orochimaru's technique was about to strike Chi-Yu, Kushina, who had been unsure of what to do, suddenly unleashed a surge of power. Kushina used that power in front of everyone, and those who understood knew that this power was the power of the Nine Tails. Even Chimushuashu did not expect that at such a critical moment Kushina would unleash the power of the Nine Tails. The released Nine Tails power blocked Orochimaru's most powerful attack. This also frightened the giant python that had entangled Chi-Yu, causing it to release him and flee to safety. After the power of the Nine Tails erupted, everyone present fell silent, utterly astonished by the overwhelming power. The power of the Nine Tails. Orochimaru was stunned as his original attack was about to hit Chi-Yu, but upon witnessing the power of the Nine Tails he was taken aback. He never expected that among Chimushuashu's students there would be someone with the power of the Nine Tails. After all, his previous investigations had not indicated this. This made Orochimaru find it increasingly interesting. He was very curious about what would happen next. "This is truly interesting. It seems I won't be too bored in the future. I believe we will meet again." Orochimaru felt particularly intrigued. After Orochimaru left, the ninja who had been entangling Chimushuashu also vanished, leaving everyone puzzled about the ninja's intentions. Having unleashed the power of the Nine Tails, Kushina began to lose control. After all, she was still too young to manage such power. Perhaps due to the urgency of the situation, she unknowingly broke the sealing technique, releasing the power of the Nine Tails. Seeing this, Chimushuashu was startled. After Orochimaru left, he immediately leaped to Kushina's side. "Kushina." Due to the recently unleashed power of the Nine Tails, Kushina's body could no longer support her. Hearing a voice from the outside world, Kushina strained to lift her eyelids, only to behold a blurred, indistinct vision. "Hold on, don't fall unconscious. Quickly stay with me." Might Guy immediately responded, then swiftly formed hand seals attempting to suppress the chakra surging within Kushina's body. Yet the moment his palms touched her back, nothing happened, no seal activated, no energy restrained. It was then that Might Guy recalled, he possessed no knowledge of sealing techniques whatsoever. As Kushina's breath grew fainter and her pulse weakened, beads of cold sweat broke out across his brow. At this moment he could not afford anyone to fall, least of all her. A sudden noise erupted behind him. Instinctively he turned, his gaze locking instantly with that of Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had appeared without warning. "You." Hiruzen murmured softly, then took in the grim scene before him. "Third Hokage-sama." Might Guy gasped in disbelief, and cried out at once, "Please come quickly. Help me seal the chakra raging inside Kushina, she just unleashed the Nine Tails power." Might Guy urged as Hiruzen drew near. Hearing this, Hiruzen wasted no time. He stepped into Might Guy's place and wove hand seals with practiced precision. A faint silvery light shimmered briefly, then all fell still. Kushina convulsed violently, coughing up a gout of blood. For a fleeting moment clarity returned to her eyes, but almost immediately her eyelids fluttered wildly and she slumped into unconsciousness. Shikagatsu watched, breath catching mid-inhalation. Gritting through searing pain, he stammered hoarsely, Kushina. She is stable now, focus on yourself first, Hiruzen said calmly, gently laying the unconscious Kushina aside before stepping toward Shikagatsu. Crouching low, he applied several basic medical ninjutsu techniques, tending to Shikagatsu's wounds with quiet efficiency. Fortunately, Shikagatsu's physique was naturally sturdier than most. His injuries were largely superficial, cuts and bruises. Under Hiruzen's care, the sharp agony subsided markedly. Once the immediate chaos had been contained, Hiruzen and Might Guy exchanged a single weighty glance, no words needed. Each understood the gravity etched in the other's eyes. Kushina's condition remains precarious, I'll take her back for proper treatment. The rest is yours to resolve. Hiruzen declared. The mission remained unfinished, and must continue. Might Guy nodded solemnly. Sensei, I'll accompany Kushina back. Shikagatsu had somehow risen to his feet, pale-faced, voice urgent. Though Kushina's explosive chakra still haunted his memory, his greater fear now was her vulnerability. Might Guy paused, silent for a beat, then gave a slow, deliberate nod. Then go with them. I'll complete the mission alone. Understood. Shikagatsu answered instantly, rushing to Kushina's side and lifting her carefully. Hiruzen lent a steadying hand and the three departed, leaving Might Guy standing alone in their wake. When their figures vanished beyond the horizon, Might Guy pressed the back of his hand to his lips, a muffled cough escaping. His own body bore deep hidden wounds, less severe than Kushina's or Shikagatsu's, yet far from unscathed. He scanned both sides of the road, then spotted the woman they'd been tasked to escort still cowering behind a massive oak tree. Approaching quietly, he placed a reassuring hand upon her shoulder, murmuring calm words before leading her, and Kurenai Yuhi, toward their final destination, the Land of Lightning. With no further obstacles, the remainder of the journey proceeded without incident. Having safely delivered the woman to the Land of Lightning, Might Guy and Kurenai retraced their path, heading home to Konoha. Sensei! Kurenai cried out in panic as Might Guy suddenly collapsed, his body losing all tension, pitching forward toward the earth. She lunged forward, catching him just before impact. The sheer weight of an adult man nearly overwhelmed her. With great care she lowered him onto the ground, supporting his back as she eased him down. Sensei, what's wrong? Kurenai's voice trembled, tears welling, utterly unprepared for such a sudden collapse. But Might Guy, already lost to unconsciousness, offered no reply, no flicker of awareness. Wiping her eyes hastily, Kurenai breathed a small desperate sigh of relief. The village gates stood near. Already passers-by had begun gathering. With kind strangers' help, Kurenai brought Might Guy to Hiruzen's location. No sooner had they reached the threshold than the sharp sound of commotion startled those inside, Hiruzen and others emerging at once. They stepped outside, only to find several men wheeling Might Guy in on a stretcher. Hiruzen recoiled in shock, striding forward urgently. What happened? Only hours earlier he'd parted ways with Might Guy, whole, composed, unharmed. Kurenai pushed past the men, face ashen, and explained in a hushed, trembling voice, "We just reached Konoha's main gate, when Sensei suddenly collapsed. We don't know why." Hiruzen knelt beside Might Guy, examining him closely, then straightened. No life-threatening injury. Was the mission completed? Yes, we delivered her safely to the Land of Lightning, Kurenai replied, exhaling deeply at his reassurance. Hiruzen gestured to the men, then turned to Kurenai. Report the mission formally, I'll oversee his care here. Trusting Hiruzen implicitly, Kurenai bowed slightly, and hurried toward the Hokage Tower to file her report. It was nearing closing hour, the tower corridors were nearly empty. She located the duty officer without delay. Good evening, Kurenai greeted politely. I'm here to submit my mission report. The officer nodded silently, and gestured for her to proceed. She handed over the official mission scroll, the full account recorded meticulously upon its surface. The officer accepted it, then transcribed key details into a ledger. Mission reported. Kurenai turned and hastened back toward Hiruzen's quarters. After returning with Hiruzen, Shikagatsu's injuries had healed well, his strength nearly restored. This. He shot upright from his seat the moment Might Guy was carried in. What happened to Sensei? Hiruzen had heard such questions countless times these past days. He shook his head gently, offering quiet reassurance, he'll be fine. Yet that answer failed to soothe Shikagatsu. He pushed through the crowd, stepping close to the bed where Might Guy lay motionless, and studied his sensei's pallid still face with fierce searching eyes. Sensei, he's injured. Chiyue turned her head and asked Sarutobi Raizen behind her. However, there were no obvious wounds on the body of Hatake Shosaku. He is fine, Sarutobi Raizen shook his head and said, because the injuries he had before were never treated and combined with recent events that exceeded his physical limits, he fainted. Hearing Sarutobi Raizen's words, Chiyue gradually felt relieved. Alright, you can go back to your own matters now. After sending Chiyue away, Sarutobi Raizen called for the village doctor to come. The doctor carefully examined Hatake Shosaku and the final result indeed matched what Sarutobi Raizen had said. After a few days, both the injured Kushina and Hatake Shosaku showed significant improvement and they woke up on the same day. When they woke up, Chiyue was practicing ninjutsu in the yard. Hearing the sounds from the room, she hurriedly ran inside. Hatake-sensei Kushina. Chiyue called out excitedly as she rushed into the room, her eyes wide as she looked at Kushina and then at Hatake Shosaku. How do you feel? Still in discomfort? Chiyue asked. I am okay, Kushina shook her head, although her complexion still looked somewhat pale. Hatake Shosaku gazed at Chiyue for a few seconds with a calm expression, then similarly said, I am fine as well. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden sound of footsteps behind them. Immediately after, someone lightly knocked 3 times on the open door, knock knock knock. Chiyue and the others turned their heads to look. Sarutobi Raizen waved a piece of white paper with writing on it and said with a smile, awake huh? Just in time, I have a mission for you. Hatake Shosaku on the bed looked at Chiyue and Kushina, signaling them to come over. Chiyue took the initiative to approach and asked Sarutobi Raizen, do you have any instructions for us? As the third Hokage, Sarutobi Raizen was qualified to command Chiyue and her peers. It seemed that Kaiyu's respectful address pleased Sarutobi Raizen as the smile on his face broadened. This is a drank mission, Sarutobi Raizen said as he handed the white paper to Chiyue, stating, I think you all can give it a try. Chiyue reached out to take it, and just as she raised her eyes to glance at it, Hatake Shosaku behind her said, let me see. Naturally, Chiyue did not dare to defy her teacher, so she immediately handed the white paper to Hatake Shosaku. The tasks on the white paper were indeed in line with what a drank mission should entail, consisting of quite simple tasks. Given the current strength of Chiyue and her group, completing these drank missions should not be too difficult. After looking for a while, Hatake Shosaku returned the white paper to Chiyue and said, if there's nothing else, you can go ahead and treat this as training. After reading the contents, Chiyue also had this intention. She nodded and said, all right, we will take this mission. The next day, the 3 of them left Konoha village to complete the task. After Chiyue and the others left, Hatake Shosaku, whose injuries had healed significantly, also departed from Konoha village. The task for Chiyue and her team was still to escort someone to a certain location. At noon, after leaving Konoha village, the 3 of them met their escort target. It was a young boy about 8 or 9 years old. The boy was introverted and did not talk much with the 3 of them along the way. Chiyue was worried that some unexpected event might occur again, but they managed to deliver the boy to his destination without incident. There were also no troublesome people like in the previous few instances. After delivering the boy, Chiyue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't dare to tell Kushina and Inuzuka Pakin, fearing that she was not strong enough to protect them in case of danger. But thankfully no unexpected events occurred. After returning to Konoha village from this task, Chiyue hurriedly wanted to tell Hatake Shosaku that she had perfectly completed the mission. The moment she stepped into the room, Chiyue keenly sensed that the atmosphere in the room was quieter than usual. Looking around, she found that Hatake Shosaku was nowhere to be seen. What are you looking for? At that moment, Sarutobi Raizen walked in from outside and asked upon seeing Chiyue looking around. Chiyue was momentarily taken aback and said in a daze, where is Hatake-sensei? You are looking for him. Sarutobi Raizen replied with a playful smile and continued, he has already left. It's better if you don't look for him. Sarutobi Raizen walked a few steps to Kaiyu's side, patted her shoulder and said, I have a few missions here, so I think I should leave them to you guys. As for Hatake Shosaku, you don't need to worry, his injuries have healed and he won't have any more problems. The mission list still marked as drank. Upon hearing Sarutobi Raizen's answer, Chiyue felt slightly relieved and nodded in agreement. In the following days, things gradually became busy. Chiyue, Kushina and Inuzuka Pakin were all busy with missions. Although it was hectic and tiring, life was fulfilling. After completing another mission, the three of them went to the Hokage Tower to report their successful completion. Perhaps because it was still early in the day, many people were gathered outside the Hokage Tower. Most of them were young people from Konoha village. After squeezing through the crowd to reach the task reporting window, someone standing behind Chiyue suddenly said, "Hey, are they all going to participate in the exam?" "What else would it be?" the companion of the speaker replied. "If they all participate, then we definitely won't pass." Mission list. The staff at the window extended their hand towards Chiyue. After handing over the mission, Chiyue left the Hokage Tower with Kushina and Inuzuka Pakin. From what those people just said, it seemed that there would be some kind of exam in Konoha village soon. "Chiyue." A voice called out to Chiyue. Chiyue looked up, and in front of her was Hatake Shosaku, who had disappeared for a few days. "Hatake-sensei," Chiyue and the others called out in unison. Hatake Shosaku nodded in acknowledgement, then took out 3 letters from his person. "Konoha village is going to hold the Chunin exam and all 3 of you are to participate." It was not a suggestion. The 3 letters he held were all recommendation letters needed for the Chunin exam. The 3 of them paused for a moment, and Chiyue reached out first to take the recommendation letter, saying, "Okay." Chiyue then looked at Hatake Shosaku and asked, "How have you been feeling lately, Hatake-sensei?" "Very well." Hatake Shosaku shook his head, clearly not taking the question to heart. Seeing that they were genuinely worried, Hatake Shosaku smiled and said, "I'm fine, so don't worry. Prepare well for the upcoming exam and make sure you don't embarrass me. I have other matters to attend to. See you at the Chunin exam." After saying this, Hatake Shosaku left. Finally they exchanged glances, each puzzled by Chimu Shuashu's words. However, not wanting to embarrass him, the 3 of them separated to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exam. Upon returning home, Chiyue began to practice some basic ninjutsu and the few techniques he had received from the system. A few days later the Chunin exam officially commenced. The exam venue was set in the Hokage building of the Hidden Leaf Village, and they had prepared diligently for this event. Having been serious in his preparations for the past few days, Chiyue woke up early on the day of the exam, even before dawn. He knew that his current strength was not particularly formidable, so he was likely not to succeed in this Chunin exam. Nevertheless, participating would still serve as valuable experience. Even if he didn't succeed this time, he could still accumulate experience for future exams. The sky was dim and gray, and there was still some time before the Chunin exam, while Kushina and Inuzuka had yet to wake up. The morning air was filled with a misty chill, and the grass was adorned with glistening dew, the temperature lower than at other time. As soon as Chiyue opened the door, he was hit by a rush of cold air that made him shiver. He tightened his clothes around him and stepped into the courtyard. At this moment the courtyard was empty, and since Kushina and the others were still asleep, he could take this opportunity to practice some ninjutsu. Once in the courtyard, Chiyue began to practice the most basic ninjutsu techniques, understanding that in this world there were no shortcuts to success, one must pay the price to obtain what they desire. After practicing the fundamentals for a full hour, the sky finally brightened and the sun pierced through the clouds, casting a warm glow. When Kushina and Inuzuka finally woke up, the 3 of them had breakfast together before heading out toward the Hokage building. Led by Inuzuka, they walked for about 10 minutes until a circular building appeared before them. Unlike other places of the Inuzuka clan, the Hokage building seemed unusually quiet. The wooden door was tightly shut and there was not a single soul in sight. Chiyue was taken aback by the scene. He turned to Inuzuka and asked Inuzuka, "Are you sure the Chunin exam is held here?" The Inuzuka clan was quite large with many young members. How could such an important event as the Chunin exam have no participants? While pondering this, Chiyue glanced around. However, he still did not see anyone else. "But this is the Hokage building," Inuzuka murmured. She recalled that a few days ago, when the 3 of them went to sign up for the Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen had informed them that the exam would indeed be held at the Hokage building. Now that they were at the correct location, what exactly was the problem? Inuzuka felt confused. Before she could come up with a reasonable explanation, Chiyue spoke up, "Forget it, it's almost time for the exam. We should head in first." As soon as he finished speaking, Chiyue took the lead and walked towards the door. Inuzuka and Kushina followed suit. Reaching the entrance of the Hokage building, Chiyue gently pushed the door, and surprisingly it wasn't locked. His push opened the door slightly. Chiyue immediately applied more force and fully opened the door. Just like outside, it was equally quiet inside, and there was not a single person in sight. Kaiyu's expression became serious, but with little time left before the Chunin exam, he could only brace himself and move forward. He said to Inuzuka Pa and Kushina, let's go in and look around, maybe they are inside. Together they passed through the first floor and ascended to the second level. The entire circular building connected end to end, and after ascending several floors Chiyu finally noticed something was off. Despite climbing higher and higher, each floor seemed identical. Chiyu was startled by the thought that emerged in his mind, and he gasped, suddenly rushing to the railing. Chiyu! Inuzuka Pa called out as she noticed Chiyu suddenly running ahead. However, he didn't run far. He reached the railing and stretched out his hands to peer down. Unbeknownst to them, they had already ascended to a very high floor and everything below appeared blurry. Looking up, there were countless more floors above. Having calculated the time in his mind, Chiyu realized that despite walking for so long they still had not reached the end. He remembered that the building outside the Hokage building was not very tall. Chiyu, what's wrong? At that moment Kushina and Inuzuka Pa caught up and asked in unison. Chiyu bit his lip and remained silent, shaking his head. Before Kushina and the others could react, he suddenly raised his hand and struck the wall in front of him. With a loud crash, a crack appeared in the wall due to Kaiyu's strike. Inuzuka Pa's eyes widened as she covered her mouth in shock, exclaiming. However, in the next moment the crack in her view widened and eventually vanished. Immediately the surrounding environment began to change and phantoms passed before the three of them. After about 10 seconds they found themselves enveloped in a thick white mist. As the mist gradually dissipated, a two-story building appeared before them. A plaque outside read the words Hokage Building. The sounds of chatter drifted from within the building. Chiyu snapped back to reality and looked inside, seeing a crowd of people. So this was the real Hokage building. Recalling what he had just experienced, he immediately found the answer in his heart. What he had encountered earlier was an illusion, and what stood before him now was the true Hokage building. Let's go inside, Chiyu said to Inuzuka Pa and Kushina. The two girls nodded and the three of them walked inside together. Once they entered the Hokage building, they realized that the number of people participating in the Chunin exam far exceeded their expectations. Thinking back to the illusion that had misled him earlier, Chiyu couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Chiyu discreetly surveyed the surroundings, noticing that the participants filled the entire first floor. The crowd was dense and conversations filled the air. Among the competitors, many appeared to be around the same age as Chiyu and his companions. They all appeared to be former Genin classmates who had gone their separate ways after graduation, now deliberately returning to sit the Chunin exam. Chiyu now regarded the examination with far greater seriousness. With so many competitors, passing would not be easy. As Chiyu and his two companions entered, the other candidates in the Huiying Tower took notice. If Chiyu had come alone it would have been different, but two young beautiful girls flanked him, and in an instant countless eyes swept toward him, some filled with admiration, more with envy. Chiyu pretended not to see. He cast a glance at Quan Mengzhao and Jiu Shinai, then led them to a corner of the hall. Even so, they could not escape the others' hostility. Tisk, where did these two beauties come from? Sneered a young man streaked with crimson as he pushed through the crowd and stepped before Chiyu and his companions. The man stood half a head taller than Chiyu, a malicious smile on his face. He glanced at Chiyu once, then shifted his gaze to Quan Mengzhao and Jiu Shinai. This Huiying Tower is no place for delicate girls, he said, suddenly reaching for Jiu Shinai. Come with me, let me take you out. Get lost. Chiyu's expression darkened, his face paled as he glared at the man with a warning. The man's lips twitched twice, clearly rattled by Chiyu's words. The man's eyes grew crueler, yet Chiyu refused to yield. A hostile aura emanated from him as he fixed a predatory stare on the newcomer. The man began to speak but was cut off mid-sentence as he was suddenly kicked flying. His strangled scream ended with the heavy thud of a body striking the floor. What the hell do you think you're doing? Another dyed-haired man snarled as he surged forward, pointing at Chiyu. Looking for trouble, are you? Today you're going to leave some blood here, he spat. He glanced to his companion and the two of them lunged toward Chiyu together. They were evidently the companions of the man Chiyu had just sent flying. Chiyu made no show of reacting to their hostility. His cold indifference only stoked their fury. They rushed forward and raised their palms to strike his face. Chiyu stood unmoving, face stern, refusing to flinch. He had not uttered a word, but if those two truly dared. The exam is about to begin. What are you all lingering here for? If you insist on fighting, I will have no choice but to disqualify you, a familiar voice said. Chiyu snapped to attention and saw the tall, imposing figure of teacher Chimu Maoshua before him. At the proctor's arrival and that admonition, the braggart temper of the two instantly deflated. Yais. They stammered and the crowd dispersed in an instant. Teacher Chimu. Chiyu called hoarsely. Chimu Maoshua turned to face them and asked, "Are you all right?" Chiyue together with Quan Mengzhao and Jiao Shinai shook their heads. Puzzled by the teacher's presence, Chiyu could not help but ask, "Teacher Chimu, what are you doing here?" Replaying the skirmish for minutes before the color drained further from Chiyu's face. Chimu Maoshua seemed not to have heard the question. He glanced at his wristwatch and answering evasively said, "It is almost time. Hurry inside, find your seats and prepare, the exam is about to begin." At the mention of the exam, Chiyu snapped back, remembering the true purpose of his visit to the Huiying Tower. Chiyu could no longer concern himself with anything else. He nodded to Chimu Maoshua and with Quan Mengzhao and Jiao Shinai entered the inner examination hall that had already been arranged. The three took seats by the window in order and settled in to wait for the exam to begin. What had occurred outside had been seen by many, so even inside the hall some continued to cast furtive glances at Chiyu and his companions. Chiyu's stance was simple: as long as others did not seek him out to provoke him, he would merely return their stares. After all, a few looks would cost him nothing, and besides, Quan Mengzhao and Jiao Shinai were only two girls. Lost in such idle thoughts, the entire examination hall suddenly fell silent. Sensing the abrupt hush, Chiyu instinctively looked up, and saw someone he had not expected. It was Chimu Maoshua who stood at the lectern. Chiyu widened his eyes in astonishment. Chimu Maoshua held a stack of papers. Was he the proctor for this exam? The possibility had never occurred to Chiyu. "All right, shut your mouths. Be quiet and stop talking." Chimu Maoshua scanned the candidates below and continued, "I am the proctor, Chimu Maoshua. Now put away anything unrelated to the exam. The first stage of the Chunin exam is about to begin. If I find anything inappropriate, it will be treated as cheating and you will be disqualified." Those few words rendered the hall utterly silent. Some candidates complied and stowed away forbidden items. Chimu Maoshua watched for a moment, nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very well. The first stage of the Chunin exam officially begins now." With that, Chimu Maoshua quickly distributed the papers. Chiyu still had not quite recovered from the shock of seeing who was overseeing the exam. Chimu Maoshua's presence was utterly unexpected. "Begin answering," he said calmly from the lectern. Soon a rustle of pens and papers filled the room. Chiyu forced his attention back and began to scrutinize the questions carefully. After scanning a few items, Chiyu found the questions obscure and difficult, an impression that sprang into the minds of many other examinees as well. Barely minutes in, a bold genin complained to the proctor, "Teacher, who set these questions? They're too hard." "Yeah," another echoed. "This is unbearable." A chorus of groans swept the hall. "These questions are really difficult. What do we do if we can't solve them?" Chiyu listened in silence to his fellow candidates. Inwardly he felt exactly the same unease. The exam questions this time are indeed quite difficult. Chiyu fears that after the final results are announced, a significant number of people will be eliminated. However, at that moment Hatake Shosaku spoke up saying, "I know these questions are challenging, but there is an opportunity. If you can answer the questions I ask next, you will pass this written exam. But if you cannot answer, the entire team will be disqualified and you will also lose your chance to participate in the Chunin exam later." Hearing this, the crowd immediately sighed in despair. If this choice was truly difficult, leaving everyone at a loss on how to decide. He then continued, "However, there is another option. If you choose to leave now, you can still participate in the Chunin exam tomorrow." The crowd immediately began to look around, unsure of what to choose. For now, giving up seemed to be the best choice. If they failed to answer later, their teammates would also face repercussions. Many people thinking along these lines raised their hands to indicate they wanted to withdraw from the written exam. Kushina and Inuzuka-pa looked at Chiyue, who had been silent and sitting there unsure of whether she wanted to continue answering questions. After all, Chiyu had helped them a lot in their lives, and even if she chose to be stubborn, the two of them would naturally support her. Soon only about 10 people remained in the classroom, and they were all from the previous genin class. In the end, Chiyu chose to raise her hand saying, "Teacher Hatake, I am willing to continue answering questions, but I do not want to drag Kushina and Inuzuka-pa down with me. Can you not revoke their qualification for the Chunin exam?" Just as Hatake Shosaku was about to shake his head in refusal, the two girls stood up and said, "We all support Chiyu's decision. I also want to compete in the next round." "I also support Chiyu's decision." Upon seeing their determination, Hatake Shosaku nodded with satisfaction, and soon others also chose to stay. Then Hatake Shosaku announced, "Congratulations on successfully completing the first round of the exam. In fact, this round is not about the written test at all. No matter how well you answer your papers, it cannot lack a brave heart. The ones who remain are all very brave. Congratulations on passing the exam. The crowd was taken aback by this revelation. They had not expected the reason for passing this round to be this. However, they quickly realized that as long as they could successfully pass the first round, that was enough. Then he raised his hand and applauded. After the round of applause ended, Hatake Shosaku's gaze momentarily paused, scanning the faces of the 10 or so successful candidates. He then said, "Next, the second round of the exam is about to begin. In the next 3 days you will enter the Kiji forest behind me. After 3 days I will be waiting for you at the exit. Whoever reaches the exit first will be the winner. The rankings of the competition will be arranged according to the order of arrival." After briefly explaining the rules of the competition, Hatake Shosaku took out a box of scrolls and distributed them to the participants before saying, "Let's set off now." With the ringing of a bell, the several teams of participants set off towards the Kiji forest. Seeing that the other teams had left, Chiyu exchanged glances with Kushina and Inuzuka Paw before quickly heading into the depths of the Kiji forest. Since they participated in this exam, they had no intention of treating it lightly. They must put forth all their effort. Meanwhile, as Chiyu and the others entered the Kiji forest, the situation on Danzo's side was not very stable either. In the somewhat dim environment, a dangerous and unsettling aura permeated the air. Danzo sat in the highest seat in the room, his legs spread wide, hands crossed under his chin. His lifeless eyes were fixed on the people below. In the silent room, Fujiwara Yoshimi broke out in a cold sweat under Danzo's gaze, not daring to move. After an indeterminate amount of time, Danzo finally spoke up, "You mean Chiyu and those little brats have entered the Kiji forest to participate in the Chunin exam?" "Yes," Fujiwara Yoshimi replied, lowering her head. Danzo suddenly burst out laughing, slapping his thigh, Good. This time heaven has truly given me an opportunity." "Listen," Danzo's tone changed as he coldly scrutinized Fujiwara Yoshimi, "you must set off immediately and secretly infiltrate the Kiji forest to poison them. Be sure to poison Chiyu and the 2 girls beside him." As he said these words, Danzo's vacant eyes stared straight ahead, yet a fierce intent surfaced on his face. "Yes." Fujiwara Yoshimi bowed her head. Just as she finished speaking, Danzo suddenly interrupted her, No. That girl named Kushina. Do not let her die. She is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If I capture her, I will gain the power within her. Therefore," Danzo paused for a moment, looking at Fujiwara Yoshimi below with a commanding tone, "I want the other 2 dead, but she must remain alive." "Understood," Fujiwara Yoshimi replied. "Go now," Danzo nodded in response. "Once I obtain Kushina's power, I will surely become stronger than I am now." Thinking of how powerful he would become, Danzo couldn't help but feel excited inside. He slowly clenched his fists. Who in this world wouldn't want to become strong? Not long after Fujiwara Yoshimi left, Danzo still felt a bit uneasy. That Chiyu is notoriously cunning, and Kushina along with that Inuzuka girl are not easy opponents either. If only Fujiwara Yoshimi were sent alone, it might be a bit difficult. After thinking for a while, Danzo decided to summon Orochimaru to see him. It would be better to have one more person for safety. Danzo thought to himself. Just as he was lost in thought, Orochimaru had already entered the room. "What do you need me for?" he asked directly as soon as he stepped inside. His expression was rather indifferent, and there was no change in his gaze when looking at Danzo. Danzo was brought back to reality by Orochimaru's voice. He looked up at Orochimaru and said, "I just sent Fujiwara Yoshimi to the Kiji forest to deal with Chiyu and those little brats." "Fujiwara Yoshimi?" Orochimaru repeated her name, raising an eyebrow and asking, "So?" Orochimaru's expression seemed to indicate that he was looking forward to it, but he held doubts about Fujiwara Yoshimi's abilities. Danzo, however, was not concerned about Orochimaru's expression, saying, "So I want to ask you to go as well to assist Fujiwara Yoshimi. Also, while you're in the forest, look for a suitable test subject to transplant the first Hokage Senju Hashirama's cells." "All right." Orochimaru nodded in response. Now that he was tied to Danzo's group by their mutual interests, he had to assist Danzo to continue their cooperation. Moreover, he initially planned to search for a test subject for the cells of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. After leaving Danzo, Orochimaru set off to pursue Fujiwara Yoshimi, who had departed earlier. Fortunately, Fujiwara Yoshimi had not gone far, and Orochimaru quickly caught up. After they met, they headed together towards the Kiji forest. The area outside the Kiji forest was very quiet, however Orochimaru did not let his guard down in such an environment. He gestured to Fujiwara Yoshimi beside him and then stepped away to scout the surroundings. There was not a single sound of human presence around the entire perimeter of the Kiji forest. After a thorough inspection, Orochimaru confirmed that there were no dangerous individuals. The Kiji forest, which seemed to stretch endlessly, was eerily tranquil. Orochimaru exchanged a look with Fujiwara Yoshimi, who was hiding in the shadows, and in the next moment the two of them slipped into the Kiji forest. Their target this time was to eliminate the three from July. However, at that moment the three from July encountered an unexpected turn of events. "Are we getting out or not?" Kushina asked July and Inuzuka paw beside her. The three of them were currently hiding behind a large rock, while not far ahead a commotion was taking place. Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choji were surrounded by a group of Sand Village ninjas. The Sand Village ninjas wielded katana and emanated an aura of danger from head to toe. If they didn't go out to help, soon the three of them might. July's eyes flickered and he immediately said, "Let's go." July along with Kushina and Inuzuka paw immediately flew out. The group of Sand Village ninjas had not expected there to be others in this place, and before they could react, July and his companions struck down a large number of them. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Nara Shikaku and his companions immediately began to counterattack. The six of them worked together, quickly resolving the threat posed by the Sand Village ninjas. After successfully averting the crisis, July took a deep breath to calm down and walked up to a Sand Village ninja, removing his mask to take a look. There was nothing unusual about these individuals. "Are you all right?" Kushina asked Nara Shikaku and his companions. "We're fine." The sudden appearance of July, Kushina and Inuzuka paw surprised Nara Shikaku and his companions. "Thank you so much for your help just now." Nara Shikaku paused for a moment. "I didn't expect you to be so easily deceived. Today is your day of reckoning." Nara Shikaku then summoned several enormous snakes, causing the three to jump in shock. "Nara Shikaku, what are you doing?" Kushina immediately questioned. This action by Nara Shikaku made her furious. They had just rescued him from danger and now he suddenly turned against them. If he was only trying to secure a spot in this survival exercise, Kushina would look down on him even more. She never expected that the former leader of their lower ninja class would turn out to be such a despicable person. Meanwhile, July remained silent, feeling that the techniques used by the current Nara Shikaku were strangely familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Before long, July recalled. During their previous mission, when they took Miss Aoki to the forest of the Land of Thunder, they had encountered a strangely peculiar-looking man. That man had summoned two giant snakes, and he was none other than the rogue ninja from Konoha, Orochimaru. July directly revealed his identity, saying, "You are not Nara Shikaku, you are Orochimaru." Nara Shikaku chuckled, and then the skin on his body began to peel away, revealing a face that was androgynous. Kushina gasped in shock, realizing that they were facing this troublesome opponent. However, at that moment two giant snakes behind them suddenly launched an attack. The three of them hardly had time to be astonished and quickly drew their weapons, preparing to deal with the two giant snakes. Ding! Mission released: eliminate 3 Brank summoned beasts. Reward 6 intoxication value. Obtain Shuriken giant body technique. Hearing this reward made July's heart race. This was a very useful ninjutsu. After that, July began to fully engage with the summoned beasts before him. Inuzuka paw's black dog Kuro was quite effective, successfully tearing off a piece of flesh from one of the giant snakes in no time. Iato / Shuriken shadow clone technique. His sword, Nichiren, instantly created several clones, forming a terrifying net-like quantity. July seized the opportunity and thrust fiercely at the location where the giant snakes were. Each blade carried the Iato / technique, and after a flurry of blades and light, the area was littered with the remains of giant snakes. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had secretly slipped behind Kushina and was preparing to take her life when he was suddenly pierced by several swords that fell from the sky. Could there be another expert nearby? Thinking of this, Orochimaru suddenly recalled the scene of his previous battle with Hitachi Shosaku in the forest. After all, the 3 individuals before him were all students of Hitachi Shosaku. He wondered if Hitachi Shosaku was also nearby. With that thought, Orochimaru hurriedly retreated. However, once he regained his composure, he realized that the swords that had just wounded him were merely the techniques of this little brat before him. He never expected that someone so young could possess such terrifying abilities. For Orochimaru, the more of a genius someone was, the more they should be nipped in the bud, otherwise one day they would surely become a significant threat. Subsequently, Orochimaru summoned 4 even larger summoned beasts. "Let these snakes play with you for a while. I don't believe you have such good luck to have enough energy left to face these snakes," Orochimaru said to July from a position of power. Subsequently, 3 of the 4 giant snakes quickly moved toward July. After working hard to successfully slay one giant snake, July started to breathe heavily if this was the first time he had used so much chakra energy. Meanwhile, July, facing two giant snakes alone, was already on the verge of collapse. Just as he was about to break down, Fujiwara Yoshimi appeared before July, reaching out and throwing a large handful of powder in his direction. Cough. Chiyu immediately began to cough violently. Before long he felt his consciousness starting to blur and the trees in front of him seemed to sway. In a frenzy, Chiyu reached out desperately into the air. Kushina and Inuzuka Claw were at a loss for how to control Chiyu. Chiyu was shouting frantically, seemingly battling against something. "What's wrong with you, Chiyu?" Kushina tightly embraced the frenzied Chiyu. Chiyu appeared dazed, his eyes wide open. His hands had transformed, gripping Kushina's shoulders and shaking her violently as if intending to dislocate her. Kushina feared that Chiyu might truly spiral into chaos. "Quick, grab her too. Don't let her go wild like this." Inuzuka Claw fiercely grabbed Chiyu. Chiyu was pulled away from Kushina and claws dug deeply into her shoulders, preventing Chiyu from thrashing about. "Chiyue, what on earth is happening to you?" Kushina was becoming impatient. "What good does this do? She's lost her mind, on the verge of tearing us both apart. You need to seal her quickly with a sealing technique." Kushina swiftly began to rotate her hands. A beam of light shot forth, forming a large sphere that rushed toward Chiyu. She was enveloped in the light, frantically screaming inside the sphere, wildly grasping at the air. For a moment she was immobilized in the light. "Chiyu has been sealed, she will no longer go wild." With that, Kushina waved her hand and the beam of light vanished. Chiyu temporarily calmed down and stood there obediently, staring blankly. Kushina smiled. "It seems that Chiyu is quite docile after all." "What are you talking about?" "It's the sealing technique that has restrained her. Otherwise she would have truly gone mad and we wouldn't be able to control her at all." Chiyu showed no reaction, merely standing there in a daze. She had no expression, no gaze, it was as if she were under the control of something. Kushina shook her head and sighed. "Chiyu, this is the only way." As she said this, she tried to pull Chiyu away when suddenly something behind her started rustling. The wind grew stronger, causing Kushina to sway. "What's going on?" Kushina found herself lifted off the ground, spinning rapidly in the air. "What is causing this wind to blow me like this?" No sooner had he spoken than Orochimaru lunged forward, hissing with his tongue. A gust of wind propelled Kushina into the air. Kushina shouted, "Orochimaru, this time I will definitely catch you. Don't think you can strike me with your tongue, I will pin it in midair." Orochimaru paid no heed. He was silent, his tongue flicking up and down. The tongue shimmered in red light as if ready to coil around Kushina and swallow her whole. Kushina screamed in panic. In the gusts from Orochimaru's mouth she spun around, leaving Inuzuka Claw helpless. "What's happening? Why is the snake attacking Kushina?" Before long, Narashikaku and his companions rushed over. Orochimaru remained silent, suddenly unleashing a sphere of light. They quickly caught the sphere of light. One of them analyzed, it seems to have received orders from someone, otherwise given Orochimaru's current predicament he wouldn't dare appear in Konoha village. This is truly insane. Narashikaku and the others drew their swords, engaging Orochimaru. He quickly dodged, fearful of being pierced by the light. Unfortunately, Orochimaru was not so easily intimidated. He unleashed his tongue and released waves of air. These airwaves rushed toward the three gleaming swords, causing them to clash with the snake's tongue. Orochimaru's head grew larger and the waves became more violent. Quickly, Narashikaku and the others were pushed back, cornered near the edge of a cliff. It seemed that this time Orochimaru would not let them go. Narashikaku and the others took flight, soaring away. "Orochimaru, you're amazing. This time you won't let Kushina escape, will you?" "Kushina, you won't survive this time," Inuzuka Claw exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly a shimmering wave of light surged forth, crashing toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru was struck by the light several times, causing the air it stirred to ripple violently. "Incredible, it's Minato Namikaze." "Minato Namikaze." Kushina turned in surprise to look. Minato was indeed formidable, having charged toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru tilted his head upwards, preparing to release another wave of air. Minato Namikaze struck him at a critical point, causing Orochimaru to sway and then collapse motionless. So terrifying. Kushina clutched her chest. It seems Orochimaru is finished this time. Kushina felt a surge of relief. Perhaps it was Minato's light that disturbed Chiyu. Suddenly she became frenzied. Why has the seal been broken? This left Kushina in a state of panic. He truly feared that if Chiyu went berserk now they wouldn't be able to contain her, which would lead to trouble. Once Chiyu went wild she might lash out at herself and perhaps Minato would face the same fate. What to do now? He helplessly looked at Inuzuka Claw, who stood there equally helpless, knowing he could no longer control Chiyu. Minato Namikaze was unconcerned. He raised his palm and struck at Chiyu. She was hit by a beam of light, falling to the ground with a crash, spitting blood. What's happening, Chiyu? Kushina still had feelings for Chiyu and rushed to support her. Chiyu was gravely injured, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. What's going on? Kushina continuously shook Chiyu, hoping she would regain consciousness. However, Chiyu remained unconscious, blood flowing relentlessly. Why are you treating Chiyu this way? She was already under your control, why inflict such severe injuries? It's precisely because she was hard to control that I had to strike her hard. Injuring her is trivial. I fear her going berserk, we could all get hurt. You must be careful, Chiyu could go wild at any moment. No, Chiyu isn't usually like this, she's only this way because of her injuries. Injuring her like this is completely against the rules, it could cost her life. What you're saying is utterly ridiculous, Minato Namikaze replied dismissively. Very well, Namikaze Minato, let me make it clear, I will revive Chiyu right now and I will specifically treat her injuries. If I cannot heal her wounds I truly owe her an apology. Chiyu is only in this state because she was injured, Joshinai repeatedly insisted. Yet Namikaze Minato remained unconvinced. He believed that Chiyu could not be saved in this way. Regardless of the situation, Namikaze Minato, I am determined to save Chiyu. He rushed forward to wipe the corner of Kayu's mouth and sprinkled some medicine powder he brought into her mouth, urging her to slowly swallow it. Kayu's expression softened a bit, showing some signs of life. Chiyu is getting better. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato approached to take a look at Chiyu and said, I inflicted serious injuries with my attack, your medicine powder may not be effective. It would be better to carry her inside and see if she can regain her strength. After that you can figure out how to completely heal her. Chiyu was hurt by you, can't you lend a hand? Joshinai was growing increasingly impatient. Your medicine powder might not work on her, look, Kayu's complexion is changing again. Namikaze Minato pointed at Kayu's face. Sure enough, Kayu's complexion was pale and some blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth once more. Chiyu, what exactly happened to you? Joshinai was already in tears. I still have a little medicine here that can help her stabilize. As he spoke, Namikaze Minato handed over a vial of medicine. The medicine in this vial can help Chiyu regain her composure, but be cautious, she may still be in a frenzy. You don't need to worry about that, just stand back. Joshinai took the vial, opened it and poured some medicine into Kayu's mouth. The medicine dripped from Kayu's mouth into her stomach. She gasped for air, calming down slightly, but her complexion remained pale. Joshinai was somewhat angry, glaring at Namikaze Minato, who was standing beside her. She knew he did not care much for Chiyu. She did not have a favorable impression of Namikaze Minato either. She sternly scolded him, you go do your thing first, I need to see if Chiyu can recover. If she doesn't I will hold you accountable. Namikaze Minato sighed and turned away. Joshinai felt increasingly uneasy. She kept shaking Kayu's shoulder. Chiyu, wake up. Joshinai cried out in a choked voice. Chiyu remained with her eyes closed, leaving Joshinai helpless. Joshinai, don't do this. Namikaze Minato stepped forward, sensing Joshinai's distress and recognizing her efforts for Chiyu. Chiyu is in this state, what good will shaking her do? The medicine has already entered her system, it may take a while to take effect. Why are you so flustered? If Chiyu doesn't wake up I won't spare you, Joshinai declared, raising her fist and striking at Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato dodged back slightly. He knew Joshinai was not the type to kill recklessly, she was just angry and wanted to settle the score. Is Chiyu really worth your anger? Namikaze Minato sighed, having already stepped back several paces. However, Joshinai continued to lunge at Namikaze Minato, angrily exclaiming, I must make it clear to you, if anything happens to Chiyu I will definitely not spare you. I know, Namikaze Minato sighed. He understood Joshinai was serious. He just didn't expect Chiyu's status in her heart to have grown so significant. Inuzuka Pause watched this scene coldly from the side, fully aware of the relationship between the three of them. Previously Inuzuka could sense that Joshinai had feelings for Chiyu. What surprised her was that even Namikaze Minato had developed a fondness for Joshinai. Seeing this, Narashika and others realized that the atmosphere was quite awkward and it was not suitable to linger here any longer lest they provoke trouble. With that in mind, the three exchanged glances, silently agreeing that they wanted to leave this place quickly. Narashika then stepped forward and said, "You all guard the scroll well. Although we are in a competitive relationship, we cannot take advantage of others' misfortunes. We need to move on, so we will take our leave now." After all, they are all elite disciples of the same clan, raised with good education from a young age. Among Kaiyu's team, she is the only one with combat capability. However, with Chiyu now gravely injured and unconscious, it left only two girls behind. They could not possibly take action against them. Inuzuka stepped forward to express gratitude. "Thank you for being willing to help." After that, the three of them left the place. Namikaze Minato felt somewhat awkward standing there. "Joshinai, one day you will understand that you shouldn't have lost your temper at me today." After leaving this remark, Namikaze Minato turned and left. Not long after, Chiyu woke up, now fully rational. Yet she had not forgotten the things she did to Joshinai and Inuzuka earlier. In fact, they became increasingly clear. "Are you all alright?" Chiyu asked. The first thing she did upon waking was to check if they were injured. Seeing Chiyu awake, the two girls immediately relaxed. "We are fine." Hearing this, Chiyu felt relieved as she did not see any signs of injury on either of them. After thinking this, Chiyu felt reassured. She also felt relieved, saying, "As long as you are both okay, that's good." Inuzuka keenly sensed her guilt and quickly advised her. "Chiyu, this incident isn't your fault. It's all because of that Fujiwara Yoshimi's poisoning. You don't need to feel too guilty." Chiyu quickly calmed down and began analyzing. "Since Fujiwara Yoshimi and the others made a move against us, it must have been purposeful. I think they won't give up easily. I believe we will encounter them again during the upcoming 3 days of exercises. When that time comes, I must make them pay back 100-fold. Hearing this, the two girls agreed it was indeed reasonable. Fujiwara Yoshimi is truly too cunning. Previously she used a fake death to escape confinement, yet now she appears brazenly in the survival exercise so soon. Joshinai said angrily. Inuzuka began to analyze. "The thing is, we still don't know what they might be coveting from us. Could it be because of the fight we had in the forest of the Land of Thunder?" Chiyu declared, "Regardless of their true intentions, I must become stronger." Ding. Mission issued: slay a spirit beast and receive the reward of a grade swordsmanship, Bachan one knife style. Upon hearing this, Chiyu felt somewhat puzzled as there was nothing around, yet the system suddenly issued this task. This struck Chiyu as odd. After realizing this, he was just about to take a sip of wine before continuing on his journey. However, at that moment a particularly massive evil dog charged out, barking wildly upon seeing the three of them. The black ball of Inuzuka was immediately frightened, but it soon regained its resolute demeanor, positioning its entire body firmly in front of Inuzuka, ready to protect it. "Be careful, everyone." Chiyu sensed danger approaching. Just then the evil dog lunged towards them, bearing its terrifying fangs. Before the evil dog could reach them, Chiyu stepped forward, holding his sword in a defensive stance. The evil dog clearly showed no fear of the three humans, its speed only increasing. In the next instant the dog's head collided violently with him. Chiyu quickly reacted, placing his sword in front of him, feeling a tremendous force strike his hands. Chiyu's body was involuntarily pushed back a few meters. At that moment he clearly felt that this evil dog was at least a level stronger than him. Chiyu was knocked back by a powerful blow, and before he could recover, the evil dog lunged at him once more, this time aiming to bite his head. The dog's teeth grazed Chiyu's cheek, but in the next moment it bit into nothing but a shadow clone. Who is Chiyu? He had used the shadow clone technique while retreating, with his true self already having distanced itself. Everyone be careful, this evil dog is extremely fast and has strong attack power. I'll distract it while you find the right moment to attack. Chiyu's expression was grim, clearly realizing he was facing an exceptionally difficult opponent. Inuzuka and Kushina were taken aback to see Chiyu knocked back so far. They intended to check on him, but the evil dog launched another attack, this time targeting Inuzuka. Seeing the evil dog charging towards them, the black ball immediately entered a battle stance. Chiyu also regained his composure and charged forward, determined not to let the dog harm Inuzuka. The black ball attacked the evil dog as well. Together they fought valiantly, yet against this fierce opponent they were at a disadvantage, hinting at an impending defeat. The pressure from the evil dog weighed heavily on Chiyu. A moment's inattention could lead to injury. The black ball was weaker than him and already bore several wounds. Kushina sensed that something was amiss. Continuing like this isn't a solution, we will quickly be defeated. After all, the opponent is a great spirit beast and we are merely lower ninjas, not its match. Perhaps we should find a way to leave here quickly. At this moment Chiyu felt his internal organs had already been thrown into disarray. He knew that resolving the spirit beast before him would not be an easy task, but thinking of the system's rewards Chiyu was unwilling to leave. Chiyu shook his head. No, the evil dog moves extraordinarily fast, even if we want to run we cannot shake it off. Moreover, as a spirit beast it will certainly anticipate our thoughts. Once our stamina wanes we will become fish on a chopping board. Upon hearing this the two had no choice but to stop their retreat. Just then the evil dog appeared before them from a distance. Kushina hurriedly took a large step back with Chiyu. At that moment the evil dog slapped Inuzuka, who was unable to dodge, knocking him unconscious. The black ball rushed to Inuzuka's side, quietly staying close. The black ball continuously licked Inuzuka, who had already fainted. Upon seeing this scene Chiyu was instantly filled with rage, feeling a terrifying power swell within him. Immediately Chiyu took out a flask of wine and quickly emptied it. Then wielding his katana he charged forward, swiftly dismembering the evil dog. After successfully killing the evil dog Chiyu collapsed on the ground gasping for breath. Soon he received the system's reward, banishing his fatigue. Then Chiyu slumped to the ground and fainted shortly after. He had already been severely injured by Namikaze Minato and now faced a great spirit beast. In facing such a formidable opponent Chiyu had completely exhausted himself to defeat it. Chiyu. Kushina was startled upon witnessing this. Kushina quickly squatted beside Chiyu and reached out to check his condition. Upon discovering he was merely temporarily exhausted she felt relieved. Seeing two unconscious bodies lying beside her Kushina felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed they would have to spend the night here. Black ball, help me out here, I can't move them both by myself. Kushina finally turned to the surviving black ball and spoke. Woof. Then with the cooperation of Kushina and the black ball they finally moved the two to a softer pile of leaves. Not knowing if there were wild beasts lurking in the forest, Kushina could only gather some firewood. When night fell it would provide warmth and ward off beasts. The forest felt chilly, especially as night approached and temperatures would drop even further. After thinking of this Kushina squatted down and spoke to the black ball, you stay here and guard them while I go gather some firewood nearby. Woof woof woof. Kushina knew the black ball understood and she quickly left to collect firewood. After Kushina left, the black ball quietly sat in front of them, determined to protect them. Not long after Kushina returned, noticing the black ball was still steadfastly guarding them. Seeing this she felt reassured. Before long the sky turned completely dark and Kushina hurriedly lit the firewood. After adding wood several times she gradually fell into a drowsy sleep. Chiyu swung his blade in a flurry at the Yin Huan Shi and before long the serpent burst apart into countless fragments. Chiyu. Jioshinai watched the young man who had slain the Yin Huan Shi in an instant, so stunned she was left speechless. Chiyu did not know how to explain. After all, the ability had been granted by a system and that night he had been absurdly drunk. Moreover, his thoughts had been tangled by concerns for Quan Zhongjua and he had been too distracted to notice the system had given him a sword form. He never expected that the long yu yi he had used was scarcely different from the mu yi lu sword technique employed by the village chief Qian Shou Fei Jian. Chiyu looked at Jioshinai and said, "I'll explain this later. First we must leave this forest. For now let's go find Quan Zhongjua." "All right." Hearing Chiyu, Jioshinai ceased her questioning. They resumed their journey, weaving through the trees. After they had walked some distance they suddenly heard the sound of ninjutsu not far ahead. Exchanging a glance they realized someone was there. Jioshinai volunteered, "Let's go take a look, perhaps Quan Zhongjua has encountered a demonic beast. She is not very adept with her abilities yet. Come on, let's see." Chiyu nodded and together they hurried toward the source of the sound. Pushing through the undergrowth they saw Nai Liang Lujio and Quan Zhongjua locked in combat with an enormous wolf-shaped demonic beast. The beast's scale was beyond all comparison to theirs. Jioshinai quickly identified it, that must be the Tihu Ju Gui Lang. It looked hideously ugly and struck with ruthless savagery, truly the most troublesome thing they had encountered in the forest. Chiyu fell into thought. The creature stirred a vague recognition in him as if he had seen it in a textbook. "If I remember correctly, aren't its claws laced with potent venom?" Chiyu asked. "Yes," Jioshinai replied with certainty. As they spoke, the Hyūga Yuma suddenly swung a massive paw downward toward Quan Zhonghua. Just as the paw was about to strike Niliang Lugio, quick of eye and hand leapt in front of her and took the blow. Niliang Lugio was sent flying several meters, blood pouring from his mouth. "Are you all right, Niliang?" Quan Zhonghua cried, rushing over in alarm. That blow had been aimed at her unexpectedly. Niliang Lugio had saved her and truly borne the strike. Seeing Niliang Lugio so gravely wounded, Quan Zhonghua felt deeply guilty. She wiped the blood from his mouth and hurriedly asked, "Niliang, are you all right?" Niliang Lugio lifted his head, desperate to answer her. But he had only just awoken from grievous injury, his body was frail, and even the pills meant to mend his wounds had no effect. Niliang Lugio's head fell and he passed out straight away. At that moment the giant wolf behind Quan Zhonghua began to stalk toward them, its approach steadily closing the distance. Cold sweat broke out over Quan Zhonghua as fear seized her. With all fighting strength gone, she had little hope of surviving. Then a familiar voice sounded above her head, "Do not be afraid, we are here." Quan Zhonghua turned and saw Chi-Yu and Jiao Shinai approaching. Seeing them, she wept with relief as if reunited with family. "You finally came. Leave this to me," Chi-Yu said, turning. Jiao Shinai and Quan Zhonghua understood immediately and hastened to carry Niliang Lugio farther away. Long Yu Yi. Without hesitation, Chi-Yu unleashed the greatest card he had at his disposal. The giant wolf was soon grievously wounded. Chi-Yu was astonished to see the Hyūga Yuma still clinging to life, barely breathing. Now the beast resembled a fish on a chopping board. If Chi-Yu wished to kill it, he could do so with ease, a mere flick of a finger. Recalling how the wolf had assaulted Quan Zhonghua and Niliang Lugio, Chi-Yu's anger flared. Sensing his murderous intent, the Hyūga Yuma immediately cringed and begged for mercy. It wailed, "Little brother, please spare me. I never meant to put you all in such trouble. I acted only under orders from the school. I had no choice. I have a family to support." The Hyūga Yuma felt only misfortune had befallen it. It had wished merely to survive in the forest and had nearly paid with its life. It could not comprehend the youth before it, so young yet so monstrously formidable. It knew it had picked the wrong opponent. For the Hyūga Yuma nothing mattered more now than survival, otherwise it would never see its wife and children again. Chi-Yu was surprised. He had originally thought this forest was merely an undeveloped forbidden place. Combined with the Yin Huan Shi he had encountered earlier, his suspicions seemed confirmed, yet the words of the Hyūga Yuma gave him pause. Jiao Shinai stepped forward to question it. "Are you telling the truth? If we find you've lied, we'll make you pay with a dreadful death." She found the giant wolf somewhat pitiable. It had not gone for a killing blow. If it were truly innocent, Jiao Shinai would be willing to spare it. But with Chi-Yu's killing intent already aroused, if the beast deceived them, it would be tracked down and slain wherever it hid in the forest. Seizing the chance, the giant wolf hurriedly protested, "I'm wronged. I never intended to take anyone's life. You all know my paws bear potent venom. If you do not believe me, look at the boy I knocked unconscious. Do you see any signs of poisoning on him?" The silver phantom serpent, covered in silvery white scales, possesses thin wing-like appendages on either side, allowing it to move at an astonishing speed. Its venom is extremely potent, often striking down its prey with swiftness, making it exceedingly dangerous. In adulthood it can reach lengths of 4 to 6 meters, while in its juvenile stage it measures less than 1 meter. The silver phantom serpent has existed in the world for 2,000 years, yet it vanished from sight hundreds of years ago. Who would have thought it would resurface here? Chi-Yu did not expect to encounter a long-forgotten beast so soon, but judging by the serpent's size, it appeared to be merely a juvenile. Chi-Yu pondered whether he should consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. Although it was a juvenile, he dared not let down his guard. Suddenly the silver phantom serpent seized the opportunity while he was distracted and launched another attack. With a flick of its body and a flap of its wings, it was upon Chi-Yu in an instant. At this moment Chi-Yu realized he could not shake off the silver phantom serpent. Since escape was not an option, he decided to confront it head-on. With that thought, he quickly drew his sword and executed a Iaido slash. With a swift sound, Chi-Yu moved, and to his astonishment he found himself behind the silver phantom serpent. After a flash of blade and light, the serpent plummeted from the air. The serpent's body was severed in half, blood spattering forth and soaking into the ground. Chi-Yu gazed at the serpent's lifeless form, gasping in shock at the brutality of it all. It seemed his practice of the Iaido slash had significantly improved. If this realization brought him a sense of relief. After dispatching the silver phantom serpent, Chi-Yu was about to rise and continue his search for Jiao Xian Nai and Inazuka's when he suddenly heard a rustling sound nearby. Chiyu quickly gripped his sword, nervously focusing on the direction of the noise. Soon a familiar figure emerged, and upon recognizing Chiyu Xian felt relieved. Initially she intended to stay put, but she had just heard a familiar sound, one that was accompanied by the Iado slash. Xian thought it was too coincidental for someone else to use that technique, so she followed the sound to find Chiyu. Indeed, it was Chiyu. Seeing him brought her a sense of security. At last she had someone she could rely on. Chiyu breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing Xian, then asked with concern, Xian, how did you get here? Are you alright? The forest is far too dangerous. I encountered a silver phantom serpent as soon as I arrived. Hearing this, Xian turned to see the serpent's severed body behind him, quickly recognizing it. Wasn't the silver phantom serpent supposed to have disappeared completely hundreds of years ago? How did it appear here? You weren't hurt, were you? Xian asked, puzzled. I don't know if that isn't important. We should hurry and find Inuzuka's wa, Chiyu replied, unable to answer her question. Xian nodded and inquired, alright, which way should we go next? This forest is just too vast, I don't know which direction to take. Let's wander, perhaps we'll stumble upon Inuzuka's wa by chance. Chiyu said casually. Xian smiled, covering her mouth, and followed behind him. However, as they walked a short distance, Chiyu suddenly heard an odd noise from behind, prompting him to speak to Xian. Not good dodge. Xian froze momentarily at his words. Seeing this, Chiyu quickly pulled her aside. A long silvery figure came crashing down towards their original position. Xian felt a wave of dread wash over her. As the silvery figure missed its target, it quickly turned toward their direction. Now it had blocked their path. A silver phantom serpent approximately 5 meters long and adorned with ethereal wings stood before them. This serpent bore a striking resemblance to the one Chiyu had just slain, clearly another silver phantom serpent, but this one was fully grown. If a juvenile silver phantom serpent had already posed a substantial challenge, one of this size would be even more formidable. Naturally, Xian recognized it as an adult silver phantom serpent. She immediately felt fear creeping in Chiyu. This appears to be an adult silver phantom serpent with tremendous speed and toxicity. A bite from it would result in death within half an hour, and the only antidote is its gallbladder. I certainly know that, and now this silver phantom serpent is blocking our way. Even if we wanted to run, we couldn't. We might as well confront it directly. Chiyu gritted his teeth and resolutely stated. Xian, cover me. Hearing this, Xian quickly conjured a small fireball and hurled it toward the silver phantom serpent while Chiyu moved to its rear. Iado slash. After a flurry of blades and light, Chiyu believed he had successfully dealt with the silver phantom serpent, only to find its wings tightly shielding its back. Chiyu's blade struck the wings, producing only a few sparks, failing to inflict any damage whatsoever. He was left dumbfounded by this sight. Was this the true power of an adult silver phantom serpent? While Chiyu was momentarily stunned, the silver phantom serpent's tail struck him fiercely. He was sent flying until he crashed into a tree several meters away, finally coming to a stop. Puff. Once he came to a halt, Chiyu coughed up a mouthful of blood, driving his sword into the ground. At that moment, other techniques suddenly flashed through his mind, and Chiyu felt his body beginning to change gradually. He quickly closed his eyes, focusing intently on the transformation within himself. Chiyu had a premonition that he was about to gain a new ability, as the sensation was identical to the moment he acquired the Iado slash. Chiyu. Xian felt a pang of distress upon seeing Chiyu cough up blood. She turned angrily toward the culprit standing before them, shouting, "You beast! Die!" Upon witnessing Chiyu fall, Xian in a frenzied state dashed toward the silver phantom serpent, relentlessly throwing fireballs at it. However, the fireballs Xian conjured lacked the immense power of Uchiha Madara's, proving ineffective and instead only serving to enrage the silver phantom serpent. Just as the silver phantom serpent prepared to open its mouth wide and swallow her whole, Chiyu rushed in, pulling Xian behind him, his gaze fixed firmly on the serpent. With a cold sneer, Chiyu declared, "Bullying a girl is no skill, try this." Luminous Moon Night. Suddenly several identical clones of Chiyu appeared around him, each wielding the same sword. Moreover, they also had to compete for the remaining 4 spots, knowing that several ninjas participating in this Chunin exam were far more exceptional than they were. Though they understood that the school's actions were motivated by the fear of another incident like that of Uchiha Madara and Nara Shikaku. However, the current situation was extremely disadvantageous for the two of them. Chiyu naturally noticed their concerns and quickly reassured them, saying, "Don't worry, I'm here, aren't I? I will surely lead you safely out of the Shiji forest. I feel this time will definitely be like the first round of the exam where random teleportation is used and we might not be able to find each other at all. Jio Xi and Nai immediately shared her thoughts. Hearing this, Inuzuka Pa nodded in agreement, expressing her support for Jio Xi and Nai's viewpoint. Just to be safe when we are teleported into the forest, you should do nothing and just stand still waiting for me to find you. Once I locate you, we will figure out how to leave the forest together. Chiyue contemplated for a moment and then spoke. Jio Xi and Nai replied earnestly, that sounds good. If you can't find us in a short time, just focus on participating in the next round of the exam. That's most important. They all understood that Caillou's goal was undoubtedly to secure first place in this competition, so they couldn't be too selfish. As long as 4 spots open up, even if we are trapped in the forest, the school will definitely send someone to rescue us. Inuzuka Pa nodded in agreement. Hearing them say this, Chiyue felt she could no longer refuse. They made a valid point and Chiyue had to consent. After Chiyue agreed, Jio Xi and Nai and Inuzuka Pa felt relieved. Early the next morning, the remaining 27 people had already gathered at the entrance of the Shiji forest. At this moment, the principal and all the teachers of the school were present. Principal Saito announced, students, just in case, we have prepared 3 distress fireworks for each of you. If you encounter danger in the Shiji forest, you can choose to light the distress fireworks and our school's teachers will rush over to rescue you. However, if you actively release the fireworks for help, you will lose the qualification to continue the competition. Those who heard this agreed. If that were the case, it would be perfect, as their safety would be guaranteed. Just as the school teachers were distributing the fireworks to the students one by one, Nara Shikaku suddenly approached. Nara Shikaku came over and said seriously, I want to participate in this competition too, principal. Otherwise, entering the top 6 without a clear reason will make me feel shameful. How are you awake? The principal was surprised to see Nara Shikaku awake. However, upon hearing what Nara Shikaku had said, the principal's expression instantly became serious. Saito began to persuade him, saying, no. You were seriously injured yesterday and the Shiji forest is especially dangerous. You are not fit to participate. According to the school's regulations, as long as you pass the first match, you will be considered qualified. There is no reason for you to feel any shame. However, Nara Shikaku remained resolute in his stance, and eventually the principal had no choice but to agree. The principal sighed, saying, I really can't argue with you. Since you've made your decision, take these 3 distress fireworks. Let this be a trial for you. No matter whether you can secure a spot in the top 4, you are already assured a place in the top 6. Okay. Nara Shikaku nodded and then took the 3 distress fireworks. Once this matter was settled, the principal turned his attention to the others and opened the teleportation array, allowing them to step on one by one. Soon it was Chiyue and her friend's turn. As the scene before Chiyue changed dramatically, she stirred up a lot of dust as she landed. Cough cough. Did I just get teleported in? Chiyue coughed a few times, waving her hand in front of her to clear some of the dust. Chiyue paused to observe her surroundings and found herself in a thicket surrounded by the sounds of birds chirping and cicadas buzzing, resembling a primal forest. I wonder where Jio Xi Nai and Inuzuka Pa are. Searching for 2 people in such a vast forest is certainly no easy task. Chiyue lowered her head in thought. After a moment she lifted her head, deciding to first locate them before considering anything else. It seems I can only rely on luck. Chiyue helplessly rubbed her forehead and sighed slightly. Uncertain of Jio Xi Nai and Inuzuka Pa's whereabouts, Chiyue could only walk in a random direction, hoping to find them by chance. As Chiyue made her way, she would inadvertently encounter many venomous insects and fierce beasts. Although these creatures posed no real threat to Chiyue, their sheer numbers delayed her significantly. Hiss! Hiss! Suddenly a sound came from behind Chiyue, making her immediately alert. She cautiously looked toward the thicket from which the sound originated. In the blink of an eye, a small silver snake with 2 delicate wings leaped out from the bushes. At that moment the snake opened its large mouth, revealing its long venomous fangs, preparing to bite Caillou's neck as if it had regarded her as a sumptuous meal. Just as the strange silver snake was about to strike, Chiyue barely managed to evade its first attack due to her instinctive reflexes. Although she had less than half a second to react, human survival instincts are remarkably strong in critical moments. However, the snake, having missed its attack, was not deterred and was ready to strike again. Yet having witnessed Caillou's extreme reflexes, it regarded the man with some caution. It fixed its gaze on Chiyue with its snake eyes, revealing a cold glint as it searched for the next optimal opportunity to attack. Chiyue, seeing that it lingered without leaving, remained vigilant, staring at the silver snake. The snake was covered in silver scales with a pair of silver wings growing on either side, and its tail made rhythmic sounds like a rattlesnake. Hyūga felt a sense of familiarity with the snake before her and suddenly recalled something she had read in a book. Since Hyūga suddenly stopped to look around and then decided to change her route, even turning back, her companions were utterly perplexed. Could it be that Hyūga had been in this forest too long and was possessed? "Hyūga, are you okay?" Inuzuka Joie asked with genuine concern. "Of course I'm fine. What's wrong?" Hyūga replied without thinking. She found Inuzuka Joie's question to be quite baffling. However, when she turned her head, she saw doubt on both their faces, and Hyūga instantly understood the reason. "Don't misunderstand, I just realized we've been circling the same spot and found a way to leave from here." Seeing this, Hyūga quickly explained. The two were incredulous, finding the situation quite exaggerated. "How is that possible?" Jio Xianai was unwilling to believe this. "Think carefully and look around at the scenery. Doesn't it seem familiar?" Hyūga said to them. Upon hearing this, the two quickly looked around, realizing the surroundings did indeed seem familiar, and they couldn't help but gasp. Jio Xianai soon noticed something was off. "I can't believe it's actually like this. Since you all know now, just follow me closely." Hyūga then turned and spoke to them. Jio Xianai and Inuzuka Joie nodded and followed her. As they exited the area, they quickly saw a vast field of flowers and a pond. Upon seeing it, Hyūga immediately explained, "It seems this is the place we were supposed to appear at first. After entering the portal, we were randomly teleported to a closed space. Luckily, I noticed something was off in time. This place is truly beautiful. I wish I could stay here for a lifetime," Inuzuka Joie exclaimed upon seeing it. "We should hurry and leave. We wasted too much time inside. Others might have already exited Jilin and Gu by now." Jio Xianai urged. Although she found the place beautiful, the competition was more pressing. Having delayed too long inside, if they couldn't see the finish line soon, they would likely fail the first round of the exam. Hyūga nodded, agreeing with her. Then the three continued their journey, and soon they encountered the first monster in the forest. The monster attacked them without warning. Hyūga engaged the beast while Jio Xianai used several low-level ninjutsu to assist her. Inuzuka Joie intended to use summoning jutsu to help Hyūga, but she realized she couldn't use it no matter how hard she tried. Seeing the monster's attack about to hit her, Inuzuka Joie had no choice but to quickly dodge aside. As she watched the two struggle against the monster's attack, Inuzuka Joie despised her own powerlessness, feeling utterly helpless at that moment. Iaido slash. Hyūga swiftly executed her signature move, Iaido slash. Soon a series of sharp sword energies surged towards the giant butterfly before her. The creature quickly fell to the ground, barely clinging to life. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have defeated the returning spirit Ching Mo butterfly. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Hyūga learned the name of the beast. Is that all? Hyūga murmured to herself. The system provided no further responses. To her surprise, defeating just one monster yielded no rewards or enhancements, which left Hyūga quite astonished. "Now that you've been defeated by us, it's time for you to tell us how to reach the finish line," Hyūga asked the monster in front of her. "That's only natural. You just need to keep walking forward to see the finish line," the monster replied. However, right after it spoke, it disappeared. It seemed the monster had completed its mission and had no reason to stay, especially since it was heavily injured. If these monsters were truly arranged by the school, they would certainly choose to leave the forest to heal if they were injured. Hyūga felt regretful, thinking that if the monster had moved a bit slower, she could have followed it and figured out how to leave Jilin and Gu. Upon realizing this, Hyūga felt it was a pity. The rules stated they had to pass all challenges to reach the end, and sometimes using strategy was a method in itself. "Let's set off again," Hyūga turned to her companions and said. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the principal and other teachers had witnessed Hyūga's actions. This made them regard Hyūga with newfound respect. "Teacher Mai, I must say your three students are exceptionally outstanding. Especially Hyūga, who managed to stay calm during a crisis, which is no small feat. Previously she led everyone out of that confined space. Although the process was a bit bumpy, they eventually succeeded in getting out. Otherwise, had it been someone else, they would surely have remained trapped in that space unaware until the game ended." Hearing their praise, Maibaya felt a sense of satisfaction. Fortunately, even in his absence, they could remain calm and find solutions to many problems, validating his efforts in teaching them. "It's not as exaggerated as you say, they just got lucky," Maibaya quickly waved his hand. Their smiles grew as they saw his humble demeanor. They then set aside their conversation and resumed watching the situation in the examination arena. The subsequent journey became smoother as they encountered some monsters along the way which they quickly dealt with. Finally, amid their hurried pace, they successfully reached the finish line. At this moment the principal and several other teachers were already there waiting. When they arrived at the finish line, they noticed that several classes had already reached it before them. Jio Xian quickly counted with her fingers, and upon realizing they were 7th, breathed a sigh of relief. Saito Chi approached them and announced, "You are in 8th place." Hearing this, the three of them couldn't help but feel relieved if they had finally made it just in time at the end. If they had been any slower, they would have been eliminated, and it would have been truly embarrassing. As Chiyuan navigated through the valley, he encountered numerous beasts and traps, and his drunkenness level had already reached 95. If he could accumulate the remaining 5, he might even earn rewards in swordsmanship, allowing him to successfully complete the Chunin exam. Not long after the principal finished speaking, 6 individuals suddenly stepped forward. Among them was Uchiha Madara. "You are in 10th place." Saito Chi announced this to Uchiha Madara, who was taken aback by their ranking. They had barely made it in time, almost facing elimination. Upon seeing that Chiyue had arrived ahead of them, Uchiha Madara became furious. He turned to his 2 classmates and yelled, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't dawdled along the way, we would probably have been first by now." "What could I do?" One of Uchiha Madara's classmates responded, "With so many incidents along the way, didn't we help at all?" Clearly the three of them were a team, and throughout the journey they faced troubles and solved problems together. It was normal for them to take some time. Moreover, what was there to be dissatisfied about with a 10th place finish? Although it was close, they had managed to pass the first round of the exam, hadn't they? Neither of the two had held them back or slacked off, so why did Uchiha Madara act so superior? This made Yamashita Hai feel quite displeased. Chiyue observed their quarrel and realized that Uchiha Madara was usually arrogant, making him quite rude to his classmates. At that moment Chiyue noticed a familiar figure standing next to Uchiha Madara. It was his former class monitor Nara Shikaku. He didn't expect Nara Shikaku to be in the same class as Uchiha Madara. It must have been difficult for the usually spirited Nara Shikaku to tolerate him for so long. Nara Shikaku had long been dissatisfied with Uchiha Madara. Both of them were from prominent families, and the first round of the exam emphasized teamwork. Throughout the journey it was clearly he who led the entire team through one challenge after another. Otherwise, how could they have arrived here so quickly? Nara Shikaku replied, "How can you say such things? You did nothing along the way, you just contributed a little effort. If we're slow getting here, it's because you did nothing." Hearing this, Uchiha Madara's face turned extremely grim. "What do you mean?" Seeing Uchiha Madara get angry, Nara Shikaku couldn't help but snort coldly, showing no signs of backing down. He retorted the literal meaning. "Can't you even understand plain words?" He had long been unhappy with Uchiha Madara, so he wasn't afraid to fight him. After all, the second round of the exam was an individual competition, and as classmates they might end up as opponents. In any case, the outcome would be a matter of life and death. Why not take the opportunity to spar while they were arguing? Principal Saito Chi, hearing their argument, interjected, "Fairly stop arguing. The first round of the exam is meant to test your teamwork. Our ninja academy emphasizes unity. After all, an individual's strength is weak, but when several people unite as one to face a formidable enemy, it becomes a powerful force. You are all young and perhaps have yet to understand this principle." At this moment Uchiha Shursui stepped forward and said in front of so many classmates, "You two should stop your quarrel. If you don't want to be the laughingstock, quickly shut up. If there are personal grievances, save them for the second round of the exam." After hearing the teachers' and principal's advice, even if they were still dissatisfied with each other, they could only suppress their anger and not dwell on their differences. Uchiha Madara directly made a threatening remark, "I'll let you off this time, but in the second round you'd better pray that we don't cross paths, or I won't let you off so easily." "That's exactly what I wanted to say to you." Nara Shikaku was not afraid of his threat. They both snorted coldly in unison, then turned away and no longer looked at each other. The principal observed their behavior and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. They were indeed still too young. However, the spirited energy of the youth was also a testament to their youthfulness. Seeing them like this reminded Saito Chi of his own youthful days. After all, youth is fleeting. Now that so many have crossed the finish line, I will announce the rules for the second round of the exam. Saito Chi stepped forward and addressed them. Saito Chi then declared the second round of the exam will be a 3-person match with each for themselves, and only one victor will be chosen from each match. Then only the remaining 10 victors will compete against each other, and the last person standing among the final 5 will be crowned the champion of the Chunin exam. Everyone in the top 5 will receive a reward. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. They quite liked this format as it allowed them to showcase their individual strengths. They had their preferred opponents in the arena and were eager to see the difference in their abilities. This evening the matchup details will be posted at the entrance of the fighting arena. Those interested can check it out tonight when it gets dark. Saito-chi then addressed them. After announcing these rules, he turned and left, followed by the other teachers. They likely went to discuss the matchups, as organizing 30 people into groups would take some time. Meanwhile, Kushina and Inuzuka-tsum were worried that the already contentious relationship between Uchiha Madara and Chiue might escalate with the second round of the exam approaching. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Island Field had nearly completed the antidote, yet Shichiyu remained utterly unsuccessful in mastering any new ninjutsu. When Shichiyu hurried into the laboratory, he found everyone else already assembled. Yet upon seeing him, the others were genuinely startled. Though they had parted ways only days earlier, Shichiyu now seemed strangely unfamiliar. Though none knew what he had been doing, they trusted him implicitly and felt no urge to press for answers. "Shichiyu, where have you been these past days? You feel different?" Kushina asked, curiosity shimmering in her voice. She knew he might not tell her, but as a friend such basic concern was both natural and necessary. Kushina, however, believed he would willingly share the truth. Shichiyu, bewildered, replied, "Why is everyone staring at me so oddly? I don't feel any different at all. I've simply been practicing ninjutsu these days. After all, the Chunin exams are less than half a month away. I wanted to gauge the gap between myself and other shinobi." He saw no reason to conceal it and answered openly. Still, Shichiyu couldn't shake his bewilderment. Why did they all gaze at him with such intensity? For the past few days he had risen at dawn to train, returning only after dusk, occasionally crossing paths with them in fleeting hurried encounters. They'd merely been apart for 3 days, yet their expression suggested decades had passed since last they met. Had something appeared on his face? Rushing to the restroom, he stared into the mirror for a long while, finding nothing amiss. Only then did Konoha's white fang step forward. "Don't overthink it. It's just that your aura feels transformed. Have you mastered a new technique? I recently copied the Hokage's shadow clone and multiple shadow clone techniques using my Sharingan. I've spent these days refining them." Hearing this, Konoha's white fang finally understood the source of Shichiyu's subtle transformation. "Both are elite-level techniques, beyond your current capacity. Perhaps wait until we return to the academy before pursuing them further." Shichiyu's spirits sank. No wonder his repeated attempts had failed. He had assumed the flaw lay within himself, never imagining the techniques themselves were simply too advanced for his present skill. The realization struck him hard. He struggled to accept it. Seeing his dejection, Konoha's white fan quickly added, "These techniques were invented by the Hokage himself. No one in Konoha has mastered them, not even I, though I've witnessed him use them countless times without success in replicating them. That you copied them at all is a rare karmic bond. If you're truly determined to win first place in the Chunin exams, the prize can be exchanged for formal instruction from the Hokage himself." His words ignited Shichiyu's resolve. A fierce determination settled upon him. He would claim first place in the upcoming exams. If the Hokage had created these techniques, then seeking his guidance would surely yield success, and a faint confident smile returned to Shichiyu's lips. With unwavering conviction, Shichiyu declared, "Master Konoha, I understand. I will strive relentlessly to earn first place in the Chunin exams." Seeing his renewed fire, Konoha's white fang knew his counsel had taken root, and breathed easier. After all, they were still children, too young to bear crushing disappointment, and he understood that well. Meanwhile, Island Field judged the conversation complete, and turned attention to the matter at hand. This quantity of antidote should suffice. Should more be needed, come back for additional supplies. For ease of use, I've formulated it as a fine powder, identical in application to the previous version. Island Field feared pills would prove impractical for administering to beasts. Uneven distribution was inevitable. This powdered form was far more effective. Simply disperse it into flowing water and any beast drinking there would ingest the remedy, restoring serenity to Mount Pingchuan. Konoha's white fang accepted a large sack of the antidote from Island Field. After brief farewells, the Huang brothers swiftly carried the group skyward toward Mount Pingchuan. It was their first time riding atop a dragon, and the sensation proved unexpectedly exhilarating. Before long, the silhouette of Mount Pingchuan emerged on the horizon. Upon landing, Konoha's white fang handed the antidote to the Huang brothers. Distributed in measured portions across the river, any beast drinking there will ingest the remedy. Adjust dosage according to the river's width, use more where it broadens. Since supplies are limited, prioritize the waterways most frequented by the beasts. Konoha's White Fang issued swift instructions, his mind already racing back to the Hokage's residence, eager to learn how the Hokage intended to deal with Fujiwara Yoshimi. Understood. You attend to your urgent matters, we'll handle this. Ni Huang Jian nodded firmly. They had already accomplished the most arduous task, producing the antidote. What remained was theirs to complete. Konoha's White Fang then escorted the three back to Konoha village, hastening directly to the Hokage's home, only to find the Hokage Hashirama Senju's younger brother Tobarama Senju visibly startled, his face clouded with alarm. His uncharacteristic agitation instantly raised alarms. Konoha's White Fang asked, "Hokage-sama, what has happened? Why do you look so pale? Has something occurred?" "It's a long story. Shortly after I brought Fujiwara Yoshimi back, she refused to speak, no matter my questions. Then in a moment's inattention she swallowed poison and took her own life." The Hokage explained with weary resignation. Hearing this grim news upon their return, the group fell into stunned silence. They quickly responded saying, "It feels very effective, if there shouldn't be any problems. Since we woke up a few days ago we have felt an inexplicable anger, unable to suppress the irritability within us. Just now after taking the antidote the irritability disappeared instantly." Upon hearing this, Shimada also let out a sigh of relief, not expecting that the antidote he created would actually be so effective. Shimada thought for a moment and replied, "As long as it works, that's good. I will make more antidotes in the next few days, as the process of making them is particularly complicated. It might take 3 days to prepare enough antidote for a mountain full of beasts." Upon hearing that it would only take 3 days, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, 3 days is not too long to wait. "Then we will wait here. After you finish making the antidote we can call them back and we can return more quickly," the Huang brothers said thoughtfully. After all, since they woke up the beasts of Pingchuan Mountain had frequently lost their tempers, often igniting conflicts. They also felt a strange restlessness in their hearts, but their strength allowed them to barely suppress this feeling. However, the beasts with lesser abilities than theirs could not restrain the restlessness that surged from within. It was precisely because of the arrival of a mysterious woman who casually spread poison that the previously calm and peaceful Pingchuan Mountain became chaotic. If they didn't know that the woman had already been taken back by the village chief for interrogation, they wouldn't have been willing to let her go easily. Now that they knew there was an antidote, it was naturally impossible for them to return home peacefully. Even if they had to wait 3 more days, it didn't matter as long as they could deliver these items back to Pingchuan Mountain as quickly as possible. Chiyue nodded in agreement, saying, "Of course, that's good. You all can stay in the laboratory during this time, which also ensures Shimada's safety. I feel that Fujiwara Yoshimi is definitely not as simple as he appears. I'm afraid he has accomplices, so it's better for you to protect Shimada more closely." Upon hearing Huang brothers say this, they were naturally very willing. After all, it takes 1 or 2 days to travel from here to Pingchuan Mountain, and if something unexpected happens during that time, all of Shimada's efforts over the past few days and their waiting would be in vain. The reason for deciding to let them stay in the laboratory is that this place is located in a relatively prosperous town, mostly occupied by ordinary people, and rarely has beasts appearing. They were afraid that if the Huang brothers were exposed in front of people it would cause panic. Moreover, Chiyue thought that Fujiwara Yoshimi wouldn't have the courage to act alone. Furthermore, they had previously asked the village chief and had never heard of such a person. It seems there are no personal grudges in this matter, so it wouldn't make sense for Fujiwara Yoshimi to choose to do something so risky alone. Ultimately, there must be someone behind Fujiwara Yoshimi plotting a grand conspiracy. This is likely why the village chief did not kill Fujiwara Yoshimi immediately after capturing her, but chose to take her back for a thorough interrogation. Initially, Chiyue thought that the village chief wanted to interrogate her just to find out why she spread poison and caused panic. However, now Chiyue feels that this matter is definitely not that simple. After listening, the Huang brothers nodded. "That's not a problem. We don't really want to appear in front of ordinary people for fear that it will cause panic. It's perfect for us to watch the antidote being made closely." "Good, then I'll leave this to you." Chiyue turned to the Huang brothers and said. Seeing that the matter here had been resolved, they didn't stay long in Shimada's laboratory before each left. Shimada's laboratory was located in a particularly remote area to avoid harming innocent people. Chiyue saw that the few ninjutsu used by the village chief had all been copied by his Sharingan, but he had not had time to experiment with them. The techniques used by the village chief were exceptionally powerful. If he could display even 1/10 of that power, it would be enough for him to achieve good results in the Chunin exam. Especially after Uchiha Madara's harsh words, he felt he could not allow himself to lose. Hyūga must decisively defeat Uchiha Madara, otherwise others would feel he was unworthy to be a student of Konoha's White Fang. Uchiha Madara's strength is particularly formidable, and Hyūga believes that they will definitely both reach the finals of the Chunin exam, where they will be matched against each other. At this thought, Hyūga's fighting spirit ignited. He must succeed in defeating Uchiha Madara in the Chunin exam. Even if he cannot achieve first place, he must regain his dignity. Hyūga then closed his eyes, beginning to feel the chakra energy within his body. During this time he has been continuously trying to clarify the principles behind it. However, for a long time he made no progress at all. But hard work pays off, and he finally managed to understand the principle of the shadow clone technique. The only way he could comprehend the shadow clone ability was to split the chakra energy within his body in two so that he could summon an additional clone. Hyūga had no other demands. As long as he could create one clone first, that would be a success. He certainly could not achieve as many clones as the village chief could create instantly. Shadow clone. Hyūga suddenly opened his eyes and his aura changed completely. Just as he felt the chakra energy in his body was about to split in two. But in the next moment that feeling vanished instantly. Hyūga felt very disappointed, but this also indirectly proved that his idea was correct. As long as he could confirm he was heading in the right direction, it would not be a complete loss. Now Hyūga could only comfort himself this way. He was still persistent and tried many times, but no matter what he did, he could not complete the shadow clone technique. Finally, as the sky darkened, he still had no progress. Helpless Hyūga could only choose to temporarily give up. In the following days, whenever Hyūga had the opportunity, he would rush back to that open space to practice the shadow clone and the multi-shadow clone techniques frantically. Looking at the three sleeping little ones in front of him, a head poked out from the woods. I never expected these three little ones could actually deal with the summoned beast I released. Since that's the case, let them see something even more entertaining. After saying this, the person formed several hand seals and slapped the ground. A puff of white smoke flashed and he vanished from the spot, leaving behind several rigid shadows. My head hurt so much. What on earth happened? Hyūga groggily opened his eyes while holding his head, unaware of what he had just experienced before losing consciousness. Now it seemed that the battle around them had ended, but Hyūga felt that the atmosphere surrounding them was a bit off. He quickly saw Inuzuka, Zaku and Kushina lying beside him and hurried over to wake them up. The two also opened their eyes groggily. What on earth is going on? Inuzuka was just about to speak when Kushina covered his mouth. Don't speak, something feels a bit off here. Did you notice it too? Hyūga and Kushina both looked around cautiously. They finally saw shadows in the woods seemingly approaching them slowly and stiffly. What is that thing? Could it be that someone is coming? Seeing this, everyone widened their eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission: eliminate 2 earth rock puppets. What are those? Aren't earth rock puppets supposed to be powerful ninjutsu puppets? Why would they appear at a time like this? Ninjutsu puppets. What are those? Why have I never heard of them before? Kushina and the others looked on in confusion, as they had never heard of what these puppets were. You'll find out what these puppets are soon enough. There's no time to explain now. If these puppets are even stronger than the summoned beast from before, and there seems to be more than one of them. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group changed as they cautiously stared at the shadow in front of them. What should we do? Don't panic, the earth rock puppets are very slow. Let's keep evading them for now. If it gets too difficult, we can retreat again. After hearing this, the three quickly began to devise a plan while also organizing their scattered shurikens and ninja tools. These little ones are too naive, truly thinking I wouldn't think of anything. The person in the woods who had released the 2 puppets smirked slightly but was no longer in the same place. Hybera, lead the way ahead. Inuzuka ordered Hybera. Hybera barked and dashed forward. Not good, retreat quickly. The shadow that had been slow in the woods suddenly knocked Hybera back as he charged forward. Without saying a word, Inuzuka rushed up to embrace Hybera and the two rolled on the ground together. This isn't good. How can these puppets be so fast? Quickly run, those puppets have wind blade talismans on their backs. Without hesitation, Hyūga threw 2 explosive talismans towards the puppets, then swiftly joined Kushina and Inuzuka, pulling both of them forward. Unfortunately, the 2 explosive talismans did not inflict any damage on the 2 puppets, and they didn't even confuse their line of sight. Running like this isn't a solution. If we keep this up, we'll eventually be caught. Roar. The speed of the two puppets increased again and the three could only helplessly turn back to evade. If only I weren't injured. Chiyu sighed slightly. Since being wounded by Namikaze Minato, he had already been through several battles and even he was struggling. Are you two alright? Kushina, who had reached a high point ahead, looked back. I have a plan. Kushina, you stay there. Inuzuka, you hide in the nearby woods and listen to my instructions. I'll attract the attention of these two guys first, then watch for my signal to use the explosive talismans. Upon hearing this, the two realized what Chiyu was planning. He wanted to dig a big hole to bury the two puppets. In fact, the puppets' energy source came from a talisman on their chest, but right now they had no ability to approach the puppets. If they tried to get close forcefully, they might be killed in an instant, let alone take that talisman off. Are you ready? Under Chiyu's instructions, the two quickly took their positions and everything necessary was prepared. Diamond Seal. Kushina quickly used her adept ninjutsu and the surrounding woods were whipped by a gust of wind. A massive dragon head chain surged forward, directly binding the two puppets together. Inuzuka, you strike from the side. Inuzuka, you said nothing, instantly transforming into an identical copy of Hybra, showcasing her signature skill. Yatuya. She then charged forward. Inuzuka, Ya and Hybra moved at lightning speed, quickly colliding with the two puppets. The puppets were caught off guard and shifted to the side. Retreat. Chiyu, suppressing his injuries, used chakra to condense a thread on the ground, quickly connecting it to the two explosive talismans. At the moment the two puppets were about to fall, the explosive talisman detonated. This time the target was not the two puppets but the entire ground. The ground was very fragile, as could be seen from the cracks appearing on its surface. It was evident that there was definitely a huge pit below. The three had devised such a plan. Now it seemed the plan was perfect. With the explosion of the explosive talisman, the ground suddenly collapsed into a large hole and rocks above continuously fell down. Even the rocks that did not fall were being pulled down by the whirlwind, quickly burying the two puppets beneath. Mission accomplished. The three gathered again, their faces filled with joy. However, Chiyu was slightly puzzled as the system prompted him that the mission was complete. Could it be that those two puppets haven't been dealt with yet? Those two are still around, don't let your guard down yet. Chiyu's joy instantly vanished. The long cooperation made Kushina and Inuzuka trust Chiyu immediately and enter a state of combat again, slowly approaching the edge of the large hole. Then they felt a chill run down their spines. The two puppets inside the pit had completely vanished, leaving only a gigantic pit. This is bad, I forgot that these two puppets are earth rock puppets and I can't control them at all in this pit. Chiyu suddenly realized she had made a fatal mistake, feeling a bit helpless. Then where will they show up next? Inuzuka Kiba asked, feeling quite troubled. I'm not sure either. In any case, we must remain vigilant and observe our surroundings. The moment we see those creatures, we must attack immediately. After Chiyu finished speaking, everyone nodded, indicating their understanding. However, after waiting for a while, they did not see the appearance of the two puppets. Let's slowly head in the other direction and hope not to attract the attention of these puppets. The three of them continued to move towards their destination. After all, staying here for too long was not ideal, especially since their Chunin exam had a time limit. They did not have much time to waste here. However, as soon as they made a move, a hand emerged from the soil beside them, grabbing Kushina's ankle and attempting to drag her underground. But Kushina noticed just in time, leading to a tug-of-war. Kushina used the sealing technique. The other guy should be nearby. Inuzuka Kiba, be ready on the side, we will pull Kushina out together. As Chiyu laid out the plan again, they all understood what to do. This was the tacit understanding they had developed through several missions together. Kushina directly used the adamantine sealing chains and a series of dragon head chains appeared in her hand, squatting down to bind the hand that had emerged from the soil. Then, working together with Chiyu, they blasted a large hole in the ground and indeed saw one of the earth rock puppets. In that moment, Chiyu clearly saw the blood-red talisman on the puppet. That blood-red talisman is the source of the puppet's energy. If we tear it off, we can stop the puppet's movements. Hearing this, Inuzuka Kiba rushed towards the puppet without hesitation, but he forgot that the puppet had the Gale Curse talisman, which had a remarkably fast reaction speed. Just as he rushed forward, he saw the puppet's fist coming toward him. Inuzuka Kiba was startled and felt a chill when suddenly his boat's direction shifted. It turned out that it was Kushina's chain successfully pulling him to the side, otherwise he would have sustained serious injuries by now. He cast a grateful glance at Kushina and prepared to launch another attack. Inuzuka Kiba, do not act recklessly, pay attention to your surroundings. There is still another earth rock puppet, leave this one to me. After hearing this, Inuzuka Kiba could only helplessly observe the surroundings with Akamaru while Chiyu suddenly took a swig of alcohol, clearly having reached his limit. Without the aid of alcohol he could not fight again. After drinking, Chiyu's speed surged once more, quickly charging toward the puppet that Kushina had sealed. His target was not the blood-red talisman on the puppet's chest but the Gale Curse talisman behind it. No one knew Chiyu's thoughts, but Kushina and the others understood that they only needed to cooperate with Chiyu, the rest could be left to him. Sure enough, the sealed puppet instinctively turned to face Chiyu and he did not hesitate to grab the talisman on it. At that moment a claw emerged from the cracked earth beside him. Chiyu, be careful, another one is coming out. At this point Chiyu was already in midair, and even with the warning he might not have time to react. He could only hope that he would be in time. Just then Chiyu had touched the Gale Curse talisman on the back of the earth rock puppet, but no one noticed that Chiyu had thrown out 2 shurikens. They collided in midair and flew off in another direction. Both of their gazes were fixed on the shurikens in Chiyu's hand. Chiyu! Kushina and Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, their faces filled with worry as the other creature was about to reach Chiyu. In that crucial moment, giant shuriken technique. Chiyu threw out another shuriken which quickly transformed into a gigantic form. At a glance it was even larger than the combined size of the 2 Chiyus, directly pinning the puppet that was reaching for him to the ground. That was close. At this moment Chiyu held a blue talisman in his hand while looking at another red talisman on the ground. Kushina and Inuzuka Kiba approached Chiyu puzzled. Chiyu, what on earth is going on? Hearing this, Chiyu's lips curled into a bitter smile. He had actually taken a risk in making that decision primarily because he had received instructions from the system. Since he had not completed the task of slaying the 2 giant snakes, it was replaced with a summoning beast and a puppet. He could still receive the previous rewards, but the reward for slaying the 2 earth rock puppets was lost. Chiyu still did not know what the reward for slaying the earth rock puppets was, so naturally he chose to accept the previous reward in a moment of crisis. After all, as he threw out the shurikens just now, the red talisman had already been torn off by them. In that instant Chiyu also received the system's reward, the previous giant shuriken technique, along with a 60 intoxication effect. From this moment on Chiyu finally possessed a heavyweight attacking ninjutsu. Fortunately the system acted in time, otherwise he would have been in danger. Chiyu also organized his thoughts, slightly refining the ninjutsu he had just obtained into the plan he had formulated. It was perfect timing to defeat the 2 puppets, otherwise it would have been a troublesome matter. The 2 girls nodded in agreement, gazing at Chiyu with admiration. At their age, who would have thought of such a meticulous plan? Even a Chunin might not achieve such a level. This puppet is definitely not part of the Chunin exam, it must have been released by Orochimaru and his lot. Chiyu called the beautiful girl to his side. What should we do then? That Orochimaru is too dangerous, not to mention there's also Fujiwara Yoshimi who can release toxins at any moment. The 3 of them felt a bit troubled. Let's not dwell on that, we will set off first. If we encounter other ninjas on the way we can cooperate at most. In any case we must not sustain any injuries, otherwise the subsequent exam will be in jeopardy. After Chiyu finished speaking they prepared to rest briefly before setting off, but they did not notice a shadow passing by in the nearby woods. Little ones, from the moment you began to rest you have already met your demise. What I have unleashed are not 2 puppets but 3. No one knew that a voice neither male nor female echoed from a distance before fading away. It seemed as if only Chiyu and her companions were resting in the entire forest. Quick dodge. Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru's senses were the keenest and they quickly detected a familiar scent from before. It dawned on them that it was the earth and stone puppet. At this moment Chiyu had just opened her eyes and saw a mummy with dirt on its face approaching her, yet it had yet to make a move. She was immediately sent flying by a punch, spitting out blood midair, nearly losing consciousness. Even if Chiyu drank an entire gourd of alcohol at this point it would have no effect, her injuries were far too severe to be dulled by alcohol. Chiyu struggled in midair and threw a shuriken using the last bit of chakra in her body to perform the shuriken shadow clone technique. She successfully killed the puppet before her. It's laughable that this shuriken shadow clone technique is considered a heavyweight ninjutsu. With these 2 large shurikens, how could an insignificant puppet withstand it? After all, this is an rank ninjutsu on par with the shuriken shadow clone. Such high-level ninjutsu either has special effects or possesses immense power, and the shuriken shadow clone technique clearly belongs to the latter. As Chiyu was about to land, a snake suddenly sprang down from a nearby tree. Orochimaru hasn't left yet. Kushina was somewhat shocked, and no one expected Orochimaru's character to be so cunning and treacherous, waiting for them all this time without leaving. No one noticed that Chiyu facing the ground suddenly revealed a smile. Orochimaru, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As Chiyu landed, she turned around, standing there looking refreshed, entirely unlike her previous severely injured self. The sun and moon appeared in her hand, and without hesitation she executed a draw and cut directly, slicing the two snakes into pieces. Chiyu. The two girls were overjoyed to the point of tears. They had never expected Chiyu to have the strength to react, believing she was doomed. How is this possible? You were clearly in a severe state of injury with your chakra nearly exhausted. How could you instantly recover to full strength? From a distance, Orochimaru's incredulous voice echoed through the forest. Upon hearing that, Chiyu felt a bit fortunate. Fortunately, another earth and stone puppet had appeared. It too was successfully slain by Chiyu, who once again received the task reward for previously killing two puppets. She was rewarded with 10% of drunkenness value, and after consuming all her drunkenness she gained a chance for complete recovery. Though it hadn't been calculated, Kayu's minimum value had long since accumulated to 100%, not to mention the additional points gained from completing tasks. Adding it all together, it had to be at least around 160 or 70. Without any hesitation she consumed 100% of her drunkenness to gain this chance for complete recovery. It could be said that everything felt as if it was destined. Without the appearance of this puppet, Chiyu would have likely been dealt with by Orochimaru. I didn't expect this little one to be so cunning, leaving this trick waiting for me. Orochimaru's voice was laced with displeasure. Chiyu said nothing, merely tightening her grip on the sun and moon. Orochimaru's voice faded away. From the very beginning of their confrontation it was evident that he couldn't do anything to Chiyu. At that time Chiyu was still injured, and now for some reason she had fully recovered, leaving Orochimaru utterly helpless. He could only leave in frustration. After sensing Orochimaru's departure, Chiyu collapsed to the ground, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Just moments before landing, Chiyu felt that she was slightly out of sorts. Everything before her was blurry and she couldn't see anything clearly. Fortunately she had the system, otherwise she would have been dead long ago. Chiyu, were your previous injuries all an act? Kushina and Inuzuka Kiba asked curiously. To avoid exposing the existence of the system, Chiyu could only nod. You could say it was an act, but my injuries haven't completely healed. I'm not as whole as you imagine, I'm just hiding part of my strength after recovering somewhat. The two girls nodded in agreement. Otherwise, based on Kayu's character, if she had truly regained her full strength she would have probably chased down Orochimaru to cut him down. Alright, now you two rest for a while. I will guard you. After a short break we will leave this place. I believe there will be a peak showdown in the Death Forest. The two girls had not exhausted themselves much, however the psychological shock they experienced was indescribable, having reached the peak of their lives only to slide down again. In this Death Forest the sunlight was completely obscured, making it impossible to judge the passage of time. After some time the three of them got up and rushed deeper inside. At this moment they had all fully recovered, however in the eyes of the two girls Chiyu still appeared not to be at her complete state. Thus the two of them subtly placed Chiyu in the middle as a way to share the burden, allowing Chiyu to feel a warmth in her heart. This feeling of warmth was something she had never experienced since entering this ninja world. There's only half a day's journey left to the outside. As long as we can successfully get through we will achieve victory, however in the end we still need to compete for a ninjutsu scroll. Only by obtaining the scroll do we have the qualification to pass. This scroll began to give the three of them headaches. Aside from the initial encounters with others they hadn't run into anyone at all so far. Where exactly should they go to obtain the scroll? With only half a day left before they had to leave the forest, if they didn't find it by then, even if they left within the time limit, it wouldn't count as a successful achievement. Just as they were troubled they noticed the surroundings becoming noisy, many people seemingly about to fight in front of a massive tree trunk. If only Uchiha Fugaku were here, seeing how arrogant he was before, he should have long been prepared to hand the scroll over to me. For some inexplicable reason Chiyu felt a faint pang of nostalgia for Uchiha Fugaku. Had he been present the matter of the scroll would have posed no concern at all. As for everything else, so long as they could emerge from this forest there would be no serious obstacle. After all, this was merely a Chunin examination, it ought not to be this perilous. Yet the forest's danger had far surpassed anyone's imagination. The trio pressed onward, steadily advancing toward the forest's exit. Regarding the scroll, they felt no urgency. Someone would surely await them at the exit, or failing that others would inevitably follow close behind. All they needed to do was lie in wait and challenge whomever caught their disfavor. With Chiyue's strength, nearly every examinee encountered within the forest stood utterly powerless before him. There was no question of victory or defeat. Just then a patch of light broke through ahead. Unexpectedly an open clearing appeared in the dense woods. Only here could the sun beyond the forest be glimpsed. At last, the sun. This forest has been oppressively gloomy. It truly unsettled me. The two young women, overjoyed at seeing sunlight once more, exchanged quiet excitement. Though none could gauge how much time had passed, they guessed, by instinct alone, it must have been nearly a full day. Chiyue nodded in silent agreement. Though he had endured the forest's atmosphere without acute discomfort, the prolonged sense of suffocation had likewise kindled in him an urgent desire to escape. Even his temperament, far surpassing that of his peers even by several orders of magnitude, could not wholly suppress this feeling. Since you've all gathered here, let it end now. It took great effort to draw everyone to this place, time to resolve it all on the spot. At that moment clamor erupted around them. Soon many examinees arrived at the clearing, faces twisted with terror. Spotting Chiyue and his two companions ahead, their expressions flickered with confusion. They had no inkling what had transpired. Chiyue and his comrades shared that bewilderment, utterly unaware of the meaning behind the voice just heard. Yet one thing was unmistakable: its androgynous timbre belonged unmistakably to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, show yourself. If you intend something, do it openly, not like this skulking in shadows. I hold you in utter contempt. Chiyue shouted aloud, yet Orochimaru offered no reply, vanishing into silence. Ding! A grave threat has been detected. The host may borrow system power for 10 minutes, during which the host shall attain cage-level strength. Hearing the system's voice, Chiyue froze stunned. What manner of crisis could compel the system to grant him 10 minutes of Kagedi or might? Crucially, the system did not refer solely to raw power, it also granted access to any jutsu stored within its repository. For those 10 minutes Chiyue would stand unrivaled across the entire shinobi world. With the system's power, no foe, regardless of origin or stature, could withstand him. Yet this 10-minute omnipotence existed solely to neutralize the crisis unfolding within the forest. Chiyue's vigilance sharpened instantly. The system's judgment was infallible, leaving only one chilling possibility. The entire Chunin examination had likely been manipulated from the outset, and Orochimaru merely one pawn among many. Ahahaha. I never imagined you'd arrive at my designated site so swiftly. And I've succeeded, acquired Hashirama's cells. With them am I not invincible? A strange yet familiar voice boomed overhead, and then an elderly man past his prime materialized before them all. None present recognized him, yet Chiyue's mind flashed with a single name. It was Danzo. And not just Danzo, Danzo infused with Hashirama's cells. So, the final antagonist turns out to be him. Chiyue murmured inwardly, his gaze igniting with sudden incisive light. If Danzo truly stood before them, the system's threat assessment gained terrifying credibility. He was after all a village-class rank ninja. And now wielding Hashirama's cells. He easily rivaled rank operatives, perhaps even the Hokage himself. Yet even now his fusion remained incomplete. Such an auspicious occasion would hardly proceed without our presence. Suddenly shadow-wrapped figures emerged from all sides, faces veiled, identities concealed. Chiyue's pupils contracted sharply. Their voices rang with eerie familiarity, yet certainty eluded him. After all, this was but a modest Chunin examination. How could it possibly draw such a constellation of elite figures? Even Danzo's appearance was deeply anomalous. Such matters fell squarely under the third Hokage's purview. How could he commit so grievous an oversight? And Danzo, ever ambitious, ever scheming, why expose himself so brazenly before the entire assembly? Chiyue's mind reeled with unanswered questions. He had believed that by biding his time he could ascend steadily, until he ruled the world. Instead, fate denied him even that chance. Before half the examination had elapsed, this cataclysmic confrontation erupted. Are you unharmed? From afar another group approached, and at their sight the bewildered examinees erupted into jubilant relief. These newcomers were their team instructors, Elite Jonin. Sensei, you've finally arrived. Others cheered wildly, yet Chiyue and his two companions searched in vain for their instructor. Their expressions grew increasingly grave. Though they grasped little of what unfolded, they sensed, instinctively, that this portended grave peril. You have 30 minutes to reunite and converse. Then, our game begins. Chiyue, what on earth is happening? The two young women turned to him puzzled. Already Chiyue had become the de facto linchpin of their group. I don't know, but I do know this will grow exceedingly dangerous. Multiple jonin are already present. Unless I'm mistaken, cage-level adversaries will soon appear. The clearing fell silent. You all try to gather closer to me. If any danger arises, I can look after you. Jio Xian Nai and Inazuka Kiba were momentarily taken aback. They believed that the arrival of the jonin was plausible, but the prospect of an elite shadow-level powerhouse appearing next was simply unbelievable. Could it be that the third Hokage will personally show up? That seems to be the only possibility that holds any weight. As time ticked away, half an hour quickly passed. Half an hour is up, the game is about to begin. As Danzo's voice fell, a faint green barrier descended from all sides, enveloping everyone present, including Danzo and the large group of people. What is happening? The jonins managed to remain calm, but the students began to panic. Consider this the last Chunin exam of your lives. Let us play together. I will let you witness the most powerful forces in this world and their true power. Danzo began to laugh heartily, then the bandages on his right hand burst apart, revealing an unsightly arm. Astonishingly, it bore 10 opened eyes, all Sharingan. What on earth is this? Uchiha Fugaku stared at the arm in front of him, murmuring to himself he was very familiar with these eyes. These are the Sharingan unique to their clan. How could they possibly appear on Danzo's arm, and there are a full 10 of them? That equates to 5 clan members' eyes. Who are you? Why do you possess our clan's eyes? Who am I? As you can see, I have nothing to hide. Surely everyone here recognizes me, but why I possess Sharingan is entirely normal, isn't it? Even the cells of Hashirama are within my grasp, let alone Sharingan. Acquiring it is as easy as pie. Now I shall fulfill your dreams and let you enter the third phase early to start battling each other. After Danzo finished speaking, one of the eyes in his palm shot out a red beam towards everyone present, enveloping them all. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and when they could see clearly again, they found themselves on a fighting stage. This stage was the third phase of the Chunin exam. Huh? How could this be? Is this an illusion? Chiyu couldn't believe it. He pinched himself but felt pain. Could this be real? Yet they had just been in the forest of death. How could they suddenly appear in the third phase? It was utterly confusing. I've longed to fight it since it has come to this. Let's have a thrilling battle, Chiyu. I've endured you for long enough. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have forgotten the earlier events, having already opened his Sharingan and was staring intently at Chiyu. Although Chiyu didn't know what was happening, he was certain that Uchiha Fugaku in front of him needed a lesson. Moreover, he had also tolerated Uchiha Fugaku for long enough. Since he didn't understand the situation, he might as well take out his anger on him. With no hesitation, Chiyu stepped into the arena. Uchiha Fugaku remained in place without any movement, and others retreated upon witnessing this. Is Chiyu really going to be okay? Inazuka Kiba and Jio Xian Nai revealed worried expressions, causing Minato to feel a sense of frustration. This guy will eventually feel my strength. If it weren't for the last time not having the opportunity, he would already be dead. While Minato secretly cursed Chiyue, he had already entered a state of battle. The sun and moon had appeared in his hands and his chakra had nearly fully coalesced. Chiyu didn't care about the situation. He had long been annoyed by Uchiha Fugaku. Now that he had this opportunity, he had to make the most of it. He wanted Uchiha Fugaku to understand who the true genius was. It seems you are well prepared, but your current strength is simply no match for me. If you insist on fighting, I will let you experience the pain of defeat. Without hesitation, Uchiha Fugaku opened his Sharingan and the 2 commas within spun continuously. Seeing this, Chiyu couldn't help but smile slightly. Is this the confidence you gain from such a primitive state of Sharingan? I regret to inform you that you cannot replicate any of my jutsu. With that, Chiyu smiled and put away the sun and moon, drawing out a shuriken instead. What makes you so confident? Let me see. I refuse to believe there exists jutsu that I cannot replicate. Upon hearing Chiyu's mockery, a hint of anger emerged in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. He had opened his eyes later than others. How could he endure such taunting? Chiyu threw the shuriken, then formed several hand seals, the shuriken instantly multiplying into a large number, with a third of them enlarging. Everyone present widened their eyes. This was clearly 2 different jutsu. In their memories there was no jutsu that could display such effects, and everyone saw that Chiyu had paused for a moment while forming the seals. This is the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique combined with the Shuriken Giant technique. The Jonin-level instructors immediately recognized these two techniques. Both were a rank jutsu. How could Chiyu possibly possess both? Let alone Chiyu having them. Even within their Konoha village they only possessed one of them, not both. Uchiha Fugaku had just attempted to replicate, but he realized he could only manage one of them due to the massive chakra consumption. He had no way to unleash two attacks simultaneously. However, Chiyu was different. This was given to him by the system. He had trained diligently and the chakra he needed to release was minimal, resulting in no significant cost. Uchiha Fugaku's face turned grim. He had just claimed there was no jutsu he couldn't replicate, only to be slapped in the face immediately after. He could replicate it, but his chakra was insufficient. I refuse to believe it. Kunai giant body technique. Uchiha Fugaku forcibly channeled his chakra and successfully replicated both techniques, yet the kunai clones he produced were pitifully small, utterly dwarfed by Shiryu's. Likewise, the single massively enlarged kunai he conjured paled in comparison to Shiryu's, its scale, power and refinement bearing no resemblance whatsoever. So this is the Uchiha clan. Truly impressive. Shiryu offered the remark without restraint, a barb so sharp it ignited an explosive surge of raw, unbridled power within his opponent. Fugaku now teetered on the edge of berserker fury. Chakra roiled violently across his frame and his Sharingan, originally bearing two tomo, began to blur as if a third tomo were straining to emerge. Now this is getting interesting. Very well, I'll indulge you properly. Shiryu summoned the twin blades Nichiyu once more and assumed the poised lethal stance of a master swordsman. After all, the Batojutsu demanded extraordinary physical and spiritual discipline. It was no mere technique to be casually deployed. Great Fire Dragon Technique. Fugaku abandoned mimicry entirely. Recognizing its futility, he chose instead to unleash a signature jutsu, one he wielded with consummate mastery. Shiryu met the roaring fire dragon Hiden. Without hesitation he drew his blade in a flawless IAI strike. The colossal blade cleaved through the infernal beast. In an instant the dragon split cleanly in two, hurtling sideways before detonating in a thunderous earth-shaking explosion. Fugaku stood frozen, stunned. His most potent, fully committed Great Fire Dragon had been severed as effortlessly as silk. Recall, Shiryu remained a mere genin while Fugaku neared Chunin rank, and possessed the Sharingan, a Kekkei Genkai bordering on divine advantage. How could he possibly lose to a lowly genin? Since you favor fire-based jutsu, allow me to return the favor, let you taste fire's true sting. Fire release Dragon Flame Song. The moment the words left Shiryu's lips his hands blurred, sealing the intricate hand seals in less than a single blink. All present instinctively recoiled, their pupils contracting sharply. This was a rank jutsu, a technique ordinarily reserved for jounin. Few below that rank ever even glimpsed its seal sequence. Yet here it was. Shiryu wielded not one but several such high-tier techniques with disarming ease. Impossible. How can you possess such vast reserves of chakra, and command jutsu of this caliber? Shiryu answered not a word. Instead, a colossal fire dragon surged forward, more than twice the size of Fugaku's, its armored scales gleaming with terrifying clarity. This was no contest, not even of the same order of existence. Several instructors rushed forward to halt the match, only to be abruptly restrained. Indeed, Danzo had reappeared, his right arm restored, the 10 eyes embedded upon it vanished as if they had never existed. Those around him stared with unmistakable confusion, their gazes distant and uncertain. None recalled why or how Danzo had arrived. There is no need to intervene. They are merely children, no true bloodshed will occur between them. A faint knowing smile curled Danzo's lips. His machination had borne perfect fruit. As expected, this technique remains undetected. No one recalls my presence just now. The thought barely crossed his mind before he dissolved into nothingness, vanishing so completely that not a single observer could trace his departure. Even the supervising jounin instructors exchanged uneasy glances, their certainty fraying at the edges, doubting the very reality before them. Yet every sensation felt unnervingly authentic, as though they truly stood amid the Chunin exams themselves. Their own memories confirmed it. Yes, they were conducting the Chunin exams, but the precise stage, the sequence of events had slipped into fog. Fugaku lay defeated, yet with immense effort he forced himself upright, trembling but unbowed. You have lost. I bear no further interest in fighting you. Should you wish to face me again, first forge your strength until it rivals mine. I do not battle the weak. With that, Shiryu sheathed his blades and turned away, only to be challenged anew the moment he stepped onto the observation platform by none other than Namikaze Minato. Shiryu, my turn now. Let me speak plainly. What makes you worthy of Kushina? Why does she favor you so deeply, and dismiss me with such contempt? I have given no less than you have. Shiryu understood instantly, he faced a rival in love. Yet his own regard for Kushina remained purely platonic, though hers perhaps had long since transcended friendship. Of that matter I know little. But of this moment, your jealousy, your desperation, I see with perfect clarity. Shiryu shook his head, dismissing the words as irrelevant noise. Minato, have some decency. Shiryu has just fought a grueling match. Do you truly intend to force a second battle immediately? Is this meant to be a tag team assault? Kushina could bear it no longer. Her feelings for Shiryu ran deep, and Minato, now hovering dangerously near her breaking point, had overstepped. Why must you treat him thus? Enough. It's only a challenge, no great consequence. But understand this clearly: should you lose, cease your pursuit of me entirely. I loathe being hounded incessantly. With that, Shiryu ascended the arena platform, his expression serene, his gaze calm and unwavering. Minato's face flushed crimson with fury, rage hardened his features like tempered steel. Then prepare yourself, for your sake. I've prepared a secret technique, one I've honed in absolute secrecy. A flicker of contemplation crossed Shiryu's face. That technique. Could it truly be? His expression tightened, grave, focused. That jutsu was no mere spectacle. A direct hit would mean catastrophic injury, perhaps worse. Then I shall engage him from range. After Chiyu recalled that photograph, the fight had nearly begun. As predicted, Bofeng Shui men charged at him with ferocious speed. Without hesitation, Chiyu vaulted backward to evade. He quickly formed the hand seals, and one after another how a long great fire dragon roared forth. Faced with such a barrage of ninjutsu, Bofeng Shui men was momentarily taken aback. How could a body possibly contain so vast a reserve of chakra? You only just fought, how can you still unleash such overwhelming attacks? Everyone around reacted in agreement. Indeed, Chiyu's chakra seemed excessive. Even after expending so many techniques, he showed no sign of depletion. Chiyue, of course, offered no explanation. He alone knew with absolute clarity each increment of his intoxication level slightly strengthened him. That increase also stacked more chakra within him, yet he had already consumed the first 100 intoxication tier and was now far less potent than at his prior peak. Still, by comparison, the chakra in his body could rival that of a jounin. After all those years failing to graduate from the academy had not been wasted on Chiyu. I do not have time to bicker with you, let us end this fight swiftly. Without hesitation, Chiyu spoke and immediately drew the Sunan Moon Katana, unleashing a single decisive Iajutsu slash. Bofeng Shui men had no choice before him, swamped by so many great fire dragons and Chiyu himself hurtling through the air. He could only rely on his final secret technique to defend. His original purpose had simply been to get close to Chiyue, and now Chiyu refused to rush in. Was that not exactly to his advantage? Behold my secret technique, Luoxuanwen Spiral Sphere. A blue orb of chakra formed in Bofeng Shui men's palm, causing every eye to narrow. They felt an immense pressure emanating from that single chakra orb, clearly a level beyond what a jounin could typically wield. How have these kids become so extreme this year, each armed with such secret techniques? In our day we had to reach jounin before we could use these advanced ninjutsu. The instructors in charge watched in stunned silence. In that moment they felt themselves outmatched by this new generation. Indeed, those Arank and Shrank ninjutsu plainly exceeded what genin who had yet to become chunin could possibly perform. Just as I suspected. If that is so, then I wish you luck. With that, Chiyu abruptly cancelled the Rinsho in his hand, leapt aside and hurled a shuriken that immediately surged to gargantuan size. Impossible. Not only the onlookers but even Bofeng Shui men was astonished, for a ninjutsu cannot normally be interrupted so inexplicably while being cast. Yet Chiyu had done it. Bofeng Shui men could not, and so he resigned himself to focusing and striking at that immense point of impact. He did his utmost to dodge the surrounding great fire dragons. As one beast threatened to strike him, Bofeng Shui men erupted in a roar and accelerated once more. He narrowly evaded, and then the Luoxuanwen in his hand slammed against the giant shuriken. The arena was torn by a tremendous explosion. Bofeng Shui men stood there battered and bloodied, glaring at Chiyu with smoldering fury. I am sorry, but you have lost this match. Combat is not immutable, one must respond with flexibility. Saying that, Chiyu turned and returned to the spectator stands. He doubted anyone else would step up to fight him now. His true opponents seemed limited to those two. Even if others issued challenges, he would not necessarily accept them. Their strength was scarcely worth his attention. Chiyu had not been drinking to unleash his full power yet, but he had not forgotten the earlier events. That incident in the forest when the system granted him 10 minutes of cage-level strength proved that what had happened was unquestionably real. It could not have been an illusion. Thus Hyūga remained on high alert. Upon returning he downed a cup of wine in one go. He was not merely drinking for taste, he was accumulating intoxication value. He longed to push his intoxication meter to a full 100% during this period, for then he would possess a life-saving ultimate technique. But he had reached only 79%, 21% remained, and it could not be raised in such a short span, so he could only drink in resigned silence and watch the matches. The remaining bouts offered little interest, mere skirmishes among genin-level ninjas. That kid could be our successor, his body is unusually resilient. Unbeknownst to Hyūga and his companions, many figures floated in midair outside the arena observing them. No one knew how they managed to hover, but each had their own means. One of them was Tuanzong, while the others were shrouded in cloaks, their appearances concealed. Then let us see what this youngster does next. If he disappoints, I shall lose interest. A sullen voice came from one of the black-clad figures, its tone revealed nothing of gender. Rest assured, if you are uninterested, I am most intrigued. This boy harbors a peculiar power, even I cannot fully discern it. Compared to those Jinchuriki, this force is far more formidable. If I could study it, I might usher in a new era. The androgynous voice sounded unmistakably like Dashiwan, though Dashiwan seemed altered in some indefinable way. Precisely what had changed none could say. Congratulations to the host for defeating Uchiha Fugaku and Minato Namikaze, rewarded with Shrank Ninjutsu Senra Banpo. Upon hearing this ninjutsu, he nearly spat out his drink, as this technique belonged solely to Senju Hashirama. Unless one was a descendant of Senju Hashirama or possessed Hashirama's cells, it was utterly impossible to utilize this bloodline limit ninjutsu. The most critical point was that before he completed this task, the system had provided no hints whatsoever. Could it be that this time was different? Yes, the host's speculation is correct. This world has undergone earth-shattering changes, and in the upcoming period it is highly likely that many lives will come to an end. Including the host, there are no exceptions. Thus the essence of the system has also changed, and it can only strive to enhance the host's strength in a short time. After hearing this, Hyūga was stunned. He couldn't comprehend why such drastic changes had occurred in this world. According to the original plot, these giants should not have appeared at this time. It seemed that, as the system had said, the entire ninja world had experienced unusual changes. The upcoming battles were no longer captivating. Hyūga was instead engrossed in studying the new ninjutsu he had acquired. Unfortunately, there was absolutely no way to experiment with it here, and thus it could not be utilized effectively. Regrettably, what Hyūga lacked the most at this moment was the intoxication value. He still hoped the system could reward him with more of it. Time swiftly passed, and the battles lasted nearly 2 to 3 days before all were finally concluded. About 1/3 of the participants successfully passed the test, while the others returned to study anew. This indicates just how difficult the trial truly was. After their assessment ended, the third Hokage arrived. Upon seeing him, Hyūga felt a slight sense of reassurance. After all, no matter what, they had gained another powerful figure at the Hokage level. If something arose that even a Hokage could not handle, then Hyūga would have no solutions. You all should have emerged by now. Who exactly is behind the arrangement of this matter? I do not wish for anyone to threaten Konoha. The third Hokage said with great authority, then produced an object resembling a golden hoop from his hand. Hyūga recognized it as the weapon of the Monkey King. However, for most present it was their first time witnessing the third Hokage wielding his weapon, clearly indicating that this matter was anything but ordinary. Everyone exited the enclosed space and found themselves back in the forest. Moreover, they were in the very clearing they had previously occupied if the structure had been forcibly moved into the Death Forest. Every individual was filled with shock. Soon a large group of people in black appeared in midair along with Danzo. I never expected that the illusion I painstakingly set up would be so easily unraveled by the third Hokage. Wasn't I simply trying to train a few youngsters and cultivate their strength? This is quite disheartening for me. The third Hokage looked at Danzo with great confusion. Danzo was not usually like this. It was as if he had become a different person now. Do not be surprised. My original plan was to personally control Konoha, it's just that I lacked the power before. Now I have found a way to enhance my strength. Now that I am confident, naturally I will be a bit arrogant. Soon after, Orochimaru also appeared, but he did not look like the weak version he once was. He had transformed into someone entirely different. Hyūga sensed an unparalleled pressure emanating from Orochimaru. He knew Orochimaru had likely reached a level surpassing that of a jonin. If one were to classify him, he would be at the level of the legendary three of Konoha, Orochimaru, Tsunade and Jiraiya, the three most outstanding individuals of the previous generation. Unfortunately, none of them had any desire to become Hokage, so they left Konoha to wander the world. At this moment no one knew where they were, but now Orochimaru had appeared. Orochimaru, I never expected you to return. I truly cannot understand how you have the face to come back. Simultaneously, two voices, one male and one female, emerged from nearby. Everyone turned to the direction of the voices and saw a massive slug and a giant toad with a person seated atop each. If he was not mistaken, those should be Tsunade and Jiraiya. Upon seeing this, everyone was astonished, as these figures were once monumental presences in the ninja world, now appearing one after another before their eyes. But the shock was far from over. This place is too small, let us change locations. Konoha looks very nice, let us go there. Ninjutsu 5 directions barrier teleportation. After speaking, the five hooded figures formed hand seals and a massive purple barrier enveloped everyone within. In the next moment everyone felt the world spinning, and when they could once again see the outside, they had already arrived at Konoha. All the villagers had been urgently evacuated, likely by the third Hokage, upon realizing that things had become unusual. Here, apart from their group of Chunin who had undergone the assessment, there wasn't anyone below the Jonin level. What should we do now? Should we leave this place? Kushina and another person looked at Chiyue, evidently seeing him as their pillar of support. I cannot leave here. If you wish to depart, do so first. If you leave now, things may take an irreparable turn. Chiyu said gravely, referring to the system lending him 10 minutes of Hokage level power. If anything irreversible happened, he would have to resort to using that power. Well. Jio Xianai hesitated slightly, then quietly took Kaiyu's hand into his own. Chiyue looked a bit confused, but then his expression changed and he quickly closed his eyes to begin meditating. This was because a dense power emanated from Jio Xianai's body, the power of the Nine Tails. Stop, Jio Xianai, if you completely give me this power you will lose your life. After absorbing a portion of the power, Chiyue suddenly remembered something, hastily shaking his hand away, but by this time Jio Xianai's face had turned completely pale. Clearly there was not much of the Nine Tails power left in his body. Sigh, I still agreed, I didn't think of it right away. Inazuka Kiba, you should take him away from here. No, I want to stay here, and no matter what danger happens I won't leave this place. Hearing this, Chiyue also sighed slightly. He understood what kind of stubborn character Inazuka Kiba had. For now this was the only option. At that time he would try to take care of both of them. In that case, Danzo, Orochimaru and the others, you should reveal yourselves now. The third Hokage took a deep breath and called out all the people hidden beneath their cloaks, though there were still a few he couldn't name. I never expected you to be so perceptive, discovering our identities. Truly you deserve to be the third Hokage. If you chose to stand with us, perhaps the entire Konoha wouldn't face such a great disaster. Dream on. If a fight is to happen, then let it be. Konoha is not afraid of you all. Chiyue was diligently working to establish the power within his body. Sensing that the host possesses the power of the Nine Tails, the system can temporarily merge with the host and even fuse with the host in moments of crisis, but once the fusion ends the system will automatically shatter. During the fusion period the host can continuously borrow any power from the system. Hearing this, Chiyue was stunned. Could this crisis really be that severe? Even the system would shatter. If there truly were no system, it would pose a tremendous risk to his growth. Where would he learn so many ninjutsu? Thus Chiyue silently resolved, unless it truly came to that situation he absolutely wouldn't resort to such means. Since you refuse to yield, let the battle begin. I do not wish to waste time here, after all Konoha is merely our first battle. After finishing his words the group all threw back their cloaks and the atmosphere in the place turned tense. They were certainly familiar with these people. These were the big shots of the ninja world, and a few of them were members of the Akatsuki organization. It even seemed that there was a legendary figure among them, Uchiha Madara, but wasn't that guy supposed to be dead? After all, Senju Hashirama had completely perished as his opponent. How could Uchiha Madara not have died? But if Uchiha Madara were dead, then who was the last person cloaked in shadow? Uchiha Obito. Chiyue felt a bit puzzled as he looked around, but he couldn't find Uchiha Obito. Could it be that this world did not have someone named Uchiha Obito? Logically Chiyue should remember this person, but if he didn't exist now, then so be it. Let me take on the next battle, let me meet my former companions. Orochimaru quickly stepped forward, first flicking his tongue as he gazed at Jiraiya and Tsunade. No need for such formality, let's start a free-for-all and see whose power becomes stronger. I don't want to waste time either. At this moment pain from the Akatsuki organization began to speak, and then the entire organization charged forward. Without any hesitation the leading Jounin instructors also rushed forward. The brawl began at that moment. Chiyue closed his eyes in slight pain. It seemed that Konoha would surely not be safe. With so many high-level ninjas battling, this was simply beyond what a village like Konoha could endure. The third Hokage's expression was also very grim. Fortunately he had evacuated everyone inside long ago, or else Konoha would surely suffer heavy losses this time. Since my son has spoken, there is nothing more to say, let's just attack. After saying that, the third Hokage did not hesitate at all and directly used ninjutsu. To him all these people before him were invaders and he was merely fighting to protect Konoha. All the other Jounins saw this and also began to engage in battle, but for them this fight was clearly very arduous. After all, the strength of the opponents was not on the same level as theirs if they were a collection of big shots from several places. Even though Konoha was the #1 village in the ninja world, there was no way to withstand such tremendous power. 4 directions barrier. At that moment the other side once again used a barrier enclosing everyone on the street within it. At this point everyone who had not managed to leave had no way to escape. Seeing this, the ninjas who had previously participated in the assessment all turned ashen. They were certainly very afraid of death. They had to realize that these were all Hokage level powerhouses, at least Jounin level. What could these little subordinates, even Chunin, do in this situation? There's no choice now, you all stay here and wait. At this moment as the barrier rose, the battle had already entered a heated stage. The third Hokage alone had no way to handle so many people. Even though his strength was at the level of a Kage, the strength of the opponents was equally formidable. Chiyue, be careful. Although Inuzuka Kiba did not know what Chiyue was planning, he understood that Chiyue was not that simple. Every time Chiyue could bring them a bit of surprise. He wondered if this time would be like before. Chiyue sighed slightly, then slowly walked forward, forming hand seals, and soon countless gigantic trees erupted from the ground. They basically enveloped everyone who had participated in the assessment, forming a natural protective layer, though no one knew what was happening. However, those high-rises in the sky could clearly see that this was something released by Chiyue. I said that little brat is somewhat different, otherwise how could he possibly use the techniques of that old man Senju Hashirama? At this moment Orochimaru and Danzo had also become excited, for they had just witnessed Chiyue perform a hand seal to unleash the Shinra Tensei, a jutsu that only Senju Hashirama could use. If it weren't for the bloodline limits no one would believe it, but the fact remains. The third Hokage also noticed Chiyue's transformation and a look of shock appeared on his face. Even he had never seen the first and second Hokages. He never expected to witness the first Hokage's jutsu in person. It could be considered a stroke of luck. At this moment Chiyue realized that she had attracted the attention of these powerful figures, so it was time for her to make an appearance. If she didn't show up now there might be some unexpected changes. Chiyue's aura gradually grew stronger and she began to float in midair like the other Hokages. Clearly her current strength was sufficient for her to leverage her power in midair. At this moment Chiyue had already activated the 10 minutes of Hokage level power provided by the system. Moreover, most importantly, she could use any jutsu stored in the system. It is worth noting that the system stored virtually all the jutsu in the ninja world and Chiyue could freely utilize them without worrying about exhausting her physical strength. Edo Tensei. After Chiyue finished speaking she formed several hand seals and clapped in the air. The pupils of the third Hokage and Orochimaru slightly contracted, clearly aware of this forbidden jutsu. Soon 2 coffins appeared in the sky and from them emerged 2 figures that shocked everyone. Because it was the first and second Hokages. How is this possible? How could this little brat use such jutsu? This was my trump card. At this moment Orochimaru, who was far away, couldn't help but shout in disbelief. Indeed, the first and second Hokages were his trump cards originally intended to deal with the third Hokage. However, he never expected that Chiyue would summon the first and second Hokages before him. Danzo and the others also turned pale. Who are you, little brat? How could you summon us? I have never seen you before. At this moment Senju Hashirama, just resurrected, looked at Chiyue with some confusion. His dark eyes were filled with doubt. Brother, are you stupid? Didn't you see that little brat is only in his teens? Do you still not remember when we died? Please wait a moment, seniors. Chiyue's eyes began to change, and when she opened them again they had transformed into the Rinnegan. Outer Path Samsara Technique. Waves rippled in Chiyue's Rinnegan and 2 beams of light descended from the sky, landing directly on the 2 Hokages. Originally they appeared as if they were in the Edo Tensei state with pitch black eyes and cracks all over their bodies, but under this light they regained their human forms. At this moment everyone present was at a loss for words as they had never seen such an extraordinary person before. This included nearly all jutsu in the world. You actually resurrected us, you little brat, have such power. At this moment Chiyu had only 5 minutes left of power. She knew she only had 10 minutes in total and it was impossible to exert any significant effect, so she could only think of this method. She needed to enhance her strength as much as possible, otherwise Konoha would surely be destroyed today. Summoning technique. As Chiyu formed another hand seal, two gigantic foxes appeared in the entire Konoha village. One was the Ninetails and the other was the Ninetails. I never expected you two to show up together. If that's the case, then help me protect Konoha. What do you mean by that? When the Ninetails and the Ninetails met each other, they ignored Chiyu's words and looked at each other in shock. I never expected that the power you received back then turned you into the Ninetails while I remained the Ninetails guarding that place. I thought we would never meet again in this life, but I am surprised we have this chance. It's a pity that Konoha seems to have some different powers now, such as the Akatsuki organization and that guy with the Uchiha eyes all over his arm. Even Orochimaru has become such a being. The Ninetails gazed at the surroundings with a hint of nostalgia. Alright, now is not the time for nostalgia. I admit your power is stronger than mine, but I am still your elder brother, so just follow my lead this time. Little brat, I can sense that your power has reached the Hokage level, but it seems not sustainable for long, so if any crisis arises, just try to use my power. Perhaps it was due to the Rinnegan, but the Ninetails was not furious when facing Chiyu, instead it appeared very gentle. It could also be because Chiyu's temporary strength had reached such a level. Upon hearing this, Chiyu revealed a hint of excitement on her face. If she could merely borrow the power of the Ninetails, she would at least possess the strength of a Jonin. Once the power of this memory completely dissipated, she would be able to attain Jonin-level strength, provided that the Ninetails was still alive. As these powerful figures made their entrance, the Jonin teachers who were prepared to fight to the death were all stunned. With these powerful figures present, there was no need for them to engage in battle. They never expected that a little brat who had just passed the Chunin exam could bring about such an effect. At this moment Kushina had awakened and came over to join Inuzuka Kiba, both looking at Chiyu floating in midair with complex expressions. They suddenly felt that they had become strangers to Chiyu, for the current Chiyu was not the one they once knew. It was like one was high above and the other was merely an ant on the ground. I remember that the power of the Ninetails can be transmitted. Chiyu recalled this and directly waved her hand, sending two beams of red power toward Kushina and Inuzuka Kiba. As the power within Chiyu gradually weakened, the battle in the ninja world began. At that moment, when all the strength was concentrated on my side, I finally saw the two Hokages, and Uchiha Madara, who had been hiding under his cloak, revealed himself. I never expected you could survive in such a way, considering how hard I fought to stay alive myself. Uchiha Madara's voice was filled with anger, clearly indicating the difficulty of his desire to be revived. However, what was unexpected was that Senju Hashirama did not intervene at all. He simply came back to life with the start of this battle. These top-tier Hokage-level powerhouses could almost live for several centuries. Ah, Uchiha Madara, so you are alive. Since that's the case, I have one more opponent. Little brother, I'll leave the others to you. I'll check on my old rival. Without waiting for the second Hokage to respond, he charged forward to engage in battle with Uchiha Madara. Although they were in a barrier, Uchiha Madara's power remained tremendously strong. They moved to a corner to avoid disrupting the battles of others. At this moment Danzo revealed his previously exposed arm, which indeed had 10 Sharingan, sending chills down the spine of onlookers. Especially for those from the Uchiha clan who were also fighting here, they naturally saw the 10 eyes on Danzo's arm. I never thought such a heartless person would be involved. Let me take care of you right away. The second Hokage spoke, and upon hearing this, Danzo's expression changed suddenly. No matter how proud he was, he didn't consider himself a match for the second Hokage. It is known that Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama had long surpassed the level of Hokage-level powerhouses, reaching a completely new realm. They were almost identical in existence to Uchiha Madara, except that the battle back then was between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, not Senju Tobirama. Therefore the fame didn't belong to Senju Tobirama. However, that doesn't imply he was weak. Although slightly less capable than his brother, he was still of similar caliber. At this moment Chiyu had almost become the target of the entire Akatsuki organization. He had realized he was being targeted but had no means to respond. Orochimaru continued to use reincarnation, transforming into enormous serpents. Jiraiya and Tsunade had activated Sage Mode and the strength of 100, dramatically increasing their combat power. Danzo engaged in battle with the third Hokage. There was still a slight difference in their combat capabilities, but the third Hokage had no way to defeat Danzo in a short amount of time. At this point the remaining members of the Akatsuki and Sanbutsu were present and nobody knew how Sanbutsu could be utilized by the captain. But his strength was at least above that of a jonin. The Akatsuki organization along with Sanbutsu faced off against the second Hokage excluding Pain of the Heavenly Path along with all other members of the Akatsuki. Pain of the Heavenly Path naturally approached Chiyu. Little guy, although your power is formidable, you are no match for me at this moment. Planetary devastation. Finally Chiyu witnessed this legendary skill with immense attacking power, but now it was directed at him. Unfortunately Chiyu's power had already been exhausted, leaving him unable to use any ninja techniques through the system. Currently the only mode he had activated was the Ninetales mode. If calculated, the Ninetales mode was not a match for Pain of the Heavenly Path. However, at this moment as the Ninetales tried to come to his aid, it discovered that it and the Ninetales fox had been blocked by Pain's animal path's summoned beasts. Though they did not know what these creatures were, the summoned beasts released could still match them while the animal path engaged in battle on another battlefield. The entire Hidden Leaf village had fallen into complete chaos. If not for the barrier locking a quarter of the village in place, the entire village might have been affected. At this moment Chiyu had no ability to act, only able to ascend under immense pressure, quickly becoming enveloped by rocks. The power of the Ninetales could not assist him in defeating Pain of the Heavenly Path. Most importantly, his fundamental strength was simply too weak. If he himself were at the Jonin level and utilized the Ninetales power, he could naturally take down Pain of the Heavenly Path without hesitation. Sigh, since it has come to this, let everything end. Suddenly a voice echoed in Chiyu's mind. He recognized it as the voice of the system. To end things just as they have begun, I never imagined it would conclude in this manner. Since that's the case, let it be. After the system spoke, there was no further sound. Chiyu felt the power within his body surge, soon realizing this was the power of the six paths. As the system and the instrument slowly fused, the instrument understood the origin of the system. It was a seed left by the Sage of Six Paths. In other words, the power Chiyu now possessed was that of the Sage of Six Paths level. Chiyu's expression was slightly dazed. He had no idea what was happening. However, it was clear that the system had completely shattered and fused with him. Although Chiyu did not know how long the fusion with the system would take, he understood that he could not delay any longer. Thus two colors, black and white, appeared on his body and his eyes transformed entirely into the Rinnegan. Let everything end like this. Outer Path Samsara technique. The power within Chiyu erupted completely. At this time he was not using the power of resurrection but rather the power of destruction. Danzo, Uchiha Madara and some members of the Akatsuki organization completely vanished the moment they came into contact with this power. Is this the power of the six paths? The rest is up to you. At this moment Chiyu intended to eliminate the remaining foes, but he suddenly felt something was off within his body. His strength had completely run out and he distinctly heard the sound of shattering before everything went dark as he passed out. When Chiyu woke up again, he found himself lying on a hospital bed with several people nearby softly crying. Great! You finally woke up. No more drinking from now on. The doctor said you almost died this time. Chiyu slowly extended his hand upon hearing this. Could it be that all I experienced before was just a dream? But it felt so real.